PKA 580 with our guest Filthy Robot. Taylor?
This episode of PKA brought to you by Lucy and Blue Chew. And of course, Lock and Load. Links for the cum pills and all those other wonderful products below. Filthy, thanks for coming on again.
Happy to be here, man.
You're looking very green today.
Yeah. I'm trying to blend right in. I figure if I get the coloring perfect, I'll just disappear entirely. It'd be ideal.
You're so close. How have you been? What have you been playing lately?
Been doing a lot of Gloomhaven recently, which is a board game port that's done really well on PC. Super fun, turn-based tactical strategy, normal stuff that I like. A lot of Old World, which is a great 4X that doesn't have a lot of recognition yet. It's coming out on Steam later this year. Those are the kind of two that are really keeping me busy right now. So.
Yeah. You always like games, it seems, where you can outthink your opponent. And
that's what does it for me, man.
You love the strategy. Yeah. That's what you were into Magic for a long time. Are you still playing Magic at all?
I hated the last two sets. I know there's another set coming out, but I feel like, I'm looking at this game and I'm like, every time I play you fuck me with those lands. I don't know if I want to go through that again. So
yeah, that's understandable.
Kind of there. You still doing the Magic stuff, Taylor?
I just still play for fun. I totally switched out of Standard and went to Historic like months and months ago because it was retarded, like making a deck. And then I'm an adult with things to do. Like sometimes you don't play for a while and then you jump back in and you're like, oh, that deck I made a couple months ago, that'll be fun to play. And then it's like rotated out and it's like, okay, well, this is useless now. And so if you do Historic, you can play any card anytime as long as it's not banned.
I'm one of those people who like sheds those hobbies. And then like anytime I talk to someone and they're like talking about getting into one of my previous hobbies, I'm like, oh, wait. Before you go and spend $1,200, I got you. They'll be like, no, you don't understand. I want the carbon fiber one. It's like, yeah, the carbon fiber molded one. They compressed the carbon fiber. Yeah, I've got that one. That's the one. Yeah, you can adjust the settings. Yeah. It's always like that.
Is that how you feel with Magic? You jumped into Magic for a bit.
That's what happened with Magic.
What's the carbon fiber a reference to? Is that a gun thing or just
literally
just
out of gun things? It could be a gun thing. Just anything expensive. Like whenever you're into any motorsport or like hobbyist thing, carbon fiber is like the shit, right? It's strong, it's flexible, it's lightweight. It
sounds cool.
The cheap thing is the good thing is usually made out of carbon fiber. I don't know. Like I was looking at some
that or titanium.
I was looking at for my bike the other day. I don't know why, because I've already got nice like clutch lever and stuff and brake lever, but like I think it got advertised to me and it was like compressed carbon fiber brake and clutch. And I was just like, and I'm like, all right, yeah, this makes wait. My bike came with nice custom like aftermarket stuff on it.
You bought your bike new, right?
New, used.
Oh, I didn't know. So
remember
it has
upgraded.
Like,
it had like less than 1,000 miles on it, like barely any. Yeah,
okay.
It's a 2021 with like a handful of miles. I thought it was a new bike when I sat on it, and he was like, when he told me it was used, and when they told me they'd take care of me, I was like, the used sounded just fine to me.
No, yeah,
but
good call.
I haven't ridden the bike in a bit. Like the last couple of weeks, I've been playing so much Tarkov, and I really haven't
even left the house. Haven't bathed, eaten.
Dude, I get my baths in, I get my workouts in, and I get my
Tarkov. That's about it.
Honestly, yeah, it's bad. I'm going to talk about that more later. But what I really want to talk about is the return of WoodysGamertag. I'm very excited to have you back, my friend. We missed you.
We're glad you made it.
We're glad you made it. I told you before the show, you sent us plenty of videos on WhatsApp, but I really didn't click them. I didn't watch them. I just had the thumbnail, like the image of you, and you'd be like sweaty in a jungle environment or something. and it looked like Vietnam or something where you were, like, and I've been saving them just like I do my favorite TV show so they can like binge them all at once. But I wanted to talk to you first. So people have been asking me like in the Discord stuff, hey, where's Woody? How's he doing? Blah blah blah. Did he get kidnapped? Ha ha ha. And I always say, he told us he was going on a trip, and we talked about it a little bit, but I don't remember the specifics of his trip. Like I honestly don't know. Like maybe it's better that way. Like there's no chance of me being like, yeah, Woody's at that resort. Yeah, till next Friday, of course. Then he'll be vulnerable.
I probably told you guys. I sort of made a point of not telling the internet, like, hey, my family will be home undefended from January, whatever, like, 9th to 15th or something.
Yeah.
I didn't want to put that out there, but I'm home now, so come and get it. Actually, don't. That's a huge mistake.
No, so stay home. Stay home. And just listen.
I'm
to
at
the
home
show.
now, where we should all be at our individual homes.
So what I did is I went to Valle de Bravo, Mexico. So it is about 2 hours outside Mexico City. I think Central Mexico is like the cartel area of Mexico, not the edges, which are like the resort areas of Mexico, right in the middle where I was. Cartel activity, I didn't notice any of it, to be honest. I suspect it's overblown, but what it is it's well known for being a good place to go paragliding. And quickly, this is the deal. I go paramotoring. Everyone knows that. You have an engine on your back to help you gain altitude. Paragliding is the same thing with no engine. So you jump off the side of a mountain. And you would think the sun heats the air, but it doesn't. The sun passes right through the air. That's why it's cold at the top. What the sun does is it heats the ground heats the air, and then you get these really super mild, invisible tornadoes that we call thermals, and they're rising columns of air. And the paraglider will search out these rising columns of air, gain altitude, fly somewhere else, do it again, fly somewhere else, do it again.
I've done
That's
that in
the
Mario.
point. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mario Kart.
So Zach, can you show the first video? This is what the launch site looks like. Thank you, Zach, so fast. And this is basically what I was doing. This isn't me, but this is just like me. Play. And so this dude's going to inflate, look at his wing.
Oh, it looks really easy.
Jump off the side and fly away.
Yeah,
now
like anybody could probably do that, right?
I thought this was a thing where you grabbed onto the bar and it was like the plane.
So that's hang gliding. Hang gliding has fallen out of popularity. It's better in a lot of ways. It's faster. It glides farther, so you get more opportunities to find rising air, and you can control your pitch better. But that hang glider weighs like 100 pounds. You have to have like a special vehicle that can get to the top. You can't land anywhere. So you can't just like maximize your opportunities to go as far as you can. Instead, you really better land in a good spot. You can't just land in some random farm and hike your way out, because it's not hikeable. And people, I don't know, it's not as popular as it was.
Knowing that,
years ago.
I never would have imagined that was 100 pounds. I thought it was like
I made up
PVC
that
pipe
number,
and some
but
canvas.
It's not.
But
If it's 75, 100, something. It's a lot.
I would also just say, I always hear about hang gliding accidents. Like, hang gliding accident is almost like I don't know, Philly cheesesteak. Like, those those words just kind of roll together. Hang gliding accident, second only hang gliding death or hang gliding tragedy. I don't know. Something about those seems dangerous. It seems like they almost let anybody do them. They get that like instructor guy who like gets in doggy position on top of you. And then you dangle underneath him like some sort of weird suspension set.
Prone bone, maybe.
No offense, Lefty. And then but I've seen instances of like the poor pastor like coming unhooked.
Yeah.
And he's like hanging. And like, not everybody has the upper body strength to dangle for long periods of time. Do you ever do like hangs? Like I can't think of what you call them, but just you hold on to a
hang. Yeah.
Static hang. They are not easy.
I think I'm above average at that. And by being above average, over a minute, I think. But I don't know if I could get to finish a flight.
Yeah, and you're trying to fly. Like, this is how stupid I am. Like, the first time, like, I'd seen so many videos of hang gliding where it was just like in the middle of the flight, the guy's like, his body's straight back and he's hanging onto the thing. And for some reason, like, if I had thought about it rationally, I'd have realized this doesn't make any sense. But I always thought, like, he's not even strapped to that thing. He's going so fast. His body's like a windsock, and he's just kind of like. And then I was watching one video where that strap snaps, and the guy's just like, and I'm like, oh, okay, this does make more. You see, my theory would make sense if this guy was going 200 miles an hour, but not 40.
So you went to do some paragliding.
I did. And my para friends were like, so you're probably researching this like crazy, spending all your time finding like where to go and what to do. And I'm like, was I supposed to do research? I'm just sending it, bro. So So that's pretty much what I did. I know how to inflate and run off the side of a mountain. I've done that before. So I did that. And then I'm watching all these other people fly around. So like I did that. Like, oh, that guy over there is going up. Well, I'll go to where he is. And eventually I ran out of other people to model. And Zach, can you play the second video with volume?
Is this where the deaths happened?
Some deaths,
Well,
inevitably.
in the middle of nowhere. I'm not sure how I'm going to get back. I saw this farm, and I'm greeted by a team of professional wing packers.
Oh no.
Hola!
Oh no.
Oh, the video fucked up right there. They all wait.
No, I loved it.
Cute.
I love that.
Dude, so these guys were so poor. One of them didn't even have shoes. And there are thorn bushes everywhere. My wing is stuck in a thorn bush. We spent like, it must have been 40 minutes getting that wing, and underneath it are these lines. They're little like strong kite string. And I don't know how many there are, but say 80 or something. It just seems like a lot. And they're helping me get it untangled from the thorn bushes. I've got my multi-tool just like cutting the vegetation, freeing everything. And me and that, what were there, 6 kids? Just
Something
worked
like
at
that.
it for like an hour. Like we did after we got it free. I had to kite it. We had to untangle all the lines because that was crazy. Go to the third video. I want to show you guys.
I'm sorry. Before
half second. Yeah. Kyle,
go ahead.
But I want one too.
we're on the same page. Woody,
Uh-huh.
after the poor shoeless children helped you for an hour to unrig your $15,000 play toy on your vacation, did you please tell me give them some money?
I tipped them
Perhaps
5
shoes.
times the customary amount for packing a wing because
What-
it was tangled and because there were a lot of them.
What is the standard amount
40
for
cents.
unpacking a wing?
Actually, so the
Done
standard
by
amount
country.
is 50 pesos. I tipped them 500 pesos, so 10 times the standard amount.
Zach, I would like
That's
to
very
know
nice
what
of you.
500 pesos comes to
There's-
in
there's-
American dollars.
There's no need to look that up.
And then I
500
want-
sounds like a
and
very
then-
big number.
And then I want you to divide that number into roughly 6 million US dollars. and see, and see what the percentage would be.
Kyle, 500 pesos. 500 pesos is $24.
Oh
7
my
cents total,
God!
which divides neatly by 6. Well done, Woody.
Thank you, Filthy. I
$4
appreciate
a
that.
piece. That's not even bad. Half
But
an
no,
hour
when
and
you-
$4 as a
Not
kid.
when the uneducated children can't do basic mathematics.
Dude,
Well, here's the other part
actually,
I
the
wanted to know.
guy-
Do you speak any Spanish?
I like no Spanish.
Okay,
Like,
and they, presumably, did they speak any English?
no.
Okay, so they maybe thought they're going to make bank out of this.
Dude,
We don't know.
I-
We don't know what they're saying.
I had
Oh,
a
thank-
translator app
Oh,
that I could type in English and then they could read in Spanish,
okay.
but they couldn't read.
Oh,
So,
no.
yeah. So my translator app totally failed. I would like type it out. They like, I don't know. And it's like, oh fuck, this is falling apart. So all I could say is "Me llamo es Mateo." And that was
That's
that.
helpful for
And-
1 second.
So we all did that like in a round table, like "Me llamo es Mateo, me llamo es Oscar, me
Oh,
llamo." Tanya
no.
was one of my favorites. She kept making really silly mistakes. And I didn't know how to, but I'd be like, Tanya. And everybody would laugh because I'm picking on Tanya.
Yeah. Flip her an extra quarter at the end.
But check out my wing packers. These guys are great with volume.
Not a whole quarter. A nickel.
These guys are great.
Oh, look at him play. Look at him run
Watch
through
this
the.
one.
Look at those filthy. Look at those filthy little children run through that field.
These guys are great.
Yeah.
So
That's
this is
very
my wing
sweet.
packing team.
They were actually running and jumping because Woody had thrown pennies into the brush.
That's good.
So I didn't know, like I don't know how to speak Spanish like at all. I guess that's the thing you're supposed to do before you go to Mexico, but I like maybe brush up a little, know like where to fly.
At least
and
get an
things
app
like
Find
that.
an
works.
app that can maybe talk instead of just like
Yeah,
translate.
it would have been nice if I had like I could speak and then it would speak back. That seems like a smart thing to find. I didn't do any of that. I just fucking sent it. Like that was my whole strategy on this trip. Just fucking
Yeah.
off the mountain and do your best.
And not even just like a normal, like didn't do any of that stuff. Like what you did is take a kind of airplane, jump off a mountain, fly away from all the people who you might be able to communicate with, and crash land in a rural area and just hope the people around you are going to be able to deal with that, huh?
Just hope
No,
they're
no, no,
friendly.
no.
Yes.
Keep
It's
in
very
mind,
optimistic.
Keep in mind, he's hoping that like he hasn't crash landed into some sort of like something he shouldn't be looking at,
Like a
or
cartel field or something, right?
I'm not even kidding.
What a beautiful poppy field right here in the middle, right in the middle of
like
Mexico.
Wizard of Oz.
I grew up in Maine, and one time we were out just fucking around as kids in high school, right, in cars or something. We came down this dead end road that had like a fenced off area, and it was a fenced off field, and it was fucking pot, and we got shot at. And that was in like the U.S. in Maine. Here, I can only imagine what you could have fucked up in Mexico doing that. So I'm kind of
that's
actually,
weed.
to be fair though, like I don't think that they make any drugs in Mexico besides methamphetamine and marijuana.
That can't
And
be true.
marijuana's I'm almost positive, and marijuana is like legal now because the cocaine comes from like
I don't think it's legal in Mexico. Are you sure about that? Or
yeah they legalized
something
marijuana
you know.
like last year or something like that.
Good for them.
Yeah,
Very
I'm like
progressive.
99% sure. Yeah, I mean,
Someone told me it wasn't, but I'm
it's
not sure.
not legal yet.
I think it's more of a
Marijuana,
counter.
yes.
I think it's a bit of a countermeasure against the cartel, right? Because you like take away one of their enterprises by legalizing.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know if I would have saw it if it was for sale. I wasn't looking for it.
Yeah.
What's the rough, like, how long were you up in the air for, Woody, for that jump, and then versus how long did it take you to get back, out of curiosity?
That flight was an hour. My best flight was just under 3 hours.
Okay.
Where
You were in the air.
I'm
hovering
trying
over
to
those hot spots for 3 hours on your best one.
So forgive me. I want to like really like picture this trip. So you flew out of Raleigh, I guess, to like
Dallas,
where?
Fort Worth, where they lost all my luggage. Yeah.
You
So
didn't
start
paramotor
strong.
down there?
no, I didn't paramotor to Mexico. Just 40-mile hops.
I'm not going to make it over the fence.
I'll never make it over the Dole.
You have
know,
like
I make
wings
fun
or
of-
sails or something for your paramotor, right, Woody? Do you have like?
It looks just the same with a propeller on your back.
Do you have what is your what's the decal on your sails? Like, what do you have? Like, how I know if I look up and I see a sail in the sky, how do I know it's Woody? What am I looking for?
It's just a bunch of dollars.
It's hard to spot me. I have I don't even know how many wings I have now, like 11 or something like that. Like if I want a wing it's different than what I have, I get that. And now they're just accumulating.
You got like vanity plates,
Yeah.
like higher than you.
I tend to do a lot of acro. So if the dude's just if he looks like he's crashing, it's probably me. That's it. I'm that guy. So yeah.
Okay.
I
So
don't
they
speak
lost
any Spanish.
They lose your luggage at Dallas Fort Worth.
Okay.
How do you get to Mexico? Like, is that a drive across thing, or do you
So
hop another
no,
flight?
the stopover was at
There's a
Dallas Fort
tunnel.
Worth, and then I flew into Mexico City. And I arrived at Mexico City. There was no luggage, so I stayed at a hotel there for 2 nights while I waited for my luggage to arrive. And I just walked around Mexico City in relatively dirty underwear. And but like
In good company.
I had to process that. But yeah, like I don't know, like like Jackie's at home, like, oh man, that sucks, whatever. And I'm like, it doesn't suck. It's just a different vacation. I was gonna check out Valle de Bravo. Now I'm checking out Mexico City. So I went to this like big church in the middle of Mexico City, and so I started walking around. I was on a mission to like get some pesos, eat lunch, and just see the locals. I'm big for Mexico.
Were you by
Everyone's had this
yourself at
experience.
time?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Everyone's had this experience. Not everyone, but like you go to like Japan or something, and you're like, I am a human here. Dude, I was in a road with like 500 people in view in Mexico City. And I'm like, I think I'm literally the biggest guy here. like I don't see
Was
a
that an
single
awesome
person.
feeling?
I guess a little. Like I'm like,
Now, Woody,
you know what? I'm a little hard to kidnap.
yeah. now, Woody, imagine how you'd have felt looking at all those 500 unarmed people if you'd had a gun.
I don't know. It's bold of you to assume they're unarmed. Mexico.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume they have a couple Glocks floating around Mexico City. But I'm just like, I know this isn't the reality, but I'm having fun picturing Woody in like an American flag hat and like a thin blue line shirt, wearing a fanny pack,
with, like build the wall as you walk down.
Build the wall. just like the walk around Mexico City in a MAGA shirt challenge. Like, impossible difficulty.
Yeah, now half of them are girls, of course, but yeah, like Americans are just bigger than Mexicans, it would seem. So
it's got to be the opposite, as if you like if you took a paragliding trip to Iceland.
Yes, all those
like,
fucking Vikings.
Fuck, I'm going back to Mexico. I need a little confidence boost.
Yeah. Oh, so what's the next video? What did we watch? 2 of them so far?
Yeah. Let's go.
Yeah,
let's go
so
to slide number 3.
I knew the word taxi. So I just I'm like, taxi. I was asking him where to go. Hit play.
Have you gotten clean underwear by this one?
Hang on.
I understand what my wing packing team was telling me. This is the way to the taxi. I'm a little suspicious that they're right, but I don't have any phone signal. So it's the best information I have.
I was hiking.
You're just trying to figure it out. No phone signal. Little Oscar just kind of pointed in a direction. And you're like, Oscar, I need you to understand this. Me llamo es Mateo. Sí.
Me llama es Oscar. Sí.
Oscar, I need you to listen to me because this is important. Me llamo es Mateo. You gotta get me out of here, Oscar. My name is Matthew.
They told me to go down the road and turn left. And I had no idea what they were saying, but I did understand go down the road. When I got to the turn, they all started screaming, Mateo. I turn around, all these kids doing jumping jacks, and they're like, that way. And those were the last directions I got. I was climbing through the woods. By the way, the altitude is 8,000 feet in this part of Mexico. I'm fucking exhausted. If you watch these videos, look for the vein on the side of the face. Oh my God. It's so huge. It's pulsing.
When I was in Colorado for those 2 weeks at I think it's 5,000 almost exactly. You feel it. Like you definitely feel it because we're smoking too.
Yeah.
Oh, I that's what I'm saying. 8,000 is clearly an incalculable percentage more. I can't imagine. It's incalculable. But no,
you can't do that.
So how long did you hike in altitude on the directions of an immigrant? Not an immigrant. And you're the immigrant.
Yes, I am. Yeah, between 3 and 4 hours. It was so fucking steep and slippery. I'm on all fours with that backpack.
That's horrible.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna need to stop you multiple times throughout this because
3 or 4 hours. Right. That's grueling.
But you had down to the end of the road where you could see them, and then left.
Hang on.
You going 4 hours?
4 hours.
So I need to understand the day now. We got to rewind just a little bit. So let me understand this. You went out into the jungle and jumped off a mountain and went for a ride on your thing, and at some point you crash landed into a Mexican farmers or some peasants, and then you paid the children to fix your wing, and you were on your way, and you said "Me llama es Mateo," and they said "Sí," and they pointed to the left, and you walked on that alone. Hang on, let me. Did you see an adult? Were these children unattended, or did they have?
One of them was an older teenager.
What would you estimate was the age of the oldest individual that you
16,
encountered?
Maybe that was the one with no shoes.
So you never saw the father or mother who. So the next night, Dad got home, or Mom presumably got home, and they were like, Mateo came by. He flew from the sky, and he gave us all this money, and
I gave the money to a 6-year-old. And then I had to pantomime that it was to be shared because he was taking it in.
Oh, no.
That was a week's worth of food for one kid.
Pretend I'm little Oscar and explain to me that the meager wage that you've just given me must be now split amongst all of my many.
You probably thought it was the first installment.
Oscar was like, "We're a little cheap, but
No, he lost it. They
I
were
never
so
worked for
excited.
this little
But
before."
it was a 500 because you normally pay 50. I gave him 500, and you know what? Well, 20 to 50 is the range. I gave him 500, and
I have more
so he
questions
was
already.
like, oh, and everyone else is like, oh, and I'm like, split, because they were. I think they
He's
were
saying, gather around to look at how much money he gave to just Oscar. Look, everybody be jealous of Oscar is what he's saying.
He's saying, "I gave that much to the tiniest of you. Just imagine the fortune I'll give."
I think they
Me,
were asking if it was to be
Mateo.
divided, and I was saying C. And, you know, so anyway, so I'm hiking through the woods. It's steep. How many videos have we watched?
Please
3
tell
or
me there's a number of you, because I would love to see your optimism when you just finished, paying the kids. Everyone's like waving you off, and like you got your wing versus 2.5 hours in and 3.5 hours in. I just want
can't
to see.
imagine you were taking video
I
3.5
think there's
hours.
some videos in the
Oscar
middle.
lied.
I didn't upload, but like you just see me, like I took a couple breaks in those in that hiking period because I was winded, and there'd be like an uphill section made worse by the fact that it was uphill and muddy, and I just sat down and sort of chilled and stuff. I thought that I had water. I remember buying water. When I got back home, I saw exactly where I set the water down, but for the hike itself, there was no water, and that would have been nice.
That's horrible. You could have died.
Self-efficacy,
dude. If they would have told me, well said. But if they would have told me, if I was in your position, they're like, see, a 4-hour hike up the hill, I'd be like, I'm your new brother Taylor. I'm gonna live here with you and lose some weight. And then when I'm in better shape, I'm gonna make the march up the 4-hour hill.
And you just never do. You become an old man there eating beans and rice.
I'm quickly like sneaking food at night. Like
Silly Taylor thinks
you don't even like beans, and I'm just
you only got $24, Taylor. How much food do you think there is? So
Okay,
we're
so
like,
what do
where's
you-
that $24
so
Mateo
here's
gave
what
us?
as I hike, I come out of the woods and I get onto a dirt road, and I'm like, oh, maybe there's cars on the dirt road, and I maybe saw a couple, but they were all going the wrong way. There was people working, and if I had good Spanish, I might have asked them for a ride, but instead I just hiked on and hiked on. Eventually, coming the other way, there is a motorcycle with a family on it. I thought it was being driven by like a 5-year-old because he is sitting on the front holding the handlebars. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening here? And then I realize it's the dad behind him also holding the handlebars that's running the thing. And then I realized behind him is mom sitting on the bike. And mom has an infant. There is a family of 4 on a 150cc motorcycle coming in the other direction. The guy stops and seems to ask me in Spanish if I want to ride. Yeah. So he leaves his wife and 2 children alone in the woods. Right?
Stop! Pause.
I've been looking for an excuse to get rid of that bitch for years.
One of the kids is like 5 months old.
So
There's so many questions.
So we're gonna pause a few times. So you're telling me this man stopped and he asked you if you wanted to ride, and your answer was yes.
I don't know if I'm supposed to feel guilty about
He
this.
hasn't had
I bought
water
the
in
whole
like
family
2
dinner
weeks.
with this ride, right? But my answer was yes. Yes, my answer was yes.
He
So
was 4 hours into a hike at 8,000 feet with no water. I would have
Don't
kicked the
you
family
make
off the bike.
excuses.
I would have hijacked the bike. He's like, I was going to offer you a ride, and it's like, too late.
Was this what I've been training for? Oh, you too, bitch.
And the kid.
This 5-month-old has no resistance whatsoever. But yeah, that's what happened. Can we watch the last video with volume?
All right.
Is that the last video?
I understand what my wing packing team was telling me.
Oh, we saw this one.
This is the way to the taxi.
Let me see. Did I make a mistake? Which is the last video?
Because I know.
Oh, I have fucked up. Oh no.
Yeah, just send it to.
While you gather that, I
Yeah,
had another
give me-
question. You mentioned earlier that like you paid the peasant children like much more than the going rate, and I was curious, how was a going rate ever established? Because like I know that I tip like $4 on like a medium pizza if it shows up at my house, something like that. But like I have no idea how much you tip a Mexican child to untangle a parachute, and you seem to have like a known amount.
I'll let Woody keep looking. I know, and it's different because Woody went to like a not resort place, but I know from like going to resorts in like Jamaica or whatever that like if you ask, like the front people will tell you, or like the taxi driver like on the way to the resort will tell you, and so you can be like, I think my wife asked when we went, was like, hey, what's the amount of like cash you leave in the room like afterward, like for the cleaning person, like as their tip for cleaning your room for the week? And they were like 20 bucks, leave $20 at the end of the 5 days or whatever. That's the normal amount.
What I always do is you know those 20s that you open it up and it says that, you know, God, it loves you, and that you should give your soul over to him.
You piece of shit.
I figured I could give him $20, and that could be gone frivolously, you know, probably buy a little Oscar, some shoes or something. Or I could give them that little message and ruin their fucking day.
I mean, but think about it like this, Kyle. You're teaching a man to fish.
No, I am teasing, of course. But like, how many times have you guys picked up one of those bullshit things and been like, "Fuck you, God. You know what? I'm not going to."
I'm looking up churches of Satan. I'm not going to go there either because church sucks, but just looking it up.
I had called that my first flight, but really it wasn't. We did an evening flight the day before and landed in a field where there were, like, when you land, there's video of me doing it. There are like 8 wing packers and they all rush up to you. And I don't know what they're saying, but it's basically, can I pack your wing? Professional. I am professional. Let me pack your wing. And
I assume they probably throw in there, if no, just say something. Just let me know that you don't want that. Which is probably...
I picked the biggest one, who was like 11. And I'm like, you, right? You're the oldest. You're probably good at packing wings.
It's like Peter Pan. Just children running around.
So that's how
There's like this whole little group of children there that are all missing various fingers because they got caught in the loops of rigging and stuff. And man, they
poor little work to the bone fingers, and they're stepping on rock. Actually, the bottom of their feet are probably really hard.
Just like golems, just black and charred.
I had a friend in like middle school who his entire life, like I went over to hang out with him once and we were like going outside to like play in the woods or something. And he just started walking out barefoot. And I was like, what are you doing? We're going to like play in the creek bed and the woods and everything. He's like, yeah, I've always gone barefoot. And so like, I'm like, okay. Because I've done the barefoot thing on like creek beds and you think you're going to be fine. And then you're like, like your feet are getting stabbed. This fucker was like Mowgliing around like just fine. Like the bottom of his feet must have been, 2 centimeters thick of skin. He's like, yeah, we just never wore shoes.
I'm liking that Jungle Book reference.
So Zach, you probably have the last video queued up with volume.
There we go.
This one again?
Okay, so this is awesome. He stopped. He saw me walking.
Look at that vein.
Maybe you're right.
Face.
Don't know what he said.
Please do not hurt my family.
Run away.
I would take you anywhere you want to go. Please do not hurt my family, sir.
Woody, can you also please send the one of you in the back or in the truck?
Okay.
That was for me the funniest one by far.
Did like the other people you launched with, or like presumably like this isn't your equipment, presumably you rented this from? Did they tell you?
That's the luggage they lost.
Okay, so you got it again eventually. Okay.
Yeah.
So like, did you know to expect this? Did you expect that you would fly for an hour and then have a 4-hour hike followed by a random motorcycle ride followed by a truck ride back with no water? Like, were you prepared for this?
I just sent it. You know, I didn't do a lot of preparation. I had confidence in my ability to launch and land safely, and the rest of it, I just accepted my fate.
Man, I would have
was,
been in such a bad
was-
mood after that 4-hour hike. I would have
This is
booked
such
the
a
next
good mood.
flight home.
Looking for the truck video that
This
you
man
like
has a
so much.
Oh,
family.
yeah, you put it on
How-
on the WhatsApp. That was very funny.
How far did this guy bring you on his motorcycle? Like, how long were his like wife and like infant son or infant kid?
It
sitting
was
there?
it was probably 15-20 minutes on the back of that motorcycle. So double
Each
that, I
way.
suppose. You know,
Wow.
for how long, dude?
I
And I
mean,
was
A
talking
lot
about.
can happen in 40
I
minutes.
wonder if they had water. Like,
You could have bummed some.
Well, I don't think you're supposed to drink after you're bitten by a poisonous snake. God knows what happened to him out there.
And you
God,
probably
that-
couldn't drink the water anyway. It might have
That was-
made you sick.
What if that wasn't what if that wasn't his family? That was his fare. He was driving the mother and the infant somewhere and her
The
child,
hospital.
but he saw a rich American and he was like, "Get off of the motorcycle, you pregnant bitch." And that is Mateo. I heard of his generosity.
Yeah.
Actually, I heard it's not so great, but better than you.
Yeah. He like just stops, like skids, like solemnly, like tu llama es Mateo?
Sí.
Me amo es Mateo.
You had quite the
Yeah,
adventure.
that's
it
quite the
sounds like.
adventure.
yeah,
Jesus.
I am uploading one more video. So
Yeah, I want to
yeah.
see you in the back of
one's
his truck.
Yeah, the back of the
Taylor's
truck
favorite.
one is so funny.
This is the last day.
But we don't have the narrative up to here. So you're on the motorcycle. That's where the narrative cut out. So
That-
Yeah.
On that trip, once I got on the motorcycle, I felt like the drama was over. The motorcycle took me to a place that was more populated. I was able to get a taxi. I took the taxi into town and hiked back to my house.
so what's the truck then?
It wasn't. This isn't the only time this happened, Phil.
That was day 2.
Yeah, that was kind of day 2. After that, I started having a lot of success. Like, the real object of Valle de Bravo is to launch from that launch site that I showed you in the first video, fly around and get to the lake. Next to the lake is the town that we're staying in. It's hikeable. It's like 3 miles from my house uphill. And obviously the lake is like at the bottom. Anyway, so and there's like a sandwich place there. There are sometimes wing packers, and you land gloriously where you intended to land. It's this like success, and you're near a town which has all the facilities you might want, you know, water, food, stuff. So the next, I don't know, 6 flights in a row or something, I achieved that. And I was getting progressively like longer and longer. Like, the first day I went there like as directly as I could. The next day I went a little farther out to these mountains called Three Kings. And then the next day I'm like out by the antennas. And that is kind of like, that was the flight that was almost 3 hours. It's the greatest like normal achievement. If you do more than that, then you're probably somebody who's special. So and then I was doing it at first by staying with other pilots and kind of mirroring their actions. And then as time went on, I'm doing it all by myself, you know, making my own decisions and not having anyone else's clues. So I felt like I was growing as a pilot and having more and more success. And then I'd be with a group, but I'm the guy on top, right? I'm the guy that everyone's following, which is like, you know what? I guess I'm pretty good at this. And then on the last day, I was humbled. Everything I did was wrong. I would see some guy get massive lift. 10 seconds later, I would go there and get no lift whatsoever. Everything I did was wrong. I was on the radio with another pilot, and he kept telling me what I was doing wrong. And he'd be like, Woody, you're turning too sharp. And it's like, I just tried turning not as sharp, but okay. Woody, you're not turning sharp enough. What are you doing? Woody, cross your feet. Woody. And then I'm just like, everything I do is wrong, and you keep telling me to do things I just tried, and it's making me crazy. At some point, I'm alone, just screaming curse words in my helmet to nobody. I just like I'm so frustrated. Everything is going terrible, and what it is it's cloudy. So we covered at the beginning how the sun heats the earth, whatever. It does that poorly if it's overcast. All the lift is really, really weak. Somehow, especially for me. Like, sometimes you have bad luck. Maybe before I actually sucked and I just had good luck. This time I had bad luck. It's the whole cliche. Like, when you're on top, you're not as good as you think you are, and when you're on the bottom, you're not as bad as you think you are. Probably.
Mhm.
Maybe I really suck. But the last day, I couldn't do anything right, and I'm just screaming and I'm cursing and I'm searching and searching. I land in this field. I've got a bunch of videos about it, but when I pick a landing site, like my top priority is safety. I'm trying to land and not get hurt or break my leg or whatever. That'd be a real problem. My second priority is convenience. And I didn't realize that I was like 3 barbed wire fences away from the road, each one of them trying to perform testicular surgery on me. And they don't have gates or anything. So you're just like figuring it out. Like, well, maybe if I squeeze these 2 together, and then I get to the road, no one's picking me up. There's a bunch of cars just like that motorcyclist made me think everyone was anxious for a few dinero. No, not everybody. And I'm hitchhiking, and I'm not even walking that long. Call it like 20 minutes, but I'm getting a little frustrated because like 8 cars passed me, and I'm not getting any rides. And let me see. I have this is the video that Taylor likes. Eventually I get picked up. So Zach, he'll need a second, I'm sure.
It's funny because the way you frame the video is initially you can't tell what you're in, and then just the reveal of
with volume. There's hay on my face.
Okay, I've once again secured a ride. But we're
Look at the
moving
vein.
along. He thinks there might be a taxi.
Oh no!
flying.
I really wish also in the truck were sad workers.
Yeah. So the guy in the passenger seat spoke English, and the driver, who was the boss, did not. So I was talking to the passenger, and he's like, I think he was telling me to throw my gear in the back, or I don't understand. But I climb in the back, and he's like, okay, or that. And,
Or that.
And they just start going.
Oh no.
There didn't seem like there was room up front for any more people. And they drove me a long way. It was like 30 minutes in the back of that truck.
Were you standing the whole time like a dog? Just
Yes,
Just
the whole
fucking-
time. And the Mexican roads are so like potholy and stuff. Dude, there are entrepreneurs who fill the potholes and then beg for money because they're like improving the road. They're just poor people who own a shovel, but they fill it with dirt. So tomorrow there's still a job for them. They're only they don't fill it with rocks or anything permanent. They're just putting loose soil in there and then asking for money. And every day they do the same thing.
It's a good grift.
And but it was hard to stay to the back of the truck because he kept like slamming on the brakes for all these potholes, and he's dodging them, and he's moving around, and there's so many speed bumps in Mexico. I don't know why no one's going fast. But he took me for a while, and then I was giving him 500 pesos for the ride, and the guy is like no, because he was going that way already. He felt like he was just doing me a little favor, putting me in the back, no big deal. And I talked to the pastor. I was like, tell him that I'm rich. And then he says that in Spanish, and the guy's like, okay.
Damn, that is a risky move in Mexico. Please announce to this strange man that you're rich.
Get back in the truck.
Yeah. He just picks up the little radio and says something to it right after that. You're like, wait a minute,
The
this wasn't
spider
smart.
just caught a couple of flies.
Wow. It turns out one of his close friends is a taxi driver. It's an unmarked cab, but it's it'll get you where you go.
So that was the last day when everything went wrong for me flying wise.
You went
And,
to another country
oh, and then
told
as soon as
a stranger you're rich.
As soon as I landed, the sun came out and the sky turned on, and there was all this terrific lift. And but yeah, dude, I had a great time. Like,
Yeah,
to me,
super.
I feel like if you don't go to central Mexico and hitchhike, then you're missing out on some cool shit.
Yeah. Roll the dice with life, guys. Just to see.
Woody,
And
would
you
you,
don't know-
would
you
you
don't know
say
Taylor?
now?
Yeah.
So would you say now that all that nonsense about migrants having a tough time getting over here in the beds of trucks and all that, like overblown, right? You had a great time.
Easy. Yeah, I didn't have any trouble at all. Just hand out 500s
Any-
like they're
Hey,
candy.
Were you put in any cages or molested in any way? No.
No. I was I was treated quite nicely.
I've never seen someone so happy in the back of a Mexican truck.
No.
Like
It was a
lab.
blast.
That's
Oh, I want to
outrageous.
know the so also while you were there, you experienced some of the local cuisine that you shared with us. So you were gonna buy ants. They were
Ant
out of
larva.
ants.
Yeah, they were. She's had a great line because I shared the menu and it had all these things on it like ant larva, grasshoppers, some sort of like I don't know, antichoke bugs or something. I have no idea. But I ordered the ant larva because I thought that it was the one that would most be changed into some other food. Like, oh, it says ant larva, but when it gets here, it's gonna look like gravy or
Mhm.
sauce or something like that. They were out of ant larva, and Chiz is like, did they look for him? Like maybe shake the trash cans or something? Maybe there's ant larva out back, which was a cool line. But when he didn't have any, I ordered the grasshoppers. So in my head, I guess I figured they would turn the grasshoppers into something else, into something better. Like, oh, sure, it says grasshopper.
A caterpillar.
Do you have
It's-
video of this as well?
I have pictures of the grasshopper meal. Is there an easy way to get from like your phone to the internet instead of the 3-step process I take? I'm not sure, but yeah. So they gave me the grasshoppers. This might take a minute. Oh, well, all right.
My
sharing.
guess is that they just look like grasshoppers. I don't know if that's better or worse than if they handed me like something that they were like, oh yeah, it's puree of beetle, and it was just like a dip.
I don't want to eat bugs at all.
I would prefer not, but I think if you dip something in chocolate, like almost anything.
And this was what they
Pretty
were
good.
serving you on the back of the truck as you were driving in? Or?
No, this
No,
is a
he-
restaurant. He sent us
no,
a photo of the
he's-
menu. It had like it had normal stuff too, like chicken taco, but then it was like ant larva, fucking
Fancy
burrito.
restaurant, like hole in the wall. Like,
It was a pretty fancy
Uh,
restaurant, I would say.
okay.
Somehow I thought they'd make it good. Like it says ant larva, but by the time they've prepared it and turned it into a meal in which people would eat, it's gonna be like nachos or something. Like that was my expectation.
Yeah.
That was not my reality at all. It's just not how it went down.
Yeah, they did not bother to change the form of the grasshopper. They left them as is, the way God made them.
Yes.
yeah,
Which
this
is gross.
this is the Mexican equivalent of like farm to table. Like this is like the purest of ingredients. They've gotten you like field harvested grasshoppers. They're not going to put this into something else. You're going to lose the flavor of the meat.
Yeah.
For some reason, so the way that you ate it is you got a little tortilla, you filled it with grasshoppers, smeared some like avocado on it, and tried it.
And then drank a very strong bourbon immediately after.
Dude,
bourbon.
I took a bite and it was like I don't know why I expected this to be good. It was so grasshoppery. It was clearly just bugs in a tortilla.
Well, that's what it was. Like I know you can't get the picture, but you sent the photo of the little tortilla you made. Very good looking tortilla, but it had like 4 fat grasshoppers in it. And then like, you know how like guacamole is usually applied. It's like, oh, a little flavor enhancer. Like the amount that Woody put in that taco was like, we're gonna blast through these with the power of avocados. Like just huge. Like you just like emptied half a toothpaste in there of avocado.
Yeah, I had this image. I was a little kid. I hated eggplant. My mother would make these eggplant dishes, right? And I have to eat them as a kid. And I would do it by like eat it with a big like mouthful of rice and chase it with water, or with milk rather, as a kid.
Mhm.
And I'm just imagining Woody doing this with the grasshoppers. But like, why? Like,
Exactly. I
When
sent
in
the
Rome.
pictures via Discord. There should be oh, I have fucked this up. I thought I sent an image.
Here we go.
of it.
Okay.
Jack got it.
Okay, yeah. So that's the grasshopper.
hard to make out from here. Like,
No, I'm seeing it. They look more like crickets.
Oh,
It
that's
look-
the thing.
oh.
You got hoodwinked. These are
Yeah,
nothing more than
now.
a common cricket.
now that does look exactly like a burrito full of bugs.
See,
Like if
that's
you
a-
if you
that's
weren't
a cricket
expecting this and
taco.
you opened your burrito, like you'd ordered a burrito somewhere and it was like a steak burrito or something, you open it up, you'd be like, what the fuck? But this okay.
Is there cheese you can put on it? Like, are they helping you with other ingredients?
Yeah, maybe some salsa.
Hey, a good-
something.
Can you show the other link, Zach?
Mhm.
This is the plate that it was served on. He usually needs a second to show
Yeah, I
it.
like that presentation.
I'm excited to hear.
I like that he made that fancy little arrow with the zigzag on the end, and then he threw a bunch of fucking cockroaches on his face.
Dude,
When
that's
it got- out of the corner of my eye, I thought one of them jumped or moved or something. Like it must have fallen.
Woody, what if you call the waiter and be like, "Excuse me, I don't want to cause a stink, but there's a hair in my
excuse me, there's a hair in my pile of bugs.
Even after seeing it, I thought that they would be like seasoned or
That's
something
so
in such
funny.
a way. It was literally just a plate full of bugs that I put on a Tostito. I ate the entire Tostito. I was afraid that I would look back at myself having had like a single bite of grasshopper and not really like, experienced Mexico.
Taylor, you know what the waiters were saying in the back as they watched Woody eat the whole thing.
We only have this on there to make this place seem authentic. That's fucking gross.
I've never seen anyone eat the whole thing. Jesus.
I mean, like, it didn't even have like
No, that's
chili
awesome.
powder or like something to make it
We
taste
were-
nice. It was just bland ass bugs.
Give us the top note, like the redeeming feature of
Give
grasshopper.
us the
What
detailed flavor palette.
was it? The texture? Like, do you like the fact that the legs are just full of like crunchy and hairy texture, or
It
what?
was crunchy as fuck. And then once you like smushed into the grasshopper, it tasted exactly how you'd expect grasshopper to taste. And that was the most shocking part of all. Somehow I was sure that if there were grasshoppers on the menu of a nice restaurant, that it wouldn't taste like grasshopper, but it very much did. And then I just ate it. By the time I finished the Tostito, I actually felt bad, like a little sick. And the biggest mistake I made, was having had finished my drink before starting the grasshopper.
Oh,
Because the grasshopper just lingered in my mouth as I waited for Pepe or whatever my waiter's name was to bring me something to wash the grasshopper down with.
You got like a little.
Please tell me you got home and Jackie was like, I know you love him. You had a great time. And she made you a homemade plate of grasshopper when you got home, like freshly picked. Like,
Freshly
Dare to
picked.
dream. Or freshly picked.
I
That's
think
so
somebody
gross.
else that you had ordered some ant, because I saw like the ant larva on the menu. The menu
was
was
my
interesting
first
to me.
choice.
I mean, maybe they'd be interested to see the menu because
It takes
because
me
it,
a minute.
yeah, no, don't worry about that. But it was like honeyed ant larva or something like that was
Yeah.
on there, and
Which would probably have been better than the grasshopper
I
because
don't
you
think
can
so.
you can smother a lot of taste out with stuff like honey.
honey.
I gotta
yeah.
say, like I'm down to eat a lot of stuff, but like at some point, like it's just a stunt, right? Like there's no
Yeah.
way that like grasshopper is like tasty. Like I
No,
get that
there's no way.
I'm sure it's a great renewable source of protein, but in the end, you're eating an insect.
It's
so
like
there's-
it's the
it's
same
still-
way that like we've talked about this before, where like it'll be like, oh, in fucking Kenya, this cricket dish is a delicacy, and it's like, yeah, that's because they don't have cheesecake. Like like,
So to steal a Woody Turner phrase here, for those of us who don't know, what do grasshoppers taste like? What are they close to? Like, what's the nearest comparable food that we might have had?
Caterpillar?
good
I don't
question.
know.
I haven't had caterpillar. Like,
Wait, have you had caterpillar?
Having had grasshopper, I feel like I know what caterpillar would be like too.
but it's not helpful. We need
That's like
nearest
saying,
comparable for
we
Woody is
eat as a point of
caterpillar.
that's like saying because you've had pork, you think you'd know what a snake would taste like.
because they're both
No,
meaty.
so it's crunchy and the inside is gross, and they smell like caterpillars, and they taste like grasshoppers. I
Time
don't know
out!
what they're
I
right.
need a pause button with you. You're like you're on fire tonight.
It
We should
does
do like a
not
video
taste like
reaction to
chicken.
Woody describing this because we need a pause for this.
Wait, what did you just say?
I have no idea.
He said the outside is crunchy and the inside tastes like grasshoppers.
Yeah, I can't help
What
you.
do grasshoppers taste like?
Not like chicken, not like steak, not like bison. They're just gross and squishy on the inside, and they sort of the
If there's
legs
how about a
get caught in between
consistency?
your teeth.
Yeah,
Like
consistency.
tofu, like what are we talking about when you say squishy? Like
So that it is like rotten yogurt on the inside of a grasshopper,
Oh,
and the out and the outside is like dirt and exoskeleton. It's
Okay.
yeah.
yeah. I'm gonna stick
Okay.
with real animals. eating real animals, not bugs. The
It is
smallest
good.
animal, yeah.
Zach, can you share that I sent on Discord? Did you get it? I don't have any.
I had some
information
sort
that
of,
it
I
worked.
can't remember what
I don't know
fucking
if it
insect
did.
it was now, but I had it in a drink once. I had a spicy like margarita drink that had part of that as like the powdered part in that, and that wasn't bad. But I didn't taste it or I didn't notice
Yeah.
it. Like it was
Oh.
in there, but like you didn't notice. So
Zach's
Yeah.
trying.
Well, they'll
Oh,
like I've
I'm
heard of
sorry,
like
you're right.
like silly things with like bugs and like stuff with drinks. Like they'll have like Mexican tequila. I only know this from like seeing it in TV shows, and I know it's real. Where they're like, oh, there's a worm in the bottom of the tequila, or there's like a little snake in the bottom of the tequila. But that's really not that gross because it's sitting in alcohol.
You got
You
it.
know, like it's not nearly as nasty as eating a bug in its entirety.
I don't know if
Worms
you can
of
zoom in and all,
Magui
but if you
cactus with guacamole.
artichoke with vinaigrette and 4 cheeses. No, we skip right by that. Totters of pork and vinegar, grasshoppers with guacamole. That's what we got. Worms of magui cactus with guacamole, shrimp octopus cocktail, ant larva with melted butter. They didn't have that. Mixed salad and cheese fondue. So
It feels like a couple of these are on there just to like catch the tourists. Like this whole menu is like there's a lot of good ones and a couple that you just don't do. And if you do, you're getting charged extra.
By
'Cause
the
clearly-
way, can I just say the cheese fondue for 2 with, first of all, that rhymes, with Argentinian sausage sounds amazing. And you chose
I was thinking the same
grasshoppers?
thing.
No, his
grasshoppers
I'm
were my
going
second
ant
choice. They
larva.
didn't have
Oh,
ant larva.
Forgive me.
I'm going fondue on this menu for sure. Get a little mixed salad so I don't feel guilty about eating for 2.
No, we're not
I
doing
wanted
that.
to.
I assumed I'd be sharing.
Eat a little
the-
more so I feel less good.
It was fondue for 2.
No,
I
no,
just
not
assumed
share
that-
it.
You with the crab. I told
But
somebody
it's
your
for
crab
people
story.
but it's for smaller people.
I told somebody your crab story about how you sat there and ate 4 portions of crab in front of a girl. That's how I said it, and I sort of left it open at the end, and they were like, "How did she ever come back in?" He's like, "Yeah, she married him. She married him."
Now she knows when we go out for seafood, it's a 4-hour event.
Yeah, yeah.
I get up in the middle like it's an intermission at a play, and I kind of just like stretch, and I'm like, "You're not going home yet, bitch. You can shovel some more in."
I almost ordered
eat crab events or something like where you could make
Hardly
money on
any anymore. I've run them all out of town.
it?
They know better than that. They've learned their lesson.
Yeah,
I
the
almost ordered
finest crab
crab
you can get
the-
in Missouri.
I almost ordered crab the other day, but it was so expensive. It felt like wasteful. Like, it was going to be like $60 to like order just like a portion, like I don't know, a meal of crab and like sides and stuff.
And that's probably like what, like 3 clusters at most. It's like
It was
the
like-
beginnings of an appetizer.
that was like 4 pounds plus sides or something like that, which I feel like is about how much crab I'd want to eat. Like 4
Yeah.
pounds, I think would do the trick.
That's
But,
not too bad for $60 then.
Yeah, but that's lunch. Like it's like I didn't really want to spend $60 on lunch on a whim. It seemed shitty to do. But when I looked at what it cost to like buy crab and cook it, it's not like you're saving a ton of money. Man, Mitty got a real kick of me out of us talking about him being a crab cop on PKN.
Oh,
Mitty
yeah.
is my friend Mitty. For those who don't know, works loss prevention at one of those big box stores. You might need a membership card to get in. Who knows? And so he sits behind this big bank of computers or monitor systems, and he watches to see if anybody's stealing. And he's really good at his job because, like, he's a gamer. Like we, so he's he can operate. He's been on 4 monitors for years. You add a couple more, and now instead of like CS:GO guys, he's got a fucking swipe and hit in the head. He's got like
That's terrific.
he's got some young lady out to steal 18 pounds of crab and shove.
Quick-scoping thieves.
He's quick scoping him right off the bat. I saw one the other day. Like he's chasing this lady, and he's a big boy. He's like 6'4", 260. He's chasing this lady out through the parking lot, and she doesn't know he's coming. She's got this big bag of stolen crab and lobster, and he grabs her from behind, and then a car like is on the other side of her. I'm like, oh shit, that's her boyfriend. Mitty's gonna have to face off with this dude. No, that's Mitty's backup. He saw the crab cops are on the fucking scene. He saw Mitty chasing after this girl, and he was like, Mitty needs help. And he fucking skidded a car in front of this lady, and they got her sandwiched. And he's like, lady, give me the crab. She's like, He's like, lady, I outweigh you by 150 pounds. She goes, what does that mean? He goes, it means I'm getting the crab.
Man, busting out one-liners in the parking lot. Cease and desist, man. Hand freeze. Get it? Because they're frozen. He's got a pretend gun.
He's like,
no, they don't give us guns. I bring my own from home.
And then he pegs her with a couple rubber
come
pellets.
along or there'll be trouble. He starts using RoboCop lines. It's hilarious. Every time that he like fucking lays hands on another one of these crab thieves, he sends me the video and he's got me rolling.
These
And
pieces of shit driving up the price of crab for honest Americans.
Dude, they steal. So I've been learning more and more about what these folks steal. So I've got another friend who also works at a different kind of store, and they were like, look, these are the things that people have been stealing recently. This is what we've caught people stealing. And what they'll do is they'll go into like a grocery store or wherever, they fill the entire shopping cart with detergent, laundry detergent, like pods.
Yeah.
Those pods, I was like, first of all, why? And they're like,
Yeah.
those pods are like gold on the streets. And I was like, the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, right.
Apparently, everybody washes their clothes, and the pods are a really easy way to like split up like a whole thing of detergent and like sell them on the streets. And so she's like, that's $1,100 worth of detergent in that shopping cart. You don't think about it, but each one of those little containers is like 40 fucking bucks. So they just like loaded the thing up with like the big boxes of it and
so they're
roll
like
out of the store.
They're like the beginning of the drug like they're the wholesalers, and then there are other people selling singles.
Yeah,
on the street.
There's selling Lucy's, they call them.
Selling Lucy's,
yeah. Maybe you're out on the streets, you're itching because your clothes are dirty, and you need.
No, you're that's not.
I
at
gotta
all.
get some Tide Pods.
You're farming yourself some fucking ant larvae. Personally, and when you're done with that, you're a little itchy. You got to get your fucking pods in. That makes sense. Okay.
Then you get your guac or your honey, and you're good to go.
So the best part is, like, if I had Mitty's job, I'd be like, I'd catch enough thieves that they'd keep me on, right? Like I would actively be watching people stealing shit and just be like, I don't need to see that. Like there's no way I'm chasing somebody down in a parking lot over. Like
Are you kidding?
Somebody pulled a gun on one of his friends.
Kyle just said he'd be lazy at work. You're like, he's kidding.
One of Mitty's associate crab cops was out there, and he was like, "Hey, give me that lobster back." And the guy was like, "Get the fuck back in the store." Like pull a gun on him, and he was like, "Yes, sir, right away. You have a good one. Did you get some butter? You got some butter for crab? Let me get you some." But Mitty is such a go-getter young man that he is, stout fellow that he is, that he has been really climbing the ranks of the crab cops. And so
really?
Upper management has taken notice.
King crab cock.
Tell me this is true.
What do they call that?
I swear it's true. And
Okay.
then they've
Promoted to
said,
major.
Mitty,
Sergeant.
Mitty, up until now, your crab
He's been
copping-
promoted to General Mills.
No, it's all naval ranks. He's
Oh. Admiral Nelson, whatever.
He's
whatever
Captain Crunch.
he spoke to Captain Crunch
Yeah,
himself
Captain Crunch.
down at HQ, and they said that up until now his crab copping has mostly been amateur, and they wanted to see if he wanted to step up to the big leagues.
Like Inglourious Bastards.
What is the
So,
big league?
Exactly
Protecting
like
the
that.
TVs.
So Mitty is being transferred to a different area. I won't be too specific, but Mitty's like, "Hey, Kyle, this is the place I'm going. This is some footage from there when I can't remember who it was, a police shooting. This is right after that. And there are people dancing in the streets, jumping up and down wearing masks while an entire city block burns." He's like, "Yeah, that's why that's the nice thing about going there. They just rebuilt the store." It's all new stuff.
Are they gonna? Or is he getting a little pay boost for putting himself in the line of fire potentially?
No.
People firing chicken nuggets at his head or something?
No, that's what I asked him. I was like, you're probably, now that you're like a sergeant in the crab cops, you're probably getting some more compensation. Like, no, not at all. Not at all. It's not about that. You don't crab
not
cop
about
for the
that.
big bucks, you know. It's for the love of the game, and it's keeping those crab prices down for the average Joe.
Kyle, you said you would be lazy with it and kind of just let them.
No, that's not what I said. I said that I would.
said that.
Yeah,
Filthy said that. I would not want to get murdered over someone else's crabs.
Would you take? I'm thinking I would quickly.
But you take
First
the
couple
job. You
weeks-
just wouldn't do any of the labor associated with it.
Look, I'll do
Exactly.
some of the labor associated with it, but what I'm saying is I'm not going above and beyond the Call of Duty.
Sure.
Okay, I'm not looking to win the Medal of Honor.
There's like
for
one
crab
line
copping.
on the
I'm
crab
gonna be
copping
like,
application. There's one line on there. It's like catch the people stealing crab. You're like not doing that one.
Look,
I'm willing to practice my FPS skills by watching
Hard
the monitor.
pass. Yeah.
I think I've played enough Call of Duty to consider myself a veteran
Yeah.
to some extent.
We all have.
And look, when you're overseas and you're fighting lefty, the first thing you realize is that this is about getting home. Okay, it's not about being some hot shot like running around like hunting people down. We're not looking to win any medals here. We just want to get home to our families. That's what we always said over there.
Yeah.
And I know you wouldn't understand
I
anything
thought you were
about
saying
this.
you were a veteran in Call of Duty when you started this story.
I'm talking
is
about Call of
saying that.
Duty. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how you get confused. I would never steal valor. It's a serious accusation you're making.
Yeah, Woody, if you could salute when speaking to an officer.
I don't know.
Kyle, would you
while
take?
you're singling me out, I get on as
Would you guys take cutbacks like a dirty cop?
Yeah.
I would absolutely like. I would pursue people into the parking lot with the crab. I say, you keep a third of this, you leave in the bushes over there. The other third I take back in. I'm the hero. You win, I win. You come back this time tomorrow. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
You'd be the chickless of the fucking crab cops.
No,
You'd have
over
your own-
time they'd call me the king crab. Well, who's getting all these pilfering? We're losing dozens of dollars today.
You'd have your own inside man in there stealing, and then you'd be on the take though. He'd slip you a few clusters. You'd look the other way.
Yeah, but then we get too bold. We
You'd
decide
smell
to
like
go,
crab all day at work.
We decide, it's predictable to rob the registers. No, we're robbing the food area at the front. Quick in, quick out. But what we forget, the hot dog soda combo is still $1.50. We only make out with like $52.
It's true.
And now I'm on the run, on the lam.
Yeah, from the crab cops.
From the crab from Mitty. Mitty gets word that one of his compatriots turned sour, and I've sullied the name of the crab cop, and he has to come after me.
Hunt you down.
That's probably why Oscar was so accommodating. He just assumed it was his regular crab shipment being flown in when Woody crash landed.
I bet Oscar would have been stoked to have crab.
Oscar's so poor he'll probably never be able to even look at a crab.
Shoes are so many steps before crab.
Yeah.
Like shoes is such a beginning step.
Shoes are so many steps.
Yeah.
Can't even make those steps without the shoes. It's pretty sad.
Oh,
poor children.
She did it.
Speaking of we were joking about Kyle, or Filthy was joking about Kyle like not working for his money, or in this hypothetical job thing. Yeah. Did you guys see this kerfuffle? There's a subreddit called Antiwork.
Yes.
And
I've heard of the subreddit, but I haven't seen anything from it. So what's
a mod from the Antiwork subreddit went on Fox News with Jesse Waters, who I don't know how popular he is on Fox News. I've seen his face before. Like he looked familiar when I watched the clip. It's only like a 3-minute clip, but it is so fucking embarrassing and difficult to watch. Like the person and the whole subreddit of Anti-Work, apparently I don't really follow it, I just know of it, but apparently beforehand they said, like, they took a big poll and were like, do we want our mods going on an interview in media and Fox News or whatever? And apparently the overwhelming response was like, no, don't do that. That's a terrible idea. This is a horrible, horrible idea. Don't do that. And this person went on and did it anyway. and they are, and like you hear Fox and you think like, oh, are they gonna like throw a sneaky bee little question or try and throw them off their game or throw salt into the mix? No, it is the most basic questions, and this person just keeps digging themselves a hole. So they, first of all, they get on the screen. There's
Wait, hold on. Are we watching this or just you describing?
no, we
It's hard,
can't
it's
watch it.
copyright.
Can't watch. Okay.
YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just describing it. You can find it's like a 3-minute clip on YouTube. But the first thing you notice in the 3-minute like side by side is you've got the Fox News host, good looking guy, well dressed, clean background. Obviously, he's a news host. The other person, the mod of Antiwork, is not looking at the camera. They're slumping, sitting over to the side. Their bed isn't made behind them. It is messy. The lighting isn't right, and it's just embarrassing to watch. And so you see this guy Jesse asking questions, and Jesse Waters, the host, being like, "So Antiwork, like, first of all, just how old are you?" And the person was like 30. It's a trans 30-year-old, and they're like, "Okay, and what do you do for work?" And he said she was like, I'm a dog walker, 30-year-old dog walker. And and Jesse Waters is sitting there like, oh. And how many hours a week do you work? And she was like, 20 to 25 hours a week. And he's like, and you think that's too much? You think that's just far too much? And she was like, not really answering that. But instead of, and I understand the frustration of people like who see the need for having conversations about workers' rights, because that is very important. But what they got was someone who literally said, this is a quote that this person said, laziness is a virtue. Laziness is a virtue if you're not engaging in like the capitalist overstructure that is trying to force you to work. And it was cataclysmic how bad it went for him. I'm trying to see. I wrote something else down about what the fuck. Oh yeah, like he then asked her like, okay, so you work 20 hours a week dog walking. Do you have any aspirations outside of that? And she was like, I want to teach philosophy. And it was like, dude, this could not have gone worse and looked worse. It is so uncomfortable. It makes the whole movement of those people look like they genuinely, it made them look like, despite any arguments they have that are totally reasonable about workers' rights, it makes them look like a bunch of children who are like, I don't want to work. And so I went there today. I don't really go to that forum, but I went and looked around, and like everyone, like 100% of comments that weren't removed by these mods were like, this is absurd to send a single 30-year-old dog walker who works 20 hours a week. By the way, someone
aspiring
went through
philosophy professor.
Well, aspiring philosophy
Yeah, don't act
professor.
like he has no
By the
dreams.
way, this person also had comments in their like history that they were posting on the Reddit that was like, I mean, I do work. I work 2 hours every day, 5 days a week. That's 10 hours a week dog walking. That's not 20 or 25. And it's like, oh my God. But like every single person is like, this is a disaster. They have humiliated the whole movement. Like do you think it would have been better if they got a single parent who's working 2 jobs and is in insurmountable debt, and inflation is causing problems? They can't afford a home. They're hemorrhaging money. Somehow they could afford a lower amount on a mortgage, but they can't afford, or they can't afford a lower amount on a mortgage. They can't afford a higher amount on rent.
Off schedule to fill in for other people with no compensation. Someone who's who is scheduled to work, say 9 to 5, but they routinely ask her to stay till 8, which brings daycare troubles. Like this
Maybe
is what
lives in an
Antiwork
area of the country where it's really expensive to buy a home, can't afford a home while they're doing this. They're just trying to make ends meet, trying to get a better future for their kids, and they just can't. Wages have stagnated for 30 years. Meanwhile, home prices are skyrocketing. There are so many angles. There's so many angles you could take on this that it's like, that's a good point. That is a good point. But instead, and like the response from the forum is exactly how you think Reddit would handle it. All of these anarchists, so-called, or a lot of the mods are so-called anarchists, they immediately just come down like fascists, like, no, you can't say that, you can't say that. they had another one of their mods post like a little update to everything. This mod described themselves as a long unemployed 21-year-old. That just means you've never worked.
Yeah, right.
Like that just means you haven't had a job yet. And so like, and now they're like,
that means you're particularly
mods decided to put this person in charge. it is just wild to see like the mods of a forum, which is like all you're doing, you're just fucking mods. You're not leaders of any movement. You just make sure that people don't say shit that's against terms of service. For them to foist themselves and be like, we'll do interviews on mainstream media, to not be smart enough to realize that accepting a mainstream media interview from Fox as an untrained mod on a Reddit forum, they're gonna clown you. I know, oh, Fox News, they're so stupid. No, they're professional news anchors. You think any of us could go up there with Anderson Cooper or fucking the right-wing guy Tucker? You think we would get trounced by them because they know the medium, they know the format. They're not doing free speaking stuff. They know the right way to phrase things.
It might have helped too. Like there could be a team in that earpiece that they're listening to.
Yeah,
that's true too. Something tells me there was the only sounds he wasn't getting in this interview in that earpiece was just howling laughter. Yeah, because I guarantee he had some like gotcha questions. They didn't even get to it. The big gotchas were how old are you and what is your occupation?
Yeah, the whole team's really enjoying this. You take this one here. You got it. We're just gonna watch. Ask her about the dogs. Ask her how many dogs she walks in a week, and then do the math.
These are some pretty long dog walks.
How many? Yeah, right. 25 hours a week, right? Wasn't that what it was?
That was the lie. Yeah. The reality was 10.
All right. All right. Let's say it was 25. Let's say you're walking each dog for an hour. So that could be 25 dogs if you were dumb enough to do each dog one at a time. That's like a premium service, right? We've seen dog walkers before, right? They look like a kid holding as many balloons as he can hold. They're bunches of them.
They charge by the pound, because I could walk 10 unruly Chihuahuas, but
Those
only
classes.
one unruly Great Dane.
Yeah, they charge more for different classes of dogs. I think you got like an XL dog. I
didn't realize how absurd dog walking is as a thing. You get a dog and you're like, I'm gonna take this animal home and I'm gonna take care of it, but I'm not gonna do even the basic minimum of giving it a walk. I'm gonna pawn that out. I'm gonna farm that out to someone else to do this for me because I want the dog, but I don't want to do even a walk. That's insane.
In my opinion, the dog walk hirer is out working, right? So the dog walker is letting the dog go to getting a bathroom break during the day, right? I think that's the scoop.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think normally so. I doubt it's like you're relaxing on the couch and like, have the help do it.
I don't know, man.
I mean, some people I'm sure are, right? Like, but probably not most. It's probably like a daycare for dogs kind of thing, which is the cutest thing ever, right? Like when my friends like send their dogs to daycare, they take a picture of the dog like during the day, and they give them a little report card, and they're like Roscoe didn't really enjoy Josephine, but he's best friends for life with Roger.
My wife is attempting to talk to her dog right now.
There's like a picture of him and Roger, and Roger's like a basset hound, and Roger's like, oh, we're friends now. And it's like, oh shit.
Those are so funny. And then you realize it's just some like drunk employee. It's sitting in the back 15 minutes before you arrive. Fucking Scooter loves to dance. What else? Alex is a Republican. Just making shit up.
Your dog had a MAGA hat on.
Dylan is suspended from daycare for racist behavior. And he pooped on the ground.
He stays away from all the blonde dogs.
He assaulted a chocolate lab. It's a hate crime.
Woody, I told you before the show I got recognized in Tarkov, but I didn't tell you the details. So I was playing today. Early this morning, I was playing Tarkov, and I wanted to snipe. I haven't done that much this wipe, so I got myself a sniper rifle, found myself a nice bush, and I sat in it. And I've been sitting there for maybe 10 minutes, just waiting on somebody to cross a big lane. And I heard a voice behind me in the game, and VoIP, and it said, "Oh my God, it's you! I'm a huge fan."
How could they have known who you are by seeing you? Were you live streaming? Were you?
No, I was live streaming to the Discord. I was in the $50 patron Discord. By the way, sign up. Make sure you do it by the end of after the end of the month if you want a full month. If you were to sign up right now, you get like 4 days. So jump in there. We've been playing a ton of Tarkov in there, and I need some fucking killers. If you're a fucking Tarkov killer, a fucking Chad Thundercock, I need some assistance, and I'd love it if you join the $50 patron. We'll play together all day. So no, this person says, Kyle, I'm a big fan. I can't believe it's you.
I'm
And
kind
so,
of a big team killer. Are you interested?
yeah. Absolutely. And so, I mean, if you, I don't care. You can team kill me, take my gear set. I'm rich as fuck. So I turn around and I look, and here this guy is in the air, 20 feet up, flying. And I'm like, yo, what's up, man? And he's like, not much. I'm a huge fan. I'm in the Patreon. And I'm like, well, I'm in the $50 Patreon Discord right now streaming this thing. And he's like, well, I'm not in that one. I get PKA in early. I'm like, oh, okay. So I'm like,
asshole.
I'm like, so
Oh, so
you're
you're saying he's a hacker?
yeah, he is. No, like he does the $10 one, so he gets PKN. So I was like,
I misunderstood.
Wait, it sounded like you're like, he's not paying $50. Fuck him. That's what
Yeah,
it
no,
sounded
no,
like you were saying.
I interpreted that he was in one that steals the show. But
yeah, sure. No. So he says, I'm a big fan. I'm like, so you're cheating, huh? And he's like, yeah, I love to cheat. I'm like, so you can see like everything. When you look at me, because I've seen these cheats on YouTube. Landmark showed some off a while back, or exposed them, I guess you could say. And you see, he's basically Neo in the fucking Matrix. He sees a rectangle around my character, and it's got like all my information. He knows my kill death ratio. He knows the entire value of everything that I'm carrying. He's like, you've got a 3.44 KD, and you're carrying 276,000 rubles worth of gear. And I was like, holy shit. He's like, stay right there. And like he went and like disappeared like a fucking bat out of hell. And he came back like 3 minutes later. And he like dropped all this gear at my feet. And he's like, I took it right out of his hands.
Jesus Christ, you wouldn't even kill the guy.
I don't think he even had to kill the guy. I think he's able to like
Just undressed him. Yeah.
and just like, give me that. And like, and the character's just like, what did you took my shit? Yeah, fuck you. And
Took
like,
your gun first, so the
and
rest came easy.
And he threw this gear at my feet, and I felt bad taking it, but I was just like,
You're
it
not gonna
wasn't,
not
Piss him
take
off.
it.
He's gonna
it was like an SK, it was like an SKS or
I mean,
something like
Smitty's
that.
not there. You can take whatever you want.
Yeah, it was like an SKS or something. I didn't like ruin someone's life or anything by taking that. So I took his SKS and told him I didn't like what he was doing, but thanks for watching the show.
But if you see an AK out there,
hey, I'm more of a mutant kind of guy. Next time, if you could hook me up with a big pile of mutants, that'd be sick. But seriously though, don't cheat, dude. The reason he's cheating though, he told me that people pay him to like go in and clear out a lobby for him. Like he'll go in and just fucking kill all the players and be like, here you go, have the map, it's free now. And I guess there's people who need that money, or maybe it's just super lucrative. Maybe it's not like pennies, maybe it's like thousands of dollars. I really don't know. But
is it fun to raid the rogues, to like go there and try and clean them out, or is it too hard? Is it
I'm not very good at it. I take nibbles instead of bites. So I'll go and I'll kill like 2 and get their stuff and leave. Like killing 2 is easy, like 2 of them in particular.
The other ones don't get you when you do that?
At night, you can be sneaky enough that you can get it done. But like what most people do, and the people that are good at it, is they get up on the rocks. They know exactly where they all are. They boop, 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 shoot them all in the head. The problem is when you go down there, there are roaming teams of AI that you've got to deal with, of rogues. And there are levels to the AI difficulty in Tarkov now, and it's not just scav and then like raiders and then boss. Like there's like levels to this shit. Labs raiders, I shit on. I'm not labs raiders are nothing right now. They've been tuned down to the point where like I'll style on them. I don't care. Don't get me wrong. I get scared when there's a lot of them or when they push me or something. That's not fair. But like if they're at range,
or
or
when they're standing still, I shit on them.
Or if there's like one of them pushing you, like I'm not afraid of him. But like Gluhar on reserve is overpowered as fuck. Like they got to tune him down. He does, that's too much. Like nobody can fight that. And the rogues, because I'm not good at, maybe I'm just not good enough, or I haven't tried enough. But they like insta kill me when I try to kill the roaming ones. It's very, very difficult. I think you need to know some cheeky spots to like lean peek out from to really like farm them effectively. But Lighthouse in general is free money. It's just free money. Every time we go in, you just walk out with a backpack full of the rarest loot, millions of rubles. The last raid of the night that we just did a minute ago before we started the show, like one of my friends was like, I'm almost broke. I'm like, let's go to Lighthouse. I was like, here, pick that up. And we made like 1.5 million rubles in 7 minutes.
Larry's good at that too, like to guide people to loot spots.
Yeah. Larry and I have been playing together all day, just about every day. And like, we've got that map dialed in pretty well. It's free money. it's been a good wipe. It's been a lot of fun. I've been putting way too many hours into it, but I think I'm level 40 or 41, 42, somewhere in there. Got like max traders and like more money than I can ever spend. So it's been good.
So with that level, you've done probably 2/3 of the tasks. Did they do enough lighthouse tasks to make people play the map?
You don't need tasks to make people play that map. But the tasks that are there drive you to a very difficult part of the map. It's where the rogues are in the middle of their encampment, and I just didn't do those tasks. I've just skipped over them. They weren't required to like, you know, they weren't quest locking you from anything else. You could just avoid those, and so I just have like it's not worth throwing the kids away to go.
I was asking because I wonder if they made Lighthouse so lucrative to get people to play it, because there's like two ways you can force people on a map. You can either put all the money there or put the tasks there.
Yeah. There's just so much money there. They've got to nerf it at some point because it's just broken. And I've been so lucky that I've got like all the keys for it and multiples of them when those run out. So it's just it's a little bit too much money. I'm not losing interest in the game, but like we're already finding like new ways to make it fun. We've been doing like Vietnam role play, so we all dress up in Vietnam gear and we only use Vietnam era weaponry and meds. And then we go and we look for Charlie. We go in woods and we use our Vietnam call outs. It quickly devolves into a very racist situation.
Goes without saying.
Yeah. But as soon as one of those Viet Cong takes somebody out, everybody starts screaming slurs. But yeah, no, it's been super fun having a good time with Tarkov. And yeah, if you are like a Chad Thundercock murderer slayer out there with like a 10-20 KD or something, I could use
10 or 20
like
KD. You're asking for a hacker at that point.
I mean, like an 8 KD is like just a good player, I think, and like
that's where the top end of good is. Like I think Landmark might have an 8 KD.
But he doesn't try for that. I guess it doesn't really. KD doesn't matter anyway. Like I guess when you really think about it, it depends what your goals are in the game.
Yeah, I could get an 8 KD if I only shot scabs and avoided bigger problems.
Yeah, didn't do any tasks. You never ran around the whole of Tarkov wearing blue armor with a dildo up your ass or whatever they try to make you do. Bunch of nonsense. Yeah. What's going to happen in between Russia and Ukraine over there? It looks like we're going to have like a real life Tarkov almost. I've been trying to not to watch
that's the angle you take.
Yeah.
It's like real life Tarkov. I'm gonna go collect all the chapstick and the the fucking beads or whatever.
No, that's what because that's kind of the premise of Tarkov to some extent. You know, they're fighting over a disputed piece of.
Is Tarkov supposed to be in Russia?
It is in Russia.
Is.
I thought it was one of those like unspecified a stand, like a made up.
It is a fake town in Russia.
Yeah. And it's sort of like over a territorial dispute, and instead of using like real military, they're using like private military groups. So Russia's hired some guys, and the U.S. has hired some guys. You know, like sort of Blackwater-esque, and you play as one of those guys.
I thought Tarkov was a real place in Russia, so I went on Google Maps, like hunting it down. I wanted to find the mall, IKEA, and you can't do that. It's not a real place in Russia.
Yeah.
Some of the places are like actual real places though. Like some guy made this really cool YouTube video where he visits Shoreline, and it's photorealistic. It's so good.
Oh,
like the way they like modeled it.
Shoreline is the name of a Tarkov map.
Yeah. He goes there to like the resort. I want to say that's where it was. I just saw a little bit of it. You
were mentioning the Ukraine Russia thing. I need someone to explain to me why I care about Ukraine's borders. I got to tell you, I don't give a fuck. Ukraine never enters my mind. I don't know what they do over there. I don't care what they do over there.
I'm with you on this. So like Joe Biden's policy so far appears to be keep your powder dry, threaten sanctions so that you still have them, right? Don't just do it preemptively. And if Russia does something bad, we're going to try to make their life tough economically. And if we do that, they might do more bad things, and then it can escalate. We can start a whole new Cold War. We've taken 8,500 troops and notified them that they might be about to be deployed to Ukraine. I think I have that right. It's a comedy show. Be careful about your news. But it looks like Joe Biden wants to defend Ukraine, and you kind of don't want Russia to expand and take out Ukraine. I don't know this for sure, but I'm pretty sure Trump's policy would have been, I don't give a fuck.
Compliment.
You know, like
desire to take this land.
Step out of the way. Like,
Let's
hey,
split it.
maybe we split it.
Look, dude, if
Suggest
Trump's-
that perhaps America could do the same south of our border.
if Trump, if
I don't think
Trump's
he wants
take,
that.
if Trump's take was like, look, let's fucking split it. You come in from the east, we'll come in from the west. We'll meet in the middle. Fucking bro out. Fuck these Ukrainians. And like, what would the reaction be?
Okay,
Like,
honestly, that one, selfishly, being able to travel that far from the U.S. without a passport for vacation would
Boom!
be that'd be pretty nice.
those Ukrainian ladies aren't looking so bad now, are they?
No.
It depends on their age.
Yeah, I didn't know.
No,
I
it
feel like it's either
The
supermodel or like 5'1", like hunchback pushing a wheelbarrow full of carrots or something.
It's one of those two.
I picture them all looking like Melania.
Oh, is she Ukrainian?
She's Slovenian, I believe.
That's pretty close. That's in the same.
Yeah,
That's
that's
close
probably the
enough.
same.
Yeah,
That's in the same.
yeah.
That's in the same. Mix them up.
I was-
That's how Eastern Europeans. Eastern Europeans would agree. We're all about the same. There
How
are
do they-
huge ethnic and cultural divides everywhere.
They have a long A.
I was in a call with like a Canadian and a European and maybe an Australian today, and someone mentioned something about geography, and I was like, look, I'm gonna be real with you. They don't teach us geography here, at least not in high school, and that's where I went. So I'll be real. I don't know what the capital of your country is. So when you you really lost me here. And this was the Canadian I was talking to, because I can never remember what the fucking capital of Canada is. And I got to ask, am I the only one here who doesn't, all right off the bat, know the capital of Canada?
I only know.
Who here?
I can name some major cities.
I want
but
a
couldn't
show of
tell you
hands.
which one was the
Show of
capital.
hands. Who here knows the capital
I'd have to Google.
of Canada?
I know the capital because I follow hockey.
Okay, so I don't know the capital, but I will guess.
No, Woody, go through the Canadian hockey team names and you will know.
Well, there's more than one. How
There's
do I narrow it down?
okay, Toronto,
Maple Leafs,
Montreal,
Canadians,
Vancouver,
Canucks.
Ottawa.
I don't know. What the fuck is the Ottawa?
The Senators, the Ottawa
Senators.
Senators. Yeah,
Oh,
so,
thank
like,
you.
that's the
Capital.
only. That's
What
the
was
only.
the Ottawa capital?
That is
The only one I
reason
didn't know.
It's the
I was about to
capital.
say the capitals, but the Washington are the capitals.
Yeah, it's
That'd be confusing if there were the Canadian capitals and the Washington.
and look, like to those of you, I'm sure there's some like German listening to the show who's like, I know the capitals to dozens and dozens of countries, but they really don't teach us any of that shit. Like we spend entire years on like the Civil War. Like I think there was an entire year of history where we learned nothing but like the Civil War, and then there was another entire year where we learned nothing but like the
4
Revolutionary
fucking
War.
years of American history in high school and
Yeah.
high school and middle
all-
school.
Dude, it's great.
The Civil
year
War
4,
over and
Our
over.
country's only 200 years old.
I know.
We spent 4 years learning about that 200.
My dad tells me stories
that
of
rate.
him as a kid in England having to learn all of the kings and queens of England all the way
Oh.
back.
That
And I'm just
sucks.
like,
Man, young country privilege right there.
American history is the best subject because by the time you're like in early high school, you cannot pay attention at all, and you already know enough to get a C. You're
Oh,
just
like-
starting there.
Maybe you guys had different experiences. Every single American history class was like you cover the Revolution, then you skip 70, 80 years. I don't know anything that happened between 1776 and the Civil War. I couldn't tell you one fucking thing. Maybe the cotton gin, but they never covered that period. It was just 100%. And then they signed the Declaration, freedom, slavery.
Can I interrupt you?
Like
I watched
go
Alexander
next.
Hamilton live, wondering, does he become president?
I got one for you.
They don't
I
remember
learned about-
Hamilton,
I learned about the War of 1812 in the year 2012. Like they just didn't teach us that shit. They didn't
No.
teach because that's the one where like they came back and burnt the White House down. Right. So they just gloss over that whole event. I'm not even
Yeah.
sure what we were fighting over.
World
yeah, I
War
thought we were
One.
undefeated. That sounds like we took a loss.
Yeah, World War One. I don't know. Like aside from like stuff I've done on my own, reading about it, don't know shit about World War I. Spanish-American War, couldn't tell you what that was over.
I don't even know who was in it.
That's for the Alamo, right? Is that for the Alamo? Or?
I think that is the Alamo.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
There's some good movies about that.
Even then, I think of Alamo even is the brand of beer Hank Hill drinks.
Well, it is.
Yeah. But even more so than Remember the Alamo.
Well, what I'm getting at is the rest of you educated youths throughout the world. You're gonna have to forgive us and ease up a little bit.
Dude, that would be kind of a funny game, and it'd be really embarrassing to try and list the capitals of European countries. I couldn't do it.
It'd be funny for like the first 4 misses, and then it would just be miss.
My geography
Yeah.
is on the level that I attempt to write Australia, autocorrect to Austria, and go with it.
Yeah. Hitler was Australian. You know, these G's running around, you know, something that's got to be done, you know. It's like this. Oh, Austrian.
Yeah.
Sending kangaroos after people.
It's quite embarrassing playing EU4 on stream, which is a map of the world, and I'm like, that's there. That was like really good for geography. That's better geography that I gotten for all of my education.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate
EU4,
because
yeah.
I think my best history teacher was in the 10th grade because he went off script. I felt like he taught things that he was passionate about. I think I've talked about him before. He's the one that like taught us about the Peloponnesian War and the whole thing with the Spartans and the gates of Thermopylae and all that stuff. It got me really passionate about that. So when the movie came out, the Zack Snyder movie, I was like, oh, historical Spartan movie, awesome. And it came out, it was all wild and crazy with monsters and stuff. But I thought that was just as cool. But I don't know. Most of my history was American history, and anything else that I know literally came from the fucking History Channel. I remember we didn't even start World War II until like the 11th grade, and everybody was blown away that I knew who all the Axis powers were. And it was like, who the fuck are you people? You've never watched the History Channel? And they're like, no one there had ever
that
seen
information
the
has
History
since been deleted from your brain in favor of details from 80s movies.
Hey, I mean, do you want to know more about Predator, or would you like?
Have you ever taken those like it's like I think Sporkle's the website, and it does like quizzes and stuff, and they have ones for geography where it'll be like, I'll build my confidence, I'll do the US states because I know all those, and then you go to the world, and I like try and give myself like an area bonus of like, all right, United States, that's pretty big. Canada, that's a huge portion of the map we just knocked off, boys. All right, Russia, China, Australia, Italy, Germany, France, UK, Ireland, something else is in there. All right, now we wait. Mexico, South America, what's going? The long one's Chile. The big one's Brazil.
Have you ever watched that?
South somewhere.
Cuba.
You ever watched any of his streamers? They'll do the geofinding like game camera where they'll get like a picture and they'll be like, yeah, it's definitely Sweden. I'm like, what? I don't even know where fucking Sweden is on a map. How can you tell it's Sweden from a picture of a road with a road sign? It just blows my mind sometimes.
Oh, I've lucked out in that game. I played it on stream like a year ago, a couple times, and it's fun.
I'm not doing it.
I remember one time easily, like I was like in the middle of some like Eastern European or some Nordic country. I thought it was Eastern European. And then like just by happenstance, I like click into an intersection and there's just like a guy wearing a t-shirt with the Swedish flag on it. And I was like, yes. Once again, hockey. That's the only way I would know. No. That sucks you're not playing Magic anymore, Filthy. I was hoping we could talk about Alchemy and how fucking dog shit that addition to the game has been. But if you dipped out, when did you dip out? I guess 2 sets ago.
2 sets ago, I got just really sick of it.
Was it the Dungeons and not the Dungeons and Dragons one?
That one was pretty shit. The one after that, I played a little bit at the beginning of and kind of bailed afterwards. So
yeah, the mechanic, the D&D mechanic of like entering the dungeon, that fell so flat. I tried to make a couple decks out of it, and like even like min-maxing everything and like taking a fun deck and trying to try hard it. It was like, this is terrible. Like my win cons are horrific. Like I need to hope that 2 win cons occur at the same time. Historic is the way to go. Like if you're going to jump back in, like I know you mostly do draft.
Yeah.
But you should definitely do some constructed historic because you love sitting down, strategizing, coming up with your own kind of homebrew
Yeah,
deck.
but you know what I like about that? I like the efficacy of it. I like at the end of that, I come back and I'm like, look what I did. Look what I caused to happen. And you know what Magic does? Magic says a third of your games, doesn't matter what you fucking did, put together, or did. All you do is draw in the wrong ratio of lands to spells and you don't play a game. So like, yes, I love Magic when you get a good game, but what percentage of your games are really you versus your opponent sitting down, breaking down the strategies, really gaming it out to its extreme, the nth extreme, versus how many games you have to play in between where it's just like, I didn't draw land on land turn 3 and I lost a game because he tempoed me out. It's like, fuck that.
I understand that frustration.
I
I
fed up with
definitely,
that.
I do not get fucked over a third of games with that. And it
Playing
depends on what deck.
Constructed has a lot more robustness to that. Draft is particularly bad for that. I like draft.
That's fair with draft. Yeah. I forgot you were talking about just draft. Like, because historic, I spend so much time teching those decks. Like my best deck right now is like an artifact, ramp, basically just get to Ugin or Ulamog as fast as you can and fuck them up quickly. And like that one, probably 75-80% win rate because it doesn't miss really. Like if someone plays elves, they can fuck me up before I can get my shit going, or goblins. But other than that, it does all right. Draft, I totally know what you mean. I hate spending 1,200 gems or whatever that you saved up because you like kept getting 20 gems a piece in your packs, and then you buy in and then you get your first pack and it's like, all right, a totally unplayable multicolor rare. That's good. And by the end of it, I've gotten to the end of drafts after paying to buy in, and I look at my list of cards I drafted and I'm like, resign. Like I can't even do anything with this. Like you get halfway through your first pack and then you realize, oh, everybody, that people are drafting red. I need to ditch red. I'm going to green. There's some green here. Oh, one pack later. Oh no, someone else is taking green ahead of me in the curve.
But the epitome of Magic fuckery is the tournaments too, right? Because you go, all right, well, there's a high degree of variance of whether or not I'm gonna draw well enough to play this game, and that's in of itself annoying, right? You're like, okay, this particular draft, I have to scrap this draft because I go 0-3 with a good deck because I just fucking land screwed 2 of them or something, right? So it's even worse when it's now tournaments. And I've played a number of Twitch rival tournaments. There's a drafting tournament that's weekly that I played in and won a couple, won once and played it a couple times. Really I like the idea of it. It's just when you're playing it, you're just like, all I'm doing is every time I get my first hand of 7 cards, I'm going, please, 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 please have the same fucking ratio of lands to spells that I can play the game. That's like and like your top deck is always just like, please don't be another land. Please don't be another land. That's all I'm doing when I'm playing Magic. And it's just like, at some point, you're just like, I want a game where I have some fucking control over the outcome. Like, I want to be able to. Yeah.
That shit's obnoxious because, like, you just don't have enough control with draft because there's no way you're going to draw into, like, 3 viable combos, even, like, for the most part, unless you have, like, a baked-in combo card. But with, like, Constructed, I dealt with that same thing when I first started Arena. It was before I put any money at all into the game because I didn't want to, like, do that. And so I would get mana fucked. But once you finally, like, unlock enough rares that you get all the dual lands, which takes fucking forever unless you want to spend money, like you can pretty much survive consistently with your land. Like every deck I make in Constructed now, like I have so much card draw in it. It doesn't even matter if card draw is totally ancillary to it. Like I have at least 1 or 2 mechanisms to accelerate a bunch of card draw because, I mean, card draw fixes everything. That's the most powerful thing you can have. Like, oh, you need more creatures, card draw fixes it. You need more counters, card draw. So yeah, I think you'd really enjoy Constructed. You'd have a bunch of fun doing what I do, which is taking a huge amount of time, building a deck, and then winning like 10, 15, 20 times with it, and then being like, I want a new deck. And then going in and trying to build another one.
But it sounds like you don't net deck probably from what I'm hearing.
Oh,
from
like
you don't search like the decks that are winning the highest percentage of games and then like plug in and play that kind of deal. Because a lot of I feel like the format. Go ahead.
Yeah. Usually what I do is I go on, I have that overlay thing, the Ethernet or whatever, Ether deck that you click on and it shows like the meta. And so usually what I'll do is I'll go there, go to Constructed and see what the winningest decks are. And then if I do like use a deck list, there's a lot of swipping and swapping and moving things in. Because oftentimes like you'll open those decks and it's like, like if you know anything about Magic, you're like, oh, this is the top rated deck from this this category. This is the best mono green ramp. Well, that card in there is fucking retarded. We're taking that out. That card is way worse than this other one. And so that's the easiest way to just get going, is look for the best strategies and then tweak it to make it, kind of your own. Like remove stuff, add card draw.
Yeah, maybe that's good enough. Like for me, it feels like a system that didn't quite survive time, which is, you might have had a world at some point where everything's not posted online, in which case, like the greatest deck builders are sitting there like brainstorming and testing, and they come up with this sweet deck, and they win a tournament with it. There's no one's seen anything quite like it. You're sweeping it. There's like that card. Who thought about that card? That's so brilliant. Online, that's yesterday. You want the next best deck? That's tomorrow. I don't really feel like, I feel like the strategy part of building the deck is not super relevant anymore, because the second you crack the code for that, everyone has that, and that's the deck you're playing against. And then and so I don't know, because that's just never done it for me. It's just
that's totally fair. I know what you're saying, because like there are definitely times even playing constructed. Like I play like a colorless artifact deck right now because nobody is playing colorless artifacts. Like you look at like the meta thing, like, and it says what % of the meta in historic is a given deck or archetype. 10% of decks, 1 out of 10 are elves. That's absurd. I have an elf deck. I haven't played it in a long time because I don't want to fucking play the same thing everyone else is. Like, it can still be fun playing your own kind of mix, but it gets old when every second game or third game you're playing, the person puts down their first card, and I know immediately their strategy. I know immediately every subsequent card. I know what they're going to do. Not that I'm a genius or anything. Like, every player knows that, because they're like, oh, it's an is it control deck. Okay, they're going to play red. They're going to play blue. They're going to play draw 3 cards, keep 1 in your hand, put 2 in your graveyard. Then they're going to play this, draw 2 and discard. Like, that does get annoying. But it is the only strategy card game, the only strategy game at all that I'm actually pretty good at and have a good feel for. So it's all skill when I'm winning. It's all luck and mana screws when I'm not.
Yeah, I kind of wonder, like, the only format I haven't really touched. I've done some construct. I did some construct in a stream a couple years ago, and it was okay for a while. I didn't really enjoy it. I didn't enjoy following that through through the extra sets and the phases of it and blah, blah, blah. I wanted to go to one of these big in-person tournaments at some point. I never did that. And then COVID kind of fucked that up for everyone, and then WotC canceled it. And I don't like WotC as a company particularly, but I wish kind of I had gotten into.
What is WotC?
Wizards of the Coast. The company
I'd never heard that.
Okay. Anyway, I had a bit of a. Have I not told this story on the PKA before?
No. I don't think so.
Okay. Do you have a second?
Yeah.
You want to hear it?
We're very tight on time on Painkiller. Right?
Yeah, I know you rarely
rarely
can fit everything you want into this 4 hour. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, please continue.
So this was a couple years ago. Magic the Gathering Arena, which is their flagship client right now, which is the one that Taylor's playing on, and I've done a lot of streaming on, was in beta. I was streaming that a lot. It was pretty big for my channel at the time, and there weren't a lot of people that swapped over yet of the pure Magic players. They hadn't swapped over yet from the previous client to this new client, and a lot of the people who were playing in paper, this was back when the league still existed, they were playing in paper, so all the pro Magic players were still playing paper tournaments and going to paper tournaments because they hadn't canceled all the paper tournaments for COVID and then finally their business strategy. So anyways, so it was a good spot for me. And they introduced their first of these Mythic Invitational tournaments. And Mythic Invitational tournaments are these big deals for them. Initially, the first one, it had it was like to be invited. I can't remember the price now. In my head, it's 3,000, but it might have been 2,000 or something. If you got invited, that was just the payout for going. And then you could win up to, I think it was $500,000 was the total, the first place prize or something like that. It was a big chunk of money, right? So it was a big deal. And this was their like reveal, as they revealed the new tournament structure. They're doing away with physical Magic as a tournament thing that WotC as a company supports, and they're doing just this online Magic. I didn't get invited to this. It was like they had a number of slots. They invited a large number of pro players, and they also invited a large number of streamers and content creators. And I was like looking through this, and like, maybe they invited like maybe they invited 25 Magic streamers or something, right? And I'm looking at this, I'm like 10th highest views of Magic over time. Like I'm way up there, and I'm like, what the fuck? What happened? So I emailed my contact person there. I was a large enough streamer doing this, a contact person there, and I had people like sending me shit and blah blah blah. And they're like, oh, there's a variety of reasons, whatever. So anyway, they never told me why. They said there's a lot of special interest looking for this. You didn't get selected. And I was basically like, look, this is really
because you've been on this show.
Well, maybe. Well, I don't actually. It's not far off that. I don't think it's this show in particular, but I do think it was a PR thing, right? Like, anyways, but I don't know that. I never got any confirmation of why, never got told why, never got told what I could do differently to potentially be invited to the next one. And as I said, like, invited at all was a couple $1,000s. They flew you out to this thing. It was a live thing. It's a big promotion for your channel. And then like the winning, blah, 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 right? Anyways, so I'm there the day of that tournament. I'm streaming Magic with a buddy. He's on comms with me. We've been drinking all day. And it's like, you know, it's Sunday, end of that tournament. It's like 5 p.m. And I get a raid from the Magic the Gathering channel for like 13,000 viewers, right? And I'm like maybe like I don't know at this point, like 800 people on my channel or something watching me at this point, and I get a raid for 13,000 people, and I'm drinking and I'm mid rant about Watsy fucking me over for not inviting me to this tournament and being shitty about their relationship of telling me why. Like I think it's a really natural reaction to be like, hey, by all the metrics that you would use to choose people, I wasn't chosen. So what was the deal? How do I fix this for the future? I think that's a really reasonable question to ask. And I was really offended I never got a good answer from their PR weaselly shit. And I'm mid rant there. And I suddenly have this, you get one of these moments. You're like, I've got two options here. I can suddenly hypocritically be like, hey, thanks for the raid. It's great that you're all here. Mm-hmm. I love you. What a great company. Or I can just continue doing what I was doing. And I'm not going to do that. So I just kept on with my rant. Kept going with that. And I'm pretty certain, like 99.99% certain, I got that raid because I was the largest Magic streamer streaming at that moment. They didn't look to see who that was. And the reason I was the largest fucking Magic streamer in that moment streaming was because they didn't invite me to the fucking tournament. So I was sitting there and I'm just like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this? So anyways, I don't. That's hilarious. I think I may have,
may have burned that
relationship just a little bit.
You don't think you're getting invited to the next tournament either?
No, I don't think there's a lot of future for my stream in particular with that company, by and large.
You were mentioning wanting to go to like a big tournament and something like that. And I went to lots of Friday Night Magics. But before I was into Magic, I played the Lord of the Rings trading card game, which is, in retrospect, very embarrassing. But I was genuinely really fucking good at that game. You talked about like trying to find a combo that no one else was using and using it. I genuinely found one. I found a combo. It was no one out there has played Lord of the Rings, but it revolved around a card called Trolls or Troll Keyword, I think it was. But it was really good. Nobody thought of it. Trolls were these big, tough creatures that were impossible to get out on the field because they were so expensive. And I found a way to like cheat them onto the field in a way that like worked at a bunch of tournaments and stuff. Like it wasn't, it took a good bit for my combo to go off because it was infinitely harder in this game to make combos go off than Magic. Like Magic, you'll get a card that says every time you discard a card, deal a damage to your opponent. And then his other effect is discard a card if you want. Like that's the way Magic combos go. But this is like you had to combine a bunch of things. But I went to Worlds it was Gen Con 2006. So I was 16 years old, and I went there with a friend of mine and his dad. He took us. I must have been 15 yet. Neither of us had our license. And we went there and we played in the Lord of the Rings tournament, had a bunch of fun with that. And then the Magic tournament was near that. And obviously Lord of the Rings was a tiny little, it was a fucking, like the size of a football stadium, like warehouse. And it was maybe fucking, 60 feet by 60 feet where all the Lord of the Rings guys were. And after me and my buddy got knocked out of the whatever quarterfinals, whatever it was for the Lord of the Rings tournament, we went over and he'd played Magic. And so I started playing Magic at that side. That's where I learned. It was on Cold Snap. I still remember a really super friendly black guy, sat like he was sitting across from me and he just taught me how to play. We played like 4 or 5 games together. He just taught me all the keywords and everything. It was a bunch of fun. But the next day I went back and we decided to say fuck Lord of the Rings trading card game because we knew the game was going out. It was the last fucking year they were doing it because the company went bankrupt because of some embezzlement or something, I think. And so the next day we went back and we played Magic, and in a big group this time. The previous time it was just a couple stragglers from like the tournament. This time it was the full group. And like you would think it was a meme that these guys smell bad.
That's what I've been told.
It's genuinely not a meme. A lot of these guys, I'm sure they're nice guys, are visibly disgusting. Like clearly have not showered in days. They're walking in the door to the tournament greasy hair, greasy, shiny face, splotches of like wiped marks on their shirt, like that level.
Oh.
And for some reason, they think it's like okay because everyone around them is behaving that way too, or a lot of them are. It is disgusting how gross they were. There is a meme from like 12 years ago of this guy who went around to Magic the Gathering tournaments, and all he did was like tent his fingers and do a knee, like a one knee, behind guys whose ass cracks were hanging out. And there are hundreds of photos of him doing this at like one Magic tournament, one big Magic tournament. It's just like scrolling of him like going like that, kneeling by guys' enormous hairy ass cracks. It's a genuine problem. I can see why women don't feel comfortable coming to these tournaments and playing, because a lot of these guys are fucking gross. Not all of them, not even a majority, but all it takes is a very vibrant and jiggly minority to ruin the representation of everybody there, which I don't care for. I don't care for at all. At the same time, though, like if you're like Kyle, if Kyle decided he wanted to get into Magic, and then Kyle went to a Friday night Magic, I feel like you could almost intimidate and alpha your way through the tournament. Through veiled threats, and if you bring a gun...
then I can go back to prison.
Where you can teach all your friends Magic the Gathering, and then they'll rape you for being gay.
He'll be on the other side of the veiled threats.
I don't know. There was something about the community element that was fun. You know, I used to do the Friday night.
It was a ton of fun.
Drafts, right? And we go up, we play some draft. We do the draft, which is a couple hour event. As you play that, if you did well in a small tournament, you'd win enough to pay for what you entered with, and then you go out to a bar. There's a bar in walking distance of there with a couple friends. We'd sit down and drink beers the rest of the night, and like that was a fun night.
Mm-hmm.
Like got to play some games, got to hang out with some buddies, got to drink some beers. Like that wasn't too bad, all in all. So I sometimes feel like the downside of playing all the games online is you lose a little bit of the fun of doing these in person.
Yeah,
there's a
the
different
camaraderie
feel to
and
it.
the social bit of it, which is totally something. Like it's fun to socialize, and like you don't think about it, but it's like you're a bunch of people in a room who all have an intense interest. Like there's a big group of people who play Magic the Gathering. A much smaller
entire rest of the world is like, what the fuck is that shit?
What's going on? But like, everybody's there, and they all have the same kind of obsession over the same game, and it's like refreshing almost, where it's like you can bring up some obscure reference to a card, like, oh, remember blah blah blah, and they'll be like, yeah, that was wild, and it's like, man, this is neat. I got this was like it's 2022. Okay, so like 8 years ago now. With my girlfriend at the time, we went to a two-headed giant tournament. And a two-headed giant tournament is more for like beginners, and it means it's 2v2. So 2 people on this side of the table, 2 people on my side of the table, and you work together. It's almost like a way to try and encourage new people to get into the game, because usually there's not 2 experienced players on one side. Yeah.
Are you sharing a deck? So you're kind of like, we're deciding on the moves together, or?
So you have 2 decks. And it's almost like instead of having one front versus your opponent, it's 2 fronts versus 2 fronts.
You share a life total. You can look at each other's cards. So you get some collaborative stuff for that.
Yeah. And I remember we went, and it was our first time going to this particular game store, and we sat down across from this guy that had like in our first game, and it was him and his friend, and me and her were sitting there, and we were going to play. We didn't have like super competitive decks or anything, just there to like have some fun at the game shop. And we start playing through this game, and this guy we're playing against has like a speech impediment. And I don't know what it is, but like people with speech impediments, probably because I make my living through talking, is like I have so much empathy. Like it breaks my heart when someone has a speech impediment. It really like makes me feel sad for them, because it's difficult. It's a difficult thing. Think about it, And so like he had a speech impediment, and so like he would say things like, oh, you can't tap your card like that. That's not allowed because I just played this. And like I would be like, okay, like just usually you kind of just agree like in a friendly way. Like I wasn't like hard reading the cards or anything. We find out like near the end of the game, in one particular move I can't remember, this fucking speech impediment asshole was cheating us the whole time. Like I think he literally pulled a card into his hand like from his lap, and we're like, hey, the end of this game happened. The end of the game happens, and he's like, all right, I win. You can't block all this. And I'm like, that last end step, you played this. You can't play that. Or I'm sorry, at the beginning of our turn, this turn, you played this. That's a sorcery. You can't play that. That's only your turn. And then he like called a judge or something over, and the guy was like, not serious, just like, okay, yeah, you win. Because he was like the friend of the game store who came there all the time because he didn't have friends, not because he spoke odd, because he's a fucking cunt. And he cheated us out of that. And I remember being like angry, like, dude, you fucking bitch. Like, if I had like taken the time to read all the cards and I wasn't just being friendly because I felt bad for you, I would have dominated you. I would have finished it because I had enough.
And then he's like,
that upcoming turn.
yes, Taylor, I'm well aware that you would have done exactly that. Now, hand me my trophy, bitch boy.
I've been manipulated.
I'm Bowie Taylor.
Taylor,
That pissed me off. I'm thinking about that now. Pisses me off. That piece of shit.
I have a
Cheating in
similar
a
one.
Magic game. What an asshole.
So I played Magic as a little kid too, right? Like middle school kind of stuff. My brother and I would go to these tournaments. My brother's 2 years younger than me. So even middle school, he's a couple years younger than me, little kid when we do this. And we go into these places and we dropped off. They held them at like restaurants, like Perkins at I lived in Watertown, New York growing up. And there was a Perkins there that had a big fucking conference room that they would do these tournaments in. My dad would drop us off for the day and we'd come get us like 8 hours later. We'd play the tournament, right? And I remember one of these we went into and, we're little kids there. I'm maybe 10. My brother's maybe like 8 or something, right? And we're at this tournament. And do you know what mana weaving is in Magic? So again, for 2 seconds, I promise won't go long. There's a resource in Magic called lands, and that's how you cast all your stuff. You don't have enough lands, you can't play. You have to have a ratio of lands to other cards. So one of the ways you were taught as a little kid to do this is you put one land, then 2 cards, and one land, then 2 cards, and one land, then 2 cards, and that gets your ratio all the way through your deck. So he did this. Apparently that's illegal. We didn't know this.
Yeah, that's deck
That's
stacking.
illegal, right? But the guy he played against, he sat down against him. This guy's in his 30s probably, right? Sat down and took his deck and took 2 cards, and instead of shuffling, took his deck and counted it out opposite the mana weaving all the way. So that separated all of his lands from all of his non-land cards.
What
and
a
then
champion.
he put all the non-land cards on top. So that meant my little brother, who's 8 years old or something, playing this tournament, gets his first tournament. He plays this. He plays against a guy who's so serious, is playing against a fucking 8-year-old that he can't even play any card in his deck because he was cheating with the mana weave. It's just like you play against something like that, and you're just like, oh my god, these fucking people. Like it was just
that is funny. He knew this. He knew that you were mana weaving. I've never heard that term. I just always heard like stacking your deck.
Yeah,
That's
anyway.
funny. So before we
man.
jump to the next thing,
Your
We're gonna hear
8-year-old
from
brother
a-
was worth a shit. He'd win anyway.
yeah, he would have if he had the skill to participate in such an elite high IQ game as Magic the Gathering. So a couple of wonderful sponsors. Fall is here. We could all use a stiff breeze. That's right. This episode is sponsored by Blue Chew. Guys, confidence can take you far in life. It can also help in the bedroom, especially when it comes time to step up to the plate. That's where Blue Chew comes in. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at bluechew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online. So no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversations, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. So if you could benefit from extra confidence when it's time to perform, Blue Chew can help. We got a special deal just for our listeners. Try Blue Chew for free when you use our promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's bluechew.com, promo code PKA. Get your first month for free. Visit bluechew.com for more details and important safety information. Thank you for sponsoring the podcast, Blue Chew.
Dude.
Bluechew.com, code PKA. Just pay the $5 in shipping. Give it a go. If you're curious, just see if you like it. $5 in shipping. So
It's free plus shipping. Free is a great price. 36 hours roughly for tadalafil.
Mhm.
That is, I mean, you could have sex twos of times in 36 hours.
twos of times. And it's we said before, tadalafil is the way to go with it. And I think
we're not doctors, but it's our favorite.
that's the one we prefer. And if you've done it, unless they've changed it, you get 3 tablets in the first thing. So you'll get like 3 goes of it to try. So give that a go. This episode
interrupt?
is also
Just quickly, what it is, you're not buying tadalafil. You're like getting a relationship with a doctor's office, and they quickly scan you and make sure that you're that this is an appropriate drug for you. And if it is, then you get it.
Yeah.
That's what's up.
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Lucy. Lucy Nicotine is a company founded by Caltech scientists and former smokers looking for a better and cleaner nicotine alternative. Finally, tobacco alternatives that don't suck. Researched and developed for 3 years to be made for people, not patients. Lucy has created a nicotine gum with 4 milligrams of nicotine that comes in 3 flavors: wintergreen, cinnamon, and pomegranate. We've said it every time, cinnamon's the way to go there. Lucy also has a lozenge with 4 milligrams of nicotine and cherry ice flavor. Each and every flavor actually tastes great, and it's convenient and discreet. Their products can be enjoyed anywhere, on flights, at work, on the go, or even in the gym. It's 2021. Get rid of the cigarettes, unplug the vape, throw out the dip, and get some Lucy nicotine gum or lozenges. This is the real deal. A subscription to Lucy comes directly to your door each month. It's so simple, and you don't have to leave your house because Lucy has delivery down. Painkiller Already listeners, go to lucy.co, not com.co, lucy.co, and use promo code PKA to get 20% off all products in your first order, including gum or lozenges. That's lucy.co, and use promo code PKA at checkout. Also, we have to give this disclaimer. Warning, this product contains nicotine derived from tobacco. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. So head over to lucy.co and be sure to use promo code PKA for 20% off all products in your first order, including gum or lozenges. So if you're interested in Lucy or Blue Chew, check that out below. This episode is always also brought to you by Lock and Load. The premium dick. If you're a premium man, you want a premium dick pill. Don't fall for the gimmicks, the nonsense, the hucksters, and the charlatans. Go for Lock and Load cum pills. Be sure to take these. You're gonna bust a lot. It's great. You're gonna have fun.
There are other ejaculate enhancers that use one pill. They're full of shit. The one pill can't do it. We have 9 pills a day. That is the maximum efficacious dose.
I don't want to overspeak, but I think their claims are dishonest. I don't think you're going to get the sort of results you're going to get from Lock and Load. Derek, look at the size of his fucking delts. Would he lead you wrong? He wouldn't lead you wrong, baby.
You can tell how honest a guy is by the size of his delts. I was on a van with 11 other pilots headed to launch in Mexico, telling the story of Lock and Load. How like Kyle was working on the size of his ejaculate, and then turns out Taylor was secretly formulating his ejaculate load. And then you put your peanut butter in my chocolate moment where they combined formulas. and the Lock and Load was born, and we contacted a supplement company, and we made it all go, and it ends with me being a mogul in the jizz biz. They loved it. And then afterwards, people are hitting me up on WhatsApp, like, hey, like for a friend, what's the link to that? So well, I'm not doing door-to-door sales.
That's good.
No, it's mostly in the back of a truck, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Talking to a bunch of men in the back of a truck about how much you come. What's straighter than that? Just a bunch of guys having sex.
But it was funny because people were talking about their exit strategies, right? There's one guy who bought a mill who can make anything so long as within like 12 by 14 by 14 inches. There's another guy who was talking about making the best virgin olive oil ever, visiting like olive farms and talking like he is an olive oil expert who just really knows what he's looking for in the raw ingredients to make premium olive oil. He's like, you unscrew the lid, and it's just a different experience when you have premium olive oil. And I'm okay, I don't really, I guess. And then I tell my story of ejaculate enhancing, and it was great.
Yeah, from that retelling, your story was far and away the most interesting. Everybody there having to sit there and be like, this fucking olive oil guy's driving me crazy. We get it. It has a low smoke point.
It was interesting to hear a guy who was really passionate about something that I'm not.
That is funny. Like I figured out
olive oil
like,
business, I'm in the jizz biz myself.
I'm in the jizz biz. Oh yeah, business is booming. Like a turn of the century charlatan. That's the voice I imagine.
I just imagine you tipping little Oscar with a handful of Lock and Load.
Oh, little Oscar, give this to your father. You can have more siblings. You can have a 7th and 8th brother.
I don't think it does anything for fertility, does it?
No,
it hurts.
So.
It can't hurt.
I don't know if that's true.
I would imagine that because
probably
it,
does.
like it doesn't make any more sperm come out, but your seminal fluid is there to make, like, I guess the sperm's journey a little more comfortable, a little more possible. And so the more seminal fluid you have, right, the better that is.
I mean, that makes sense and I've noticed a propulsion improvement.
Is this Cliff Hutchinson?
Does Cliff Hutchinson have a medical cousin?
Well, if you call me out, I don't know any of it. I don't know how it works, but those sounded like scientific words. Seminal
Those are
fluid, the testes.
Those are words.
Yeah, I mean,
Ejaculate.
probably scientists have said them.
Yeah, but by our
That's
compills,
you should write that on the side of the bottle. Scientists have said these words.
Yeah.
Lots of people are talking. Lots of people are saying.
Like that's our claim on the side. Lots of people are talking. Man, imagine if we could get a Trump endorsement.
how hard could it be?
I mean, probably
I'm
pretty
sure
hard.
It's for sale.
Oh, everything's for sale. We could get Biden to endorse these. Like,
I remember.
I wish these were around the last time my dick got hard. It was 1978. I was at the pool. And
as soon as Bob Dole left the Senate, he started selling Cialis.
Viagra.
Really?
I could be wrong. I might remember it wrong.
He was
But yeah.
like a paid spokesperson for him. I
Yeah,
didn't know that.
Super Bowl commercial. It was a big deal.
I think he's dead now, right?
Very dead.
Yeah. Well, he's been
He's
dead for
been
a long
dead for like
time. They just admitted it.
Oh, yeah, 2021. Just a couple months ago. He almost made it to 100. That's a damn shame.
So did Betty White.
It is
I-
Viagra.
yeah.
Kyle was right.
Wait, did she die?
I had to know.
Yeah,
Sorry.
she died. She died like did you not see like it was funny when she it wasn't funny when she died because she died. It was funny when she died in that like there were like Time and a bunch of other publications and online publications had like locked and loaded, ready to go articles like
Happens a lot.
Betty White on how she's feeling at 100, and it's like I'm feeling like $1 million, and then she died 2 weeks before those went live. But R.I.P. to her. She had a good run.
She was,
I guess
how
so.
close to 100 was she? Wasn't she?
She was like 2 weeks. 2 weeks. That sucks.
The internet
Like,
would have blown up if she hit 100. She's popular for reasons I don't understand.
I don't get it either. I feel like she's almost like ironically popular, and then people turned the ironically popular thing into like, oh, it's because she's so old and sweet. You know, it's wholesome.
Like, I don't have any problem with Betty White. She's fine. I even liked the Golden Girls back when it was on, but I never thought of her as like a brilliant actress who made my world better.
Yeah, I don't know what she did other than Golden Girls, and I haven't seen an episode of Golden Girls in my life.
Oh,
No, in your life?
Yeah.
Golden Girls is
Never.
good. It's good.
That was
Yeah.
that was not one of the shows my grandparents had on.
What'd your grandparents watch besides bull riding?
My grandpa bull riding. What's the really old Western? Is it Gunsmoke?
Yeah,
Okay, he liked Gunsmoke a lot.
My-
That was
my
on
dad likes that shit too.
So one that starts with a B. What is the other?
Bonanza.
That's
Dun, 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 dun,
Yeah. Oh, yep.
Bonanza.
Okay. Now that you did the dun, 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 okay. Yeah. Okay. They had Bonanza on too.
You had Hoss. He was my favorite. You had Little Joe. You had Ben Cartwright, of course, played by James Olmos, who was in the old Battlestar Galactica. It was a good show. Love Bonanza.
James. I've never heard anybody not call him Edward James Olmos.
Oh wait, I've got that mixed up. That's a different character. No, it's Edward James Olmos who plays the new Battlestar Galactica. The guy who played Ben Cartwright, he was the old Adama in Battlestar Galactica, but I don't know his name, and it doesn't matter. But
I have no idea. Not watching that show.
no.
Eventually, I'll watch Battlestar Galactica because you've said it was so good.
Oh
Because
yeah,
you said The Witcher was very good. My wife and I have been getting through The Witcher. We're like 4 episodes into season 2 now. I like it. I really
wasn't allowed to watch
I
that.
like Yennefer. She annoyed me throughout a lot of the first season. Yennefer kind of just was a little irritating.
Yeah.
Second season Yennefer I like a lot more. She's a more complex character.
yeah. I don't think the actress is pretty enough to play Yennefer. So that always annoyed me. I think she's just like okay looking. She looks like I don't know a waitress. She doesn't look like what she looks like in the video game. That's all I have to base things.
See,
off
I have
of.
no point of reference, so all the characters seem fine to me.
I don't know.
Like,
She looks like some sort of like magical goddess, beautiful thing. Like I don't know, like perfect lady with giant titties, like kind of character. Like a comically beautiful character, basically.
I got to that point in the show you were talking about with the bard. I haven't gotten to the bath scene yet, but there's an additional scene like earlier in the season you didn't mention where it's just him like derobing for no reason, and it
Oh.
just shows like ab lines and like the underpeck and the definition. That is so funny that the dude was clearly so put off by how jacked Geralt was that he was like, "Can I be kind of jacked too? Like, I
Does
won't
he
be huge
fight
like
or
him."
anything? Does the bard have any like value outside of comedy?
He
Does he have any
hasn't
value,
fought
including comedy?
in a major way.
I don't think. he
No,
has
no.
better-
I mean, if he's there for comedy, it's a total failure.
yeah, he's okay. He does his best.
He's
he can.
cringy
I
as
thought he had
fuck.
good songs. Oh, I haven't
It's
seen
so
songs
yes,
too.
thank you, Filthy. I was talking to Kyle about it, and I was like, I fucking hate. I think I said I hoped the bard character was killed by one of the monsters. I hate him. He's not. He's uncomfortable to like. Every time he starts singing a song, I'm never like, whoa, this guy's singing. I'm like, all right, I could probably pee and be back by the time this is wrapping
No.
up. Like, this is a good time
First
to
of
leave.
all, I got the one song, the toss a coin to your Witcher. I really like that song. It's so
What is
catchy.
wrong with you?
Dude, like not only do I like that, anybody out there who agrees with me, get on Spotify and find like the metal version. I don't really even like metal, but it's like toss a coin to your Witcher,
Oh.
valley of
Oh, dude, dude, you're making my teeth hurt listening to you do that. That is so.
It's so good. It's so good. I'm
Give me a
serious.
bellyache.
You don't want my rendition, obviously. That is on Spotify, by the way, if anyone wants that. But the actual metal version is really fucking good. I like the song. I like him. I like the bard. I think he's good comic relief. It's nice that you've got someone who actually has like a soul there to sort of flesh out Geralt's like all the time. It's
the
a good
little
show.
girl has a soul.
Yeah.
I watched
Give her-
the first
she's-
season of
maybe in
that.
6 years she will.
I like the
Second
little
season,
girl.
I watched the first one or half the first one, and I thought, well, it wasn't that great, but I'll come back to it at some point. And my wife like binge watched the whole fucking thing, and I was like, I have no
dig it.
reason. I have no reason to go back to it.
It's just
Yeah.
okay. It's not like super good or anything, but it's certainly no Game of Thrones or
It
anything.
keeps
Have
your
you-
attention the whole time. Yeah.
And I gotta say, I'm not totally sold on the idea of video game ports to like.
Book before the video.
Well, yeah,
game.
it was.
Yeah.
I think it works because
Well,
it was.
I was gonna ask, have you seen the League of Legends show? Which I
No.
have
That
not
was
seen
that
at
was a
all.
book.
No, it wasn't a book. It was they made a series about it, right? Like,
Oh, just based off a game.
I don't
Yeah.
know anything about.
I haven't
League of
seen
Legends
it, so I don't know
game,
either
really.
way.
I've never
Okay.
played League of Legends ever. I've even watched footage of it, and I don't understand what's going on.
Same. It's just not a game I've ever played, so I don't know anything about it. I'm aware of its incredible popularity.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
maybe not.
insanely popular. So I was just curious if you'd watch that. It sounds like no. Okay.
You're not
No.
big into League, right?
Zach,
No,
did you
not
think you have a
particularly.
comparison of the two Yennifers?
How?
Let's see.
Oh,
that.
like a drawing
Oh,
of like
that would
the,
be
No.
good.
the
Like the
like
video
the-
game next to the actress,
Sure,
Oh.
that's what I was. Yeah,
and
let's
I'm
take a
reaching
look at
towards
that.
the camera specifically for that.
Let's
so-
let's see what how much.
Let's
how much
just.
let's take a look at this parody. Okay, well there you go. Okay,
I don't
wait,
know.
wait.
It looks pretty similar.
Well, I don't think so, but I mean,
Well,
I get,
they're-
yeah, I
I-
think they're a
they're-
little similar, but it's like one of them's clearly the ugly one, right? Like,
I don't know.
okay, maybe
I
it's
kind of
just me.
would. I think the Netflix girl looks better there.
Yeah.
I mean, I like I like the pirate look on the
the pirate.
model more, way more. Yeah. Is the game a little more piratey than the show?
Is she Indian? I didn't. Zach said that she's Indian. The actress is. I had no idea that she was Indian. I didn't notice. I thought she was a white person with like dark hair. I didn't know she was Indian.
Oh, I thought she was like a tan, like Italian person or something.
Yeah, I don't give a shit what her race is. Like I just don't think she's.
But
very
I guess
pretty.
I also didn't really think about it until just right now.
No, I thought they did such a good job with Geralt. Like I think he looks exactly like The Witcher to me anyway. And the hair just looks really good. Whatever they're doing with his
No,
wig.
I like Geralt, and his hair is great. Looks good. It's cool. His eyes look really neat.
Yeah.
But sometimes, and I get the gruff voice is part of the character of
Yeah.
Geralt, but sometimes the gruff voice is a little much for certain lines.
Get a little bit of a Batman thing, right?
Yeah.
You know what
Where
they're
are the
gonna-
others?
I think I read-
Where is Cece?
easy. I think I read this the other day. Maybe I think so. That originally in the Christopher Nolan Batman movie, they were going to have it be like a voice box that was like altering his voice, kind of like they did in Batman v Superman. How like when he talks out of that tank Batman suit, it's like, "Do you bleed? I'll find out if you bleed." Whatever he says, like it's mechanical. It's not his voice coming through.
Yeah.
But instead they just had Christian Bale growl all the time, and I've never understood that because it made so much more sense for
Bruce Wayne to be trying to hide his voice. Yeah.
well like use the voice modifier, right, rather than do the gruff voice all the time, because it's so weird when like he uses the gruff Batman voice when he's around people who know he's Batman, who know he's Bruce Wayne.
Yeah.
It's like he's hanging out with Alfred and he's like, I've got to stop the criminals. And like I just
Master
imagine
Wayne,
Alfred
could you
like,
please stop talking like a retard just for a minute while we're here in the back
just
cave?
us. Like it's I wish he'd be like, it's just
Master
us.
Wayne.
And he'd been like, sorry, I get into the thing. I wish it'd almost been a scene like that, but Batman can't laugh at himself. He never does. He never will.
Yeah, he's notoriously unfunny.
Yeah, no. I like the Michael Keaton Batman. Michael Keaton Batman had a little bit of humor to him. I like Michael Keaton.
I don't think I've seen any of the Batmans
Have you
before the animated version. Like the
You didn't
animated
see,
version
like-
was before Christian Bale.
I watched one as a kid, the show, the weekly show as a kid with all the like pow bangs, like like that one.
the live
Yeah.
action.
Yeah. It was fucking horrendous. But I
it's-
loved it as a kid.
Yeah, it's
So.
meant to be like super campy, and
It
it
is
is.
very campy.
There's some really like something about there was a time in Hollywood when in TV and movies where it seemed like they only cast like giant breasted beautiful women to do anything.
The
I don't know
golden
how.
age of
I'm not sure
Hollywood,
why. I don't
many
get
are
it.
calling it.
It's almost like and so like the chick that played like Catwoman and like Poison Ivy in the original show were all like smoke shows the way I remember it. But no, that show was so campy. I watched as a kid as well when I was like 5.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the Adam West one?
Yeah, Adam West. for
Yeah.
sure.
Yep.
That was like where it was his fat body visible under the suit, right?
He wasn't fat. He just wasn't fit.
Just compared to modern guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like he had a normal body.
He had like a normal guy, like average guy's body. Like he wasn't clearly working out, but like he's a big man. Like I want to say Adam West is like 6'4" or something. Like he's a big guy.
R.I.P.
Oh, he's dead, huh?
He's
Can we
dead.
see a picture of Adam West? I always thought he had. Maybe he does have an average body.
I think to be fair, I think it's above average. But
Kyle,
it's just below average for a superhero. You know what I mean?
It was before the costumes really like put. I don't want to say body armor, but like Batman's costume has abs built into it and a big cock bulge.
Yeah.
That is not flattering.
Ooh.
But I don't know
real.
that like
The eyebrows aren't even.
What do you think the worst part? What's the worst part of this outfit?
Dude,
he's
the-
wearing?
I think it's gotta be
it
the
is-
man-
Exactly.
No, I don't think so. I
It
think
is.
it's the
It is
man tits.
You don't like the moose
absolutely-
knuckle?
It's absolutely the eyebrows on that fucking mask.
Well, hang on a minute before
No,
we get
it's
there.
not.
That's
What about-
terrible.
What about that Civil War belt buckle he's wearing?
What's wrong with that? You keep history alive.
Dude, look at those BDSM gloves he's got. He looks like a madam.
Yeah, but look at
Yeah, he
look at that
does.
50s nipple hiding technology.
like he's about to fucking pull those up to his elbow.
It
and
looks like
spank
someone
you.
slapped a Batman sticker on the front of his fucking I don't know, like ballet leotard is what it looks like to me a little
Uh-huh.
bit. Like it doesn't look
And
So
just
I
realized
like my
there's
odds against
another
this
layer.
yeah, right. Doesn't strike me. He does not talk with a gravelly voice, by the way.
No,
You know,
No, he
There's
just
no
talks like
abs,
he's
no
had
gravel.
one.
Yeah.
like he looks like he's like a girl who's like rolled her skirt up because she wants to have sex. You know what I mean? Like if you look at that,
Oh, like that like cummerbund look. where
yeah,
it's all
those
rolled up?
those
Yeah.
panties that he's wearing, like it's just the worst. And look at the little ears.
You,
Look
you
at
know
the
what I
little
you know what I
ears.
like
Oh, they're
are
not
the
good.
loose evening gloves.
yeah, they're uneven too.
They're not even like combat.
They're all
They're
roughly.
they're silken. Like what's he gonna do with
Just
those?
crime fighting gloves.
So he
I'm
doesn't leave
going
any
to-
fingerprints, Taylor.
I'm gonna jack you off with my silken hands. He was
No,
like, what I remember Adam West from, because of my age, obviously more than this, was being the hilarious voice of the mayor in Family Guy
Yeah.
for so many years.
Yeah. If you went to a modern day costume party, like people were dressed, let's just say it was hero themed, and someone dressed as that. Well, first
What
of
a
all, it win if they look
fucking
just like
legend.
that. It'd be a legendary thing.
It'd
But
be
like,
hilarious.
what I'm saying is like that's a terrible costume. I like even for its time, they were like, let's make a Batman costume, and that's what they came up with. That's
they
all.
had like 40 minutes at Michael's. Like,
Can we
that's
see a
all they had.
picture of Christopher Reeve Superman? I wonder if it's a much better costume or if he's just a much better body.
Wasn't he like
I
Jack?
remember it being way better. And now that you mention it, Christopher Reeves is tall. Christopher Reeves is definitely the
Yeah.
tall one. I don't know how tall Adam West
Was
is.
was
but
Christopher Reeve not like pretty built when he was Superman?
I
Right?
remember him being super handsome, but I was young and maybe not the best judge.
Yeah.
I
Not
think
as-
I have
he's-
much better taste in men now. I
Yeah, no,
You've matured like a wine.
I don't know.
No,
Now
he's a
it's
handsome guy,
it's
and I
just
remember
random
him
guys
being-
that pick him up on the side of the street in Mexico. You know,
Yeah,
like,
show us Christopher Reeves. Or
he's
Reeve.
maybe
Is it
working on
Reeve?
it.
Is there an S on the end?
I think it's
I
just
think there
Reeve.
is.
Christopher, what a stupid. I hate when
Reeve.
people have names like that. See, he looks
yeah,
great.
he's just better built. I mean, the
Well, yeah,
costume's
he-
nearly identical, except
I don't know. I
without
think the
the gloves.
midsection's more flattering.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
less
no,
belt.
no. I think Christopher Reeve has a more flattering midsection. That is all we
Yeah.
have here.
Well, yeah.
he's not like
Okay.
straight either. He's like
This
he's like
guy's
a
thick.
torso, right?
He's
Like,
got
Yeah,
got
right?
very
Like,
he's got very wide shoulders. Yeah.
Yeah.
and he's got like a slim waist, and like this guy's well built and well proportioned.
and he doesn't have molester's gloves on.
I pay a
He's
lot of
big.
attention to the
Savant.
The camera-
deltoid to like by try. Like
can
I want
see-
it to be big here and small. I'm covering it.
And
But I like it, deltoid big, small, and then big on biceps again. That's something that I look at in my men. And he has it okay.
Oh,
Adam
come on, he's
West?
knocking it out of the park.
Well, you think he's no Derek?
I mean, but if he were like aiming
It's
his
our
belt
yellow
at the
sun that
screen,
makes him strong, Woody. Not,
Our son's actually white.
no, it's
But I actually read it recently. It's not a yellow sun.
but it's.
Look at it.
I think you need to read the comics a little bit more carefully, Woody.
Touche. All right. What was I gonna say? Oh, Adam West's costume covered that. So even if he had it, it kind of looked like his cape was covering it.
Yeah,
He
didn't
wore it
have
in front of him. Yeah, maybe not.
I don't know. I think Christopher Reeves looks like. I want to know how tall they are. I want to know how tall Adam West was in comparison. But either way, they both look kind of silly in comparison to like modern day stuff. I don't know.
While
Adam
we're
West-
doing show talk here, have you seen the final season of
Dude.
Expanse?
I have not. Is it all wrapped up?
Yeah.
I'll get on it tonight then. I was waiting on it to finish up.
All right, I won't spoil then. I won't spoil.
Yeah, I'm doing the same thing with Ozark. I'm letting as much of that come out as I can wait on, and then I'm going to try to binge a bit of that. And I'm doing the same thing with Snowpiercer. Snowpiercer is a TV show on TNT that's sort of a reimagining of the movie Snowpiercer. If you've seen that,
Huh.
the premise is the world is frozen. The eccentric billionaire makes the train that circles the world. The
Yeah, I saw the
Perpetual-
movie.
perpetual motion machine. It's the same. It's a very similar premise. Obviously, the train is still there, but just imagine it's in another universe where things just happened very differently. There's still a train. There was still an eccentric billionaire who made that train. It still travels the world because the world is frozen. But everything else is a little bit different. In this, the opening premise is that there's been a murder on the train, and there aren't any more murder detectives left in the world except for in the back of the train. There's one. And so they dig this poor fucker out of the back and they wash him up and give him a grilled cheese and some tomato soup, which he's just like, oh my God, it's a fucking grilled cheese and tomato, because he's been eating this roach bars for 8 years or whatever it's been. And so he starts
burritos, I think.
yeah, and so he starts like solving the murder on the train, dealing with the class warfare and all the nonsense of a train that's essentially a TARDIS because it's as big or as small as the story needs it to be at any given point. There is a water tank at one point where this lady like bare ass swims to the bottom of it, and like she grabs a few sea urchin who are on like some on the bottom, and then turns them into like this sushi dinner that might be enough for one small Asian person. And I'm just like, there's no way. Like maybe if you did this twice a decade, like there'd be enough sea urchins for your fancy sushi dinners occasionally. But there's a bunch of nonsense like that. But it's a good show, I think. So new season. Jennifer Connelly's in it.
I like her.
I love Jennifer Connelly.
What show? I'm sorry.
Snowpiercer. The new
Oh.
season's coming out now. Like you remember Icy Bob?
Yeah, I hope that he gets a little more screen time
Me too.
because
Man, Icy
he
Bob.
was interesting and fun, and then he kind of just tossed to the
So-
wayside.
So here's a little. This is like a little detail. There's a bad guy in the show that they have like experimented on to like make him cold resistant by like grafting skin onto him and covering him in this like cold resistant gel or something. He's like a science experiment, and he's called Icy Bob. And so like they'll send Icy Bob in to like fuck shit up, and they'll like flood the compartment with cold air. And everybody is like, ah, because the cold is like burning them and making their skin like immediately frostbite. But Icy Bob don't give a fuck. He's just walking through the cold, just fucking shit up. It's fun. It's a fun show. It's no masterpiece or anything.
Yeah,
but
it's definitely not great. But
no,
it will keep your attention.
it'll keep your attention. It's a damn. It's pretty damn good for TNT. I'll say that. It's their best show.
I'm
My
like,
wife is not a gamer, so anything I can find that like television related that I can like stand to watch with her is.
Oh, I got you, bro. I got you. So I
hit
tell
me
you,
up.
everybody who's got a girlfriend, you want to watch. This is the show you watch with her. The Great. It's on Hulu, and it's about Catherine.
Oh, sure, she's fucking seen that. She loves period pieces,
dude. First of all, this one's a comedy, and it's one of those where they like make fun of like every time someone like comes up with like a catchphrase or something, they're like, oh, that's a funny little turn of phrase, but it'll be like a common like saying that we have today. They'll be like the first one who said, aha, like, what did you just say? I said, I don't know. I just said, aha, it came to me. Well, aha, I like it. And then they're like, oh, okay, you're the first person to ever say aha. But it's really good. You know, she's German, like noble girl, but her father's very poor. And they get a letter that finds out that Peter, the Emperor of Russia, wants to marry her. And she gets there and he's like, yeah, I chose you because it's a lot of political intrigue when you're marrying someone. So your family's fucked though. Nobody gives a shit about you. So I can marry you and nobody cares. And like he thinks she's retarded when she shows up because she offers him like an evergreen like twig to represent their love that will last through seasons in and out. And he just goes, is she like simple-minded? Like, did you bring me another retarded one? And they're like, no, sir. I'm told she's very sound of mind. It's fun. It's a real good show. And everybody I've shown it to really dug it. The Great.
Okay. I'll check it out.
I was gonna say, I thought you were gonna recommend Ozark to him because I'm like, I don't want to get into the new season of Ozark until I finish The Witcher. But like, and The Witcher's not a bad show, not by any stretch. I'm enjoying it, but I want to hurry up and get the fuck through Witcher so I can get to a way better show objectively, which is Ozark.
Ozark's the best show that's debuting.
What service is it on?
It's on Netflix. It's really, really good. Like you'll like it.
Did they drop every episode of the season already?
They usually
Netflix
do, right?
typically does it at one
Yeah,
time.
they drop them all, and
it's out already.
Yeah. So, Filthy, I'm surprised that you're not familiar with Ozark. It is. It is a very so like we try not to like blow things out of proportion if we can. This is our favorite show, I think. That's like debuting currently. Like it's been a while since there's been a new episode. Like the last season 2 ended on this just wild, just like blow your mind kind of moment. And so the pandemic happened, which slowed production down, I'm sure. And so now we finally gotten season 3. It's excellent. It's a bit like Breaking Bad. You've without spoiling much, it's about a guy who is being forced to launder some money for some very bad people. And unlike Breaking Bad, where he like keeps it this secret that's eating away at him, and it's always, oh, are they gonna find out? Is his wife gonna find out? Is his family find out? This guy's like, the kids are like, what the fuck is going on? And she's like, your father is laundering money for a Mexican drug cartel, and if we tell anyone, we all die. And if you tell anyone, we all die. And if he doesn't launder the money, we all die. So we're here to launder money.
And they're like 12 and 15.
They're like 12 and 15. And the kids are like, let's do this shit.
Dude,
yeah.
It's a very good show. And one thing that I find maybe a little unique, season 2 is better than season 1. And I like that it is. A lot of times things will come out like a Stranger Things, right? They come out strong out of the gate, and then
just
subsequently everything's a disappointment.
This is the rare aberration in entertainment where season 2, like, I don't know how they did it, but it really is genuinely better. And
The Office did that.
I think it's the addition of the blonde girl. Like maybe she becomes like really comes into her own in the second season. I know she's in the first season.
She's a great character.
Second,
she can't get the fucking Southern accent down, but
she's a
you're a tough critic on that regard.
she's like a quasi antagonist in the first season, where it's like, oh, is she gonna be a problem? Is she gonna rat us out? And then second season, it's like, she's a member of the team. All right, you get on board with her. And then the main guy whose name's escaping me right now, the actors, and is what everyone.
Jason Bateman.
Jason Bateman's incredible. The daughter, like the blonde girl, who I find pretty attractive. I think she's supposed to be 16. That actress is totally 25 or something. She's really good. I think there aren't any bad actors in there. I was about to like go down the list of people that I think are good actors, and I realized that it's literally everyone. The old guy who they're sharing with the house with in season 1, amazing actor. Loved his relationship.
That guy was like stealing scenes he was in, like emotional scenes. The old guy was great.
Yeah, incredible. And he had a great relationship with the kid. Dude's always walking around naked, bare ass. Like he's some of the very little comic relief that you get in the show. I take that back. The show's got a lot of comic relief. Like it's a very serious. It takes itself incredibly seriously. It never laughs at itself once, but there are little funny moments here and there, and then there's sad moments too. And it's rough and violent, and it's a criminal conspiracy going on. But it's being done by absolute geniuses. It seemed like Walter White was a really smart guy, but Bateman is a mastermind at this. It's his bread and butter. Like he's like, oh, well, we'll just move the money here, and then we'll bounce it over there, and we'll turn it into Krugerrands, and then those will slide out of German hands into Russian hands, but then they go to the Swiss, and they don't document this and that.
It's so similar to Breaking Bad in a lot of ways, except there's no, like you said, there's no shroud around the family. Like he's upfront about it, like you probably would be in that situation.
No moral quandaries.
Yeah. And he's also not someone who's like figuring it out as he goes along. He's already a consummate expert in what they're expecting him to do. And so all of his struggles, they're not like the Breaking Bad struggles of like trying to figure out how to build it. It's like the trying to deal with obstacles in this thing I already know how to do. And so I think that makes it more interesting in some ways. So that's like
husband and wife always on the same team. I'm sorry to cut you
no,
off.
no, they're not. They're definitely sniping at it. As the series goes on, they snipe at each other a lot more. They try and do what parents do in that situation, use the kids as cudgels against the other parent.
But they're not at odds with one another.
Cudgel.
They both want the same thing.
Cudgel?
They have different ideas of how it should be. I say cudgel should be accomplished. But
they have different skill sets too. And it's fun to see them. Like she's I'm going to call her a social genius. Maybe that's a stretch, but she has people skills and he has like finance skills.
She's like the PR. She's the PR person. He's the finance and nitty gritty person. Yeah.
Yeah.
And when they work together, they're like genuinely a tremendous team because they're both experts in what they do. And when they don't work together, it falls apart very quickly. And
as good as all of these characters are and in the show, the Ozarks of southern Missouri are as much a character as anything. Like this little region that was unknown to me before the show has a lot of character to it, and so do the people there. Taylor doesn't like the girl's southern accent. I don't mind it too much. I don't suppose I can't really even think of it off the top of my head. But
no, it's just because she switches.
Like that before.
She just switches around.
She gets real mad. She don't know fuck about shit.
You sound genuinely right now, Kyle. You sound more sincerely Ozarkian than she does in the film.
Wow.
She goes too quick on some vowels. I think she's actually English.
I doubt she's ever eaten a catfish. I'll say that.
That bitch. No, but like I thought that was neat about it, where they're like doing the Ozarks and like showing things like around it, because obviously they're filming in Georgia, but they have their like drone shots of the Ozarks and stuff there. And I'm like, I know that. I've been here a bunch of times. Like I know this kind of area. And then they show like the bumpkin, horrible groups of people that are there. And I'm like, well, that's true too, I guess. Like there are these fucking weirdos that live in trailers on the coast of the Ozarks.
Have you ever, what region of the United States would you say has the most unattractive, poor, like shitty people? For me, I think it's a tie between West Virginia and New Mexico.
I've never been to West Virginia, but I hear so many people being mean about it that it like
leans
me that way. But I don't know.
It's very poor and isolated. A lot of parts of it are, I should say. I'm sure there are wonderful parts of West Virginia. That's not true. There aren't. And I think that what happens is that like anyone who's attractive or has means gets the fuck out of West Virginia, and what is left behind continues to make more West Virginians. And after 150 years of that, you're left with modern day West Virginia.
It's the opposite of what happened in Iceland, wherever the hell Vikings
Perfect.
come from, where they took all the best women and dragged them home.
Yeah, Norway and Sweden going there, stealing everyone. That's why England is full of uggos.
That's right.
Jesus
Right.
Christ.
bunch of pasty faced, chubby cheeked, rosy
Toothless.
nose.
There's just one guy on the boat at one point who's like, Sven, are you fucking retarded? Leave that fat bitch here. We're trying to grow a bunch of that girl's like 5'4". Get the bigger girl. We're trying to grow ourselves. Be big. Like,
What was I saying before I went off on a rant against all Englishmen?
Except for the viewers of our show.
that West Virginia was not nice.
Oh, so yeah, we went to West Virginia. I was meeting this guy who like wrote a bunch of the reloading manuals, like some sort of ballistics expert. He had a 20mm bolt action rifle for me to shoot. He had like the only one that I knew where to get. So I would go up to the top of this mountain, hang out with this guy. He's fine. He's smart. He's there because it's isolated, and that's where he likes to be alone on the top of a mountain. That's his jam. Meanwhile, the town, like the nearest town, we stop there. We go to Walmart, and we're in Walmart, and I'm like, when we're traveling, I'm looking for girls. So like, I'm noticing that like there's not anyone attractive that I've seen. And look, I get it. We're in a fucking Walmart, but I get it. What I mean is, I'm not saying like Walmart is like a pickup zone. What I'm saying is like I've looked at every human being in Walmart, and I'm starting to notice something that I haven't seen anyone who's not really, really ugly. Like forget like attractive or like, oh my God, look at her. It's like there's a lot of uggos here. And then we get to the steak restaurant that's like, I don't know, across the road. There's this little steak place. And I'm like, guys, I think I've been looking for an attractive girl, like someone that I would consider to be like even pretty. There aren't any. And our waitress showed up and she was missing tooth. Or maybe
which one? Was it an important one or no?
It was an important one. They're all important.
Was it a first line player? Was it one of the?
Yeah, it was one of the O line. And
They're all
like,
important.
I want to say there was another waitress that was like pregnant or like had a gimpy leg or something. Like it was a whole thing. Like it was bad.
You
It was
combine the
legit-
wait staff, you've got a full person.
Yeah, and then New Mexico is just. I always talk about how dreadful New Mexico is. It's just. It could have been how like sick I was while I was there, that I was just physically dying. But
Sure.
I remember it being an awful, awful place full of ugly people. And also Boston. Y'all bitches are fucking skanky, nasty.
I thought
people.
you were going to call out Boston earlier, but you mentioned poor, and they're not really poor. They're just wealthy.
Oh no! Look,
they
there's
are
rich and
ugly.
poor everywhere. There's some dirty, poor Bostonians. I've seen TV before. We have them here. Look. Everybody in the world likes to make fun of the South and how ignorant and inbred and like low class and low income and blah 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 that we are not per capita. Look, I've been to Boston. I've seen you people. You look as poor, dumb, and ugly as as anybody I've ever seen. Okay.
True.
And if you live
Preach
in
it,
Boston,
brother.
you know I'm. If you live in Boston, if you agree with me, like you're probably a good-looking fella or gal, and if you disagree with me, you're the ugly one. I thought I came up with a hilarious joke years ago when Woody and I visited. I still laugh at my own joke. I don't need anybody else to. I was like, "What do you call a good-looking woman in Boston? A tourist." Like they don't have any. It was ugly women everywhere. Dog-faced women. Like
Oh, I mean, dog-faced indeed. That goes without saying. But stole the words out of my mouth. Like the accent itself. Like, and you're right. The South, they get made fun of nonstop for their accent. And when a Southern guy gets made fun of for his accent, it's like, we do things different down here. It's a little bit, like laughing. And then fucking you make fun of Boston. They're like, well, actually, we won all these championships and we're an old city. And it's like, dude, settle down.
Do you guys
can't
think that
handle
some
the
accents-
mild ribbing that Southern people did, because the Boston accent is truly and honestly offensive.
Do you think
Like
some
it's
accents?
really bad.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I
That's
want
all
it.
I
I
got.
want it.
I just am I alone in feeling like some accents are better on men than on women and vice
Oh,
versa?
yeah.
No,
Oh,
Like
yeah.
some accents, you're like, holy fuck, I don't even care what she looks like. If she speaks like that, like, oh my god, she's gorgeous. And then
Yeah.
like you hear some like, and you hear sometimes you hear the opposite, and you're like, that just makes her look ugly when she
Yeah.
speaks like
Yeah,
that.
like some Yinzer from Pittsburgh.
yeah.
That weird ass
I think-
accent.
The Boston
know-
accent's like that to me. It feels like a male accent to me. I hear like a woman speak like that from Boston. I'm just like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
I
and it's
agree
like,
with you
and they
there.
seem mad and needlessly aggressive with how they're saying things.
I don't know. I think it's just like, like girls' voices are attractive, though, right? I think that's that's a big part.
I
of it.
agree, but I think like,
Listen to a
for
woman
me, I
from
think
Boston speak and tell me that.
and I'm not sure, like, because like I hear like an American Russian accent. Maybe that's
That's
a
just
little
because she's
sexy or
got a
something.
cigarette in her mouth. That's why she sounds like that.
But sometimes I feel like the harsh accents don't do well on women. Like a harsher accent,
Yeah.
like
I think I understand what you're saying. Like the Russian or the Eastern European, like that kind of thing, like coming from a woman.
That was
you're
really
like, am I
good,
gonna get
kid.
my throat cut off? Or, like,
I just made sounds with
Just
from
like-
back throat. But
No,
like that's like I know exactly what you're saying. And then like French, I would say, is a little different, where it's like you hear the woman speak and you're like, oh, that's kind of a nice way to speak. And then you hear a man and you're like, oh, you're gay.
You know what?
Yeah, it's not
Yeah.
bad. It's just not masculine.
I got one.
Right.
Mhm.
No, it's-
I will totally beat your ass in it. And it's like, I'm sure.
just watching Letterkenny, right? When they deal with the French Canadians, and like you hear the guys with the French Canadian accent, you're like, man, that is the worst accent ever. But then like he's dating that French Canadian girl, and you're like, fuck, that's a cool accent. I like that. That works. Australian, I think, sounds good on both though,
Yeah.
which flies in the face of the whole, well, you just think girls sound hot thing. So and German, on the other hand, that doesn't sound good on anybody. That doesn't work for anyone. That's not a good
How I
accent.
feel about
No.
Russian.
German
In
and Russian,
Russian?
it's harsh.
Guy's an asshole. Girl's not hot. Well, she probably looks hot, but she doesn't sound hot.
I don't know. I've seen Mila Kunis speak Russian, and it was hot. Like I can't remember the premise. It was one of the you know those instances where like
Well, that's
some
only because
inter-
she was 14 in that video that you liked it so much, right?
Well, 13, but yeah.
I don't think you guys have seen her early work.
She had a guest spot on the Teletubbies. Yeah, she
But
made
yeah.
that son smile.
Nah, she got that Pampers commercial back in '91. That's where she broke into,
That's where she peaked. Yeah,
into the scene.
it was all
That's
downhill
when
from
she came
Huggies.
on my radar. All right.
Dude, somehow like what I find is impressive is like I naturally have like the neutral, like I don't know if people know this, like a lot of journalists come from the Midwest because we have the most neutral, easy to understand accent, dialect, like the way I speak.
This is
You know,
the
people
most
say I
boring place
speak-
on earth.
Yeah, the most boring place on earth. People say I speak nasally, which is like a Midwest thing, but I don't think that's true that much. Maybe I'm just blind to my own thing. But I'm impressed by how, Kyle, you like trained yourself to speak like a Midwesterner. Like you got rid of all, not like the, you know, obviously not the Minnesota silly Fargo Midwesterner, but just the neutral. Like, did you have to consciously think about
Yeah.
that while you were doing it?
Yeah, I set these little like the way I say little, like that's not a thing that happens here. No one says little.
Mhm.
No one says singing. Like no one pronounces any of those parts of the words. No one says white and hits the T on the end. No one says white and hits the at the
Mhm.
beginning, like cool whip. Like that's all that's just an accent that I invented based on like an amalgamation of every like American and the European accent and trying to combine the things that I thought sounded less stupid because my accent sounded stupid to me. It always sounded so stupid because people that sound like me were the stupid people in movies and TVs. They were the
Mhm.
Cletus on like on
Simpsons.
Simpsons. You know, it was the buck-toothed inbred, all shucks character. And that was the guy who didn't enunciate, the guy who couldn't pronounce words, the guy who didn't understand words, and the guy who couldn't finish his words like completely. And so like I just made a conscious effort to like get rid of all of that long drawn out twang. Because I had real, like, mine was more up here like this most of the time. Daddy, I caught another fish. Daddy, I caught another fish. That's all those videos of me like as a kid. That's me. Daddy, I caught another fish.
What age were you when you were like, I really don't like the way people that speak like me are portrayed in media. I'm switching this.
maybe like 14 or 15, something like that. I started like definitely working on it, and then like by like 17 or 18, like it was gone, like 100%. Because I had hung around with my dad so much, and his isn't bad, and he actually he'll do this thing where like so as not to sound pretentious when he correctly says words like oil, because we don't say oil here, we say oil.
Earl. Yeah.
Or we don't hit the R. We it's just R. It's just R. It's
My
almost
grandparents do Earl.
it's
Tired
very
word.
low effort for that word. It's almost like you're putting on airs if you go through the trouble of saying oil.
Do
And
they mispronounce tire also? That one
Tire.
I'm really strong. When I was into off-roading, we talked about tires a lot.
Yeah.
And I straight up didn't
Tire.
understand. I couldn't follow the conversation at first.
do they give you this? Tur.
Yeah,
Yeah,
my grandparents
yeah.
would go, "Hey, I need a new tire."
It's tur and it's over a CB radio sometimes, which makes it more difficult.
It's all with the tip of their tongue. It's tur, tur, tur. They're just doing this. It's not even a whole syllable. It's just a
Tire.
I don't know what you call that.
Need a
it's
new
all-
tire.
Tur. It's just a little plump thing they're throwing out there. Yeah, there's a lot of words like that. No, I didn't like that. I didn't like how that was portrayed, and I didn't want to sound like that. So
I
got-
remember like when I was a young kid, like not understanding, like I lived in St. Louis and my grandparents were from the very southernmost tip of Missouri. And so they speak with a southern accent. They always have. And like I remember like when people would talk about their grandparents when I was like 5, 6, thinking that like it was, you know how you do as a kid, like you force your archetype of reality onto everything else and try and make it fit. Where I was like, yeah, everybody has their southern grandparents, and that's just the way life goes. Like everybody has grandparents who talk a little funny. That's because they're old. And it's like, no, idiot, that's because they're not from here. Like you're when your friend's grandparents come in for field day or whatever and they're speaking normally, you know, they're not faking it, as I thought. They're just not from there. That was all the stupid little things you believe as a child and as an adult.
And then I don't think I growing up, like I don't think I had any I heard any voices that didn't have an accent, you know, like my dad has one, my whole family did, everybody that knew did. So like there wasn't any influence that didn't have that real twangy draw thing going on. But what I was saying earlier, like my dad will, when he says oil, he'll be like, I'm gonna go to the store and pick up some oil. Like he'll make kind of a joke out of like saying it correctly, so as like not I think subconsciously, so as not to appear that he's putting on any airs in front of anybody. Like first of all, we all know it's oil, but I'm gonna call it oil in case anyone's listening. But I'm gonna say it in a jokey way so nobody minds.
And he's
a lot
tactical.
packed into that word.
He's under 2 layers of irony.
I think he does it subconsciously, but I don't know. It plays out in my head when he does it. There's a reason he's saying that.
Well, one thing that did turn out that was true from when I was a kid, I was like, because I'm sure like people in the South even think like I don't have the accent. Everybody else has an accent. Like being from the Midwest, like I was like, no, everybody else has goofy ass accents. I talk normal. And then the older I got, the more I was like, that's true. Yeah, everyone in every corner of this country can understand exactly how I speak. You can't say the same from someone from Boston, someone from fucking Jackson, Mississippi, or you know wherever.
I'm good. I'm pretty good at picking up, like not just what I mean is like I never have an issue understanding what someone's saying.
Those West Virginia people, have you seen those clips? They're really hard to understand.
Ever traveled in England at all?
I've watched. I've watched those. There was a documentary about some of those people in West Virginia. They were called like I don't know, it was something.
What was it? Was it the Wild Whites of West Virginia?
Yep.
That's such a good documentary. It's so interesting. Yep. The White family.
Yeah, we've talked about it on this show before. It's been years now, maybe 4 years ago when we discovered that show. It's crazy. They're a bunch of like hillbilly criminals essentially, and like you said, they're really difficult to understand. But if you kind of get in the flow of it, it's kind of like when I watch Snatch now, like I can get like 75% of it. I can follow along. That's probably because I've seen the movie like a bunch of times.
I mean, if I watched Snatch, I could follow along with most of it, but that's because I've seen it 6 times.
Seen the movie too many times. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, regional accents are weird. The the ones.
What's the
that-
coolest one? What do you think the coolest
American
regional
accents,
accent-
or
Yeah.
or just like
let's do America first, because it's because I love my grandparents and I have so
I
many
think-
positive memories with them. But I like the Southern accent the
I
most.
got it. Yeah. I think that it's a brand of Southern. You need a very particular brand of Southern because you want to avoid all of the negative things that I laid out, like the
I think there's something about male dominance, right? Like when you're interacting with someone else with that slow cadence and that drawl, really like portray, like if you're in a power position and you're doing that as well, that's just like a extra fuck you. So I think there's something in the Southern accent for like being like when you're in charge of something or on top of something that
That's
you just
interesting that
really
you say
rub
it
it
that
in
way.
with that.
because I feel it the opposite. I feel that it's a very relaxed accent. I feel that New
Yeah.
Jersey and New York is this sort of, it's the cocaine of accents, whereas the southern draw is the marijuana of accents. We're laid back, relaxed. We
I
got
like
plenty of
this.
time to talk about what's going on here today, and that New York accent is just, yo, we gotta get this thing going on. Right
Who are
here,
you
right
concerned
Dude,
about?
it
You're
is
Really,
concerned-
it's
impossible.
aggressive.
If you're concerned, you're active, you're interacting with it, you're responding to it. You don't give a fuck because you're not at all threatened by this person. That's slow, just like drawn out, taking your time talking about these things. Your words take fucking forever. It
Dude,
takes
it is
hours to
fucking
communicate
annoying.
a concept.
Dude,
Like,
I can hardly listen to a Southerner story sometimes. It
it
is
takes
like,
forever.
oh, it takes fucking forever. And,
Yeah.
and if they're not a naturally good storyteller, where maybe they include too much background information, or they're winding their way, it gets 5 times worse with this slow ass Southern thing. Go ahead, Kyle.
All right, so I agree with you. First of all, I agree with you.
With me or
Also-
with Phil?
And the best part about
Excuse me.
Woody, I agree with
We're
Woody.
the
I agree
same.
with you both in essence, like just in different things. Woody and I are thinking of the same guy right now. He's a Southern guy we know who tells us bad stories.
Oh, I wasn't thinking of him, but now I am.
Now you are. Boom.
Yeah. No.
But there's when you brought that up as a Southerner, I immediately start thinking, who are the great Southern storytellers? And there's this guy named Jerry Clower.
Mhm.
He's a comedian, and his brand of comedy is telling funny stories.
Yeah.
And
a
he
common
tells
brand. Yeah.
no. Like, okay, but he tells stories about.
You telling me there's a comedian out there telling funny
Ah,
stories?
No,
so he and I have a lot alike. Just
Yeah.
telling
Carved
tales out of
out
school.
The funny story niche. That's good. There's no competition there.
He's that one guy.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But he tells he tells stories about these slow, long, drawn out stories about things like coon hunting and sick mules. And it's really funny. I give it a chance. Like pull up like Jerry Clower on YouTube and like find a story about the sick mule or something like that. The mule with colic.
How do you spell cower?
So I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't know
Clower.
this guy.
CLOWER, I think.
It has
This is
occurred to me.
the real quick, Woody. The autofill, if you type in Jerry Clower on YouTube, is coon hunting story. No G. Coon hunting story. This is what you get. Sorry.
It might be why I don't get a big kick out of Norm Macdonald, whose entire fucking comedy style is telling long fucking ass boring stories with no punchline. Right? My story
his
sucks
comedy
so fucking
style.
bad. My story is so awful. Everyone here is impatient and angry because I am telling a long-winded, boring, fucking terrible story about nothing that has no end. And you all are laughing because I ruined the entertainment value of the show, which somehow turns it all the way around to adding entertainment value to this show to other people.
I like from the way you
Taylor,
talk,
between us, I am the comedy expert. All right,
I mean,
know your
yeah,
place.
clearly. I'm saying from what
I'm the
you've
funny
said, from what you've said about Norm Macdonald, all of your experience from him comes from like late night clips. Don't watch the late night clips where he hated. I was going to say hates. He hated those late night shows. He thought they were contrived bullshit nonsense. And so every time he went on one, he would try and waste as much airtime as they could for a stupid joke. The joke was he's making the host panic at how slow this is and trying to, like, he did that intentionally. You watch his stand-up, totally different game. He has so many funny bits in so many different ways. The way he thought about stuff was a little off kilter, which is what you need to be funny. His delivery, some people don't like his delivery. I think his delivery was fucking hilarious, like the way he would undercut things.
He did the news on Saturday Night Live,
Mm-hmm.
and I certainly don't think he was bad. Maybe even good, but it had this "I'm the only smart person in the room" kind of
I like
vibe
that.
to it. That I got too much of it.
See, I want a hero.
I never got that vibe from Norm.
No, I did get that guy. He's like he's definitely the elitist. That's part of his gag. That like it's almost like, but he's bringing you along for that. He's not saying I'm smarter than all of you. He's saying we're smarter than them. Hey guys, come here, gather around. Look at those dumb people over there. We're so much smarter than them. That's what I usually get from Norm.
Yeah,
or got from Norm. I like Norm. I never had a problem. I think this Jerry Clower guy is maybe an example of a good like Southern, like you don't mind that his story is taking so long. He's not telling a long story because he's trying to bore you. He's telling a long story because this is almost like, I mean, it's a story. It's not just about being a joke. It's about telling you a story, and to some extent too, because you learn about characters and their relationship with each other. And his story, he tells like lots of stories, and they're often about the same community he grew up in, with the same characters and like different things they did. So when he gets to the third story about this coon dog,
there's backstory.
He doesn't need to tell you just how good this coon dog is. He's the top. This is how the guy talks. He's a top dollar coon dog. Highball was. He was the #1 coon dog in all of Brixbane County. And you're like, all right, we got a good dog
All
on
of
our hands.
Brixbane County.
Like,
All right.
3 counties over, they talked about highball. You know, it's
You're making him sound like a wrestler. What's the name of that wrestler who would be like, what was it? Who was the guy who did Spider-Man Bonesaw is Ready?
Macho Man Randy Savage.
Yeah, he was the guy that was like, this dog is the best dog you're ever gonna find to try and hunt squirrels.
Whatever the fuck.
It's off balance. It doesn't matter. Landmark has been doing this thing. So the Landmark has been doing a character called Landy.
I am the cream, and I will rise to the top.
I love when he's doing the cream thing, and he keeps like,
I am the cream,
And he keeps pulling a new cream thing out. That is like I have no experience with professional wrestling in my whole life. Like it wasn't something I watched. I didn't know about it. But when I saw someone, this was like a year ago, like literally a year ago, they're like, watch Randy Savage, I am the cream. And I was like, okay. And that was the last time I think that I like watched a video on repeat like 3 times, laughing the whole time, because he is
I'm
just
undeniably in a situation I'd rather not be in right now. I'm undeniably in a situation that I'd rather not be in right now. I am the cream, and the cream will rise to the top.
He's like pulling it from different pockets. And the interviewer is like, Macho Man Randy Savage here, talking big words right before the match. Like,
yeah, and he's blown away by the sleight of hand too. He acts like a black person seeing magic. He's just like, oh shit! Like he thinks he's just met a warlock. Like,
dude, that's all that. If you watched like what network was Chris Angel on?
Oh,
do you remember? Or no, David Blaine, Chris Angel, were they both on like Spike TV or some shit like that?
Like David Blaine would get those specials like on NBC, like prime time, where he'd like be in a fucking block of ice for 3 hours on primetime TV, and I'm like, this is going up against Survivor. Like, are they serious?
Yeah, no chance it's gonna beat Survivor, but like. Yeah, putting it up against Survivor, no fucking chance, idiot.
You remember him up in that block of ice, suspended in like, I don't know, over some major city or something. I
remember the breath.
I was like, that ain't magic. Like he's just in a box. Like.
But like, it was funny watching like the David Blaine show, and it was like street magic. I think it was like on MTV in the early 2000s, and then he would be like about to do a magic trick for like a few like white ladies, and then there'd be a group of black guys, and he's like, sorry, this isn't going to work out. Guys, let me show you the magic trick, because like black people reacting to magic, they do it so much funnier than white people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Far and away. It's not even close.
Yeah.
Not even close.
It's because they believe in magic. And so when they see some, they think they've encountered a warlock, and they're hoping that they can get some wishes out of it.
And now I don't know about black people as a percentage of magic believers, but I can tell you that these black people he was talking to definitely believed in magic.
Now, I'm not saying that
When he threw that deck of cards at the window pane of a cafe and the one they picked was on the inside of the cafe stuck to the glass, yeah, they were freaking the fuck out.
I'm
thinking
not
the demon
saying-
did it.
That
I'm not
seems like
saying that
magic,
all
though.
magic believers are black. I'm just saying that all black people are magic
Oh, that's great. I saw where that one was going, and I still, that's hilarious.
I saw where it was headed quickly and let it go.
Dude, I want to believe in magic.
One of those. Oh!
Let's do the second half of this. Second half of this question. We did U.S. accents. What
Yeah.
about worldwide accents? Coolest worldwide accents.
Fucking Australia.
I think
Australia. I would have gone that way too. That's my take.
Australian.
Nicole
Aus-
Kidman
Sounds great on women and men. Sounds fucking badass.
Yeah.
Also fucking funny. Like
If the question is cool, then I think Australian is it. Like,
Yeah,
there's
it's a very
something.
chill, like whatever, Bri. You know,
It's
I'm gonna do what I'm
personable
gonna do.
and
You do what you
chill,
want.
yeah.
Yeah,
It's
it's
what
it's-
accent would a movie villain have?
Oh, it's German. every time.
German or Russian.
It's German. There's a German guy that I've been playing fucking
Chinese, maybe?
games with, and he came in. He's like, "Yeah, we're going to play a bit of Tarkov, yeah." And I'm just like, "What are you, a fucking Bond villain, bro? Is that really your accent? You just sound like that?"
That is how we talk here.
Yeah, and in my land, this is how we speak. And I'm like, dude, you're playing it up, right? Like, are you auditioning right now for something? Like, the fuck? But he just sounds like that.
No, he's just there in his fucking beer fest lederhosen. Oh no,
No, this is
I'm not putting this on.
So it's one of the. I met a 73-year-old German man who like was
Howdy
8
fuck.
in Hamburg. Oh god, like a fucking stallion.
BlueChew.com.
Yeah.
PKA.
Promo code German
I
guy.
gotta get the lock and load away from Dieter. I'm gonna tell you right now. No, but like his accent wasn't as strong as this young dude I'm playing Tarkov with, and this guy was like, he'd been in Germany his whole life. He'd been bombed in Hamburg.
Oh, he sounds like he's just waiting to get fucked up the ass.
His name was Peter, and he was a real
Pita eater.
Peter was an asshole. Peter was always so it was like during like the middle of, I don't know who Bush was invading, but you know, he was doing his thing.
Probably one of the bad guy countries.
And one of the
Probably
bad
two
countries.
people, the little Iraq and a little Afghanistan.
Didn't we get Gaddafi during that period as well?
Oh no, that was Obama that we got.
Okay. I give that to
Gaddafi,
Bush.
I think.
Bush laid the groundwork down.
Yeah, and then
Yeah,
Obama
sure.
laid the groundwork by
no way
destroying
you're
Libya.
playing Tarkov back then though.
Oh, it's true. It's true. I lost my train of thought.
You
We were talking
Bush
about
was-
something stupid.
and Peter.
German guy, Tarkov, Bush.
Yeah,
Oh.
is Viva talking about the
Oh,
German
he was
guy?
just super anti-Bush and always complaining about how like the Americans bombed his like house in Hamburg, Germany when he was 7 or 8 or something, and it was
He's
just,
gonna.
Is
did
he
you ask him to
90
get
years
over it?
old? What
Yeah.
the fuck?
that's what I'm saying. I'm telling you how old he was.
Yeah, I met a 98-year-old named.
First of all, like it'd be easy to work out his age because like whenever they bombed Hamburg, he was either 7 or 8, and like I worked with this guy in like 2000.
we bombed Germany
5.
after World War II.
No,
What?
he was alive during World War II.
Oh, I was joking. I didn't realize that he actually was an old
I'm
man.
literally talking about a
He
man
said
who
he
was
was
a
70
child during
something,
World War
man.
II.
Why
I don't
do
know how old
sorry.
he was.
people play Tarkov?
He was 70 15 years ago. It doesn't matter anymore. There wasn't even really a story there. I just wanted to say he had a shitty accent that wasn't as strong as this other kid. German is a shitty accent. You sound like a fucking villain. And like I don't know if I've ever heard oh yeah. I'm thinking of like women with a German accent and it
Mhm.
actually being sexy. And all I can come up with is, oh, and maybe that's not even German. It's a comical accent. Remember Blazing Saddles, the lady who does the musical number?
No.
Like,
Yeah.
I'm tired of being alone. She's got that whole musical number. Like is that German? The fuck is that?
I don't know. The way you were doing it almost sounded like
Well, I
nebbish,
can't
like
do
Do we have
Jewish.
a second place? If we all agree 100% that Australia is the best accent for men and women
Yeah.
for coolness,
No,
what's second
I
place?
would I would go a second place. I like Italy. Italian accents, but that could be because I had an Italian teacher in college and I thought her accent was very cool. I've never heard a guy with an Italian accent with any sort of regularity, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, so whenever I think of either Furio from Sopranos, if I'm thinking of a guy with an Italian accent.
Yeah, but those are Italian American. I mean, like an Italian.
No, well, he was Italian.
Oh,
Remember?
Furio. Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Furio. I love when like Sal couldn't pronounce his name, like Furio. He's like Furio. Same thing. His but the remember when Tony goes over and meets with like his cousin who like this, her accent was pretty
Yeah,
fucking
that
hot.
lady.
Yeah, and like when she's
That's what my Italian teacher sounded like.
remember when she's eating those shrimps with like her mouth open and those big lips? It should have been disgusting, but it ended up being sexy.
I don't remember that scene. I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, I'll send it to you later. I've got it saved.
Yeah, send that to me. Send me the shrimp eating scene.
It's a GIF. It just goes over and
I'm
over.
gonna beat off to it.
I know how you feel about Italian women and shellfish.
Yes.
His weaknesses.
These are a few of my favorite things.
I don't know what other accents they're like. What do people from Poland sound like?
Fuck that.
Their language is fucking absurd. Have you ever seen something written in Polish? It's like they're trying to make it so hard that no one else can learn it.
Oh, it's like a
And
code.
it was like waterboarding. He was like the way he would roll those. It was like what I would sound like if I were trying to breathe through liquid being poured down my throat, and that was
Oh.
Danish.
Like it's like we don't want anyone else to be able to figure this out. Let's make it hard.
Like,
Let's
it's
make
a
it
code.
difficult to pronounce.
Like,
That's how I feel about Russian. Like the fact that they have their own letters and they
Yeah.
just mix them in with normal letters. What the fuck?
None of them are it's the Cyrillic alphabet, so they have some that like look like A or look like stuff like that, but it's like the A.
If it looks like an A, it's an A.
Okay, well then, like have you ever seen like the way they say like Russia? Like if you buy like something from like vodka or something from Russia, it'll say like what it looks like in the U.S. in English is like pocha, like P a goofy O C C A, but it's a goofy A, and that means Russia. So that P means R, and then the rest is just Russia, I guess. Except do they call it like they wouldn't pronounce it?
I'm getting some
Russia.
audio feeding back through somebody. By the way, I'm hearing something.
Oh, shit.
Typing, I was trying to paste that link.
No, it was audio. It was a lady's voice of some kind.
Well, that
No.
doesn't check.
Not from here.
Definitely heard it.
Really? Did anyone else hear it?
No, I did not hear a
Kyle,
woman's
is there a
voice.
lady in your house?
Are you haunted?
Yeah. It could be. Could be
You
either
could
of those
be.
things.
Now, if you like Kyle, let's be real for a second,
Okay.
and by that I mean let's not like if
I
you
understood.
let's say there's let's say you hear something spooky in your house that you think might be a ghost. Like, don't say, oh, it's not a ghost. It's not like you think it's something supernatural. Who do you call? Like, who is your most trusted resource to handle a supernatural thing? Do you call a priest? Do you try and go higher up? Do you go to a Christian pastor? Like, who's your solver?
I'm immediately feeling like you're baiting me into another musical number.
That wasn't the intent, but feel free to sing.
But all right. So I'm hearing.
You're hearing what could be ghouls,
women's
goblins,
voices, right?
I'm gonna fill in the
demons.
blanks here, and
I mean, that's a good haunting, I suppose. Was it?
No,
a
it's not
sexy woman's
necessarily.
voice?
It's not a female voice. It's a ghoulish goblin voice. It's scary.
I'm going to fill in the blanks here, and I'm going to make it like I'm absolutely sure that this is not like my TV or like my fillings picking up a radio or something. Something is speaking to me from a portal in my home. Who am I going to call?
Yeah.
No one. I am going to start the Twitch stream up, and we are going to live stream my supernatural ghoul portal, and I'm going to
This is
welcome it into my soul.
Yeah.
the next Poltergeist movie.
Yes.
Taylor, is it you that actually got uncomfortable when I like kept offering my soul to Satan that time?
No, it was I made jokes about it to my wife at the time when we were watching horror movies, and she got really spooked.
That's right.
And I said in the middle of the movies, she was like, "I'm gonna go to the bathroom, please. Come with me." And I'm like, "I can see the bathroom from here. I'm not coming with you." And then she was like, "But there could be demons." And I was like, "There's no demons. Watch."
Satan, come into my soul. Have me do your bidding.
And she
let me walk this earth with your evil soul inside my body and do your bidding.
Give me your power, my dark lord. Allow me to do your bidding on this earth.
Work
like,
through me.
That's what it was, and she
Your
hated
mighty
that.
works through me.
Yeah, she thought it was quote unquote inappropriate when I invited Satan into my soul. I was joking. I was memeing.
Now I remember I stole that from you, and I did the exact same thing. Got the exact same reaction.
Yeah, chicks hate
no
it.
one
Chicks
likes
believe
it.
in ghosts and demons, man.
Especially when like they meet you for the first time and like they don't know. Like for all they know, you're having a fucking breakdown over there. Yeah, I roll my eyes in the back of my head. I do a whole thing. Get a couple Alka-Seltzer in my mouth.
You got your vomit packs in there, so you bite down and throw
fucking
up.
Gone. Nobody sticks around after that. It's
I wouldn't expect them to.
no, I don't know who I'd call
Morning after.
For real though, like that would be
here?
horrifying.
All right.
That would be horrifying. I don't know what you do with that. If you truly believe that they're like, that I'm here.
Twitch idea is a good one.
The Twitch idea is hilarious. But what do I do when I turn the Twitch stream on and like, no, it doesn't do its thing. And now like an asshole, I'm like, hey, and they're like, hey, what are you doing, Kyle? I'm like, I guess just chatting. I just want to check in on you guys. And I'm like, and meanwhile, like the ghoul like winks at me behind the camera and fucking disappears. And now I'm sitting there being all fucking weird and shit for 30 minutes. I'm all pale and I leave. And they're like, I think Kyle has a serious drug problem. and I don't know what you do with that because I feel like.
Yeah, you know why you don't know what you do with that? Because
it's
there's
not
a place to deal with that because it's a bunch of bullshit, right? Like,
okay,
what would you do? If you're getting robbed, maybe call the cops.
Yeah,
like,
but
you need to.
But it's fun. You got to suspend disbelief.
So you say that we know someone who, on a somewhat regular basis, sees a demon.
Yeah,
that's right. You told me about this.
Multiple demons, if anything.
Holy shit! I
Dark
remember.
man.
Yeah,
Drifter.
that's right.
Drifter, yeah.
And they would just
does
kinda,
all sorts of
and if I
ghouls and
recall
goblins.
correctly, the guy's name is Drifter, the person.
Yeah, Drifter.
Okay,
yeah,
Drifter. He just kind of goes through his life like with this is one of the things of his life. It's like the rest of us have gravity and rain. He's got demons. You know, like
if you are like constantly fucked with by demons, though, like it doesn't matter whether it's real or not. If you believe it to be real in your mind and it's impacting you in a real way, it is real for that person. Like, what do you do? Like, you would just have to ignore it.
No, you'd probably have your own coping strategy. Be like, all right, demon time again. All right, get the headphones out, play some music. Don't like look off into the distance. I don't know. Like you do something though, right?
I would try and like be more intense than the demon.
That kind of
So if he was all about like murder, I'd be like, yeah, but you're not thinking big enough. And then he'll be like, man, this kid's fucked up.
You can only kill a man once, Satan. You gotta think darker.
Exactly.
God. It's like you go. Remember the Christmas Critter episode of South Park, where like I think maybe was it the devil who was like, these things are fucked up.
Yeah, like, she's pretty fucked.
Man, I keep losing my train of thought. This I've been getting these THC-O pins from my from the gas station.
What does that mean? What is THC-O? Because I know Delta 8, they just extract it from the hemp. What is THC-O?
Dude, I shouldn't have to be a chemist. I shouldn't have to
take
answer
marijuana
questions like
and
that.
do science and then sell it legally.
Exactly. Like I don't want to be responsible for learning the science behind everything that I put in my body.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
not
So
an anti-vaxxer.
I'm not an anti-vaxxer. Like, look, if
Kyle,
if
it
they
literally
will
looks
sell it at the gas station, then I will do it.
Dude, Kyle, it looks like THC-O is a hemp-derived compound similar to Delta 8, but it's 3 times stronger than THC, which is
Wow.
wild because like Delta 8, the thing with it is it's much weaker than THC. Like you have to take a lot more to get the same effect.
I've been telling everybody to smoke this stuff because it is very, very, very strong. And I'm just getting like a $20 vape pen from my gas station. I think the company is called Cannabeast. Like it comes in the here it is. It's fucking Cannabeast. No, we're
Do
not
they
sponsored
have
with
it in edible format?
Yeah, those are the best.
Maybe, but like I just get these vape cartridges. I would go on Reefer's Bay if I were getting any kind of like Delta 8 like type thing anyway. I guarantee.
Can I pause you?
Yeah.
Reefer's Bay is a website where you can legally get THC-O shipped in the mail.
All of these things, yeah, Delta 8 and like that's a Reefer's.
I just bought.
This is all right. Let me just stop and say this is rapidly starting to look like a veiled sponsored ad read. That is not the case.
No, we're not getting paid for this.
What it is that MIDI turned me on to this place to get cheaper Delta 8, and it's 50 cents a gram, by the way, for concentrate. Like it blew my mind. I've been over. I wasted hundreds of dollars. Like it's now like Delta 8 costs pennies. It's absurd how cheap it is. But I recommended them to Taylor, and he grabbed some of their edibles.
Yeah, I haven't had any yet. I'm going to take some tonight before I go to bed and see how I feel. But they showed up super quick. Like I ordered a couple of these to see if they'd be good, because up till now I've been doing these Moonwalker ones that I get from a local store. The brand is just called Moonwalker. They're another very large Delta 8 brand, I guess. I think Moonwalker. I was like, I think it's one of those brands that like made all the THC stuff before the Delta 8 and then was like immediately, oh, Delta 8, we're selling this in all these in all these states where we can't sell our initial shit.
It's wild how big the market has gotten. There are stores cropping up all around me that sell the stuff, and I just don't understand how law enforcement deals with it. We were talking about this the other day.
It's like, federally legal.
Yeah, it's federally legal. It's state legal. Like it's legal everywhere, but it's mixed in with like marijuana, right? Because I've bought for a while. I was trying the flower. It looks like nuggets of marijuana, and they've got it in So I've been to a lot of different legal states, and they keep the flower in like these little glass jars locked up, and sometimes they're even in like a time lock thing in the back. Almost, it seems like they're real secure with this shit. There's a store about 5 minutes from me where they have like 10-pound bags of the Delta 8 nuggets, like bushels of them. Like
Jesus Christ,
and like an old timey general store, they'd be those big things like candy, like on the.
That's how they in yourself.
They just scooping big, like, oh, what do you want? 3-4 pounds? Like they don't really sell you that much, but they've got that much. He's got like 30 pounds of what looks just like marijuana right behind him. And he'll, grab you an 1/8 of an ounce or a 1/2 ounce or whatever you want. But what it is I guess it's hemp nuggets that they've sprayed with Delta 8. And I haven't smoked much of that in a while. It's a little hard.
Hemp nuggets get you high?
Not on their own.
Not on their own. So they're just spraying it with Delta. I'm very confused about why this is even pot.
It's just a medium for Delta 8, really. It's just another way.
Yeah.
And so I'm like
French fries with ketchup. They're just ketchup.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay? I'm wanting to skip the French fry entirely. I'm like, just give me the bottle of ketchup. Actually, boil the ketchup for 3 hours, and then
make a brownie out of it.
Then distill it, and then take the distilled ketchup and add some lye. And when that turns into crystals, give me those and let me smoke those crystals.
So you said that you find that Delta 8 hemp thing to be harsh to smoke. Do you find that in the vapes? Like, I don't have much experience with this, but when I vape Delta 8, like I'm coughing, I suck, it's harsh. And I have a friend who is a subject matter expert, and he seems to think Delta 8 is harder to vape too.
I was thinking that, and like I think it depends on the brand, because I got these vapes that are Delta 8,
that vape.
and they like the thin white one that has the little thing that says like California Risk down here, or like, oh, there's weed in this. And up until this point, and I got one of these, I had been getting other like disposable Delta 8 vapes, like these dead ones, and these ones hit so hard. And I think the reason is that they have a setting in there that it's the heat that it's trying to dissolve it is way too high. Like it's heating it and like vaporizing it at a very high temperature,
What does
and then
hit
you're
so
hitting
hard mean? Or does that mean you're getting very high, or like it makes you
it.
cough?
It's
Hit so
hitting
hard means that like
hot.
you're feeling it in your throat. You feel like you might cough. Like you're, and so
I'm with
like
you, though,
this
Woody.
one,
The
I
edibles are
pretty
fucking
much,
awesome for this
I
kind of
don't
stuff.
like this one
Oh.
seems to vape at a lower temperature, and so I don't get that. But all these other ones I've gotten, they vape at such a high temperature that like I'm always coughing. It wasn't until I switched to these white ones that it started getting better.
So one thing I've noticed is I think you build different tolerances for different things.
Compounds, yeah.
Compounds, maybe even like. So I've tried THC-O and THCP and maybe THC-10 and 8 and or Delta 8 or whatever the fuck. I get confused after a while, clearly, because I think they're just making shit up. I know I tried this
They are.
brand. It's I can't remember what this brand is called, but I've got 2 of them here, and
Wait, hold that up.
it's got the little monkey.
Oh no, I don't have that one. No.
Yeah, it's got a little monkey guy on there, and the monkey's like wearing a hat and he's smoking a joint.
Does it say like grandma's cookies or something on it?
Yeah, it's Girl Scout cookies. Yeah,
Girl Scout cookies.
yeah. Look at him there, and then like these are the same shit.
Is that
right?
Delta 8 or Delta O? Or THC-O?
I don't remember anymore. But it's always these little monkey guys on here.
It's the one that causes short-term memory
This
loss.
is the first thing I smoked. Yeah, this is the first thing I smoked. Like as soon as my probation ended, I had one of these, and as soon as like midnight rolled over, I hit this thing, and I was immediately shocked at how high I was after 2 hits on this. Like I was so high, I ran to the bathroom, and Woody was talking about the coughing. I coughed like I was going to die for a
Like you were gonna
solid-
like coughing so hard you like are on the verge of throwing up.
Yes,
like that
like-
level
like-
of
like-
cough.
You hit it like a pro then. Like you really I try to strike the balance, and I know what I'm doing, between like if you barely hit it at all, then you don't cough, but you don't really get anything. Like it's a
Yeah.
little bit of a
Mhm.
wasted vape. If you really hit it, like you're imitating the guys from that 70s show,
Yeah.
then like you cough hard, and I try to split the difference.
I no, 1,000,000%.
When
I do the same thing. Like I just hit it to the medium level, and if I want like one giant's hit worth, I just take 3 medium hits over the course of a couple minutes, so I don't have to cough.
No, I hit it hard. I will say I've noticed that like the way I can tell if something is truly potent is I'll salivate when it hits. So like when I hit this thing for the first time, I had to run to the bathroom, and I was like, it sounds a little gross, but I was like spitting into the sink. I was salivating so much, like my mouth was just like overflowing with like spit. I'm just spitting into the sink and coughing at the same time. It was very attractive. And then the same thing happens when I like take a big dab of something strong. The THC-O like concentrate is pretty absurd. Like I can hit this pin and carry on a conversation mostly. It would appear, but I wouldn't.
It would appear hypothetically.
Hypothetically. But I definitely wouldn't do that concentrate and try to like have a normal conversation with anyone, because like I'll get super dopey, and after a while I'll just get fucking tired and need to go take a fucking nap. When I work out, I'd use a completely different thing though. I've got a pin that's supposedly a sativa, and I get kind of like a head high for that. That's kind of like energetic, and it's kind of fun. And I'm doing my math and counting my reps and singing my songs and just but when I smoke this stuff, I'm more like just mellowed out and relaxed. I can't believe that they just sell it in the store. Back to my original point, like the fact that this is just at the store and the cops are driving past it, but still enforcing like marijuana law.
Yeah, it's nuts.
I don't know how that works.
I think society just laws can't keep up with where we're at for all the things. Like all the internet shit is always like that. Every time I look at this shit, I'm like, that law doesn't make any sense with how this world works anymore. So
my hope is that with regards to Delta 8, if the tide is stemming towards marijuana legalization, they just say, you know what? Never mind. Why are we going to make new laws when we're going in the other direction anyway?
Yeah, that's the thought too. It doesn't.
Yep.
It's legal in so many places. I mean, it's decriminalized from what I understand. Like in the city of Atlanta, like the fact that that's a thing, right? That
Can
like
you tell me how legal and decriminalized differ? I get confused.
yeah. So legal means do it all you want. There's going to be no consequences. Decriminalized means, hey, you can't do that. You're gonna have to pay a ticket now. But it doesn't mean put your hands behind your back. He's moving. He's got a gun. Taser,
Shoot
taser.
him.
Pow, 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 pow. Taser. This isn't my taser. Well, he had put the joint in his hand. Yeah. Like that's what that's what
Put the joint in his hand. About like weed is the drug they're planting.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna give 3 of these a go. I'll probably be feeling them by the end of the show.
I can't believe that shit kicks in for you in 30 minutes. I got to plan 2 hours ahead if I'm taking it.
Really?
Like if I want to be like, if I'm going to take edibles and like if I'm going to go to the movies or something, first of all, I get somebody else to drive because I ain't driving on edibles. But if the movie's starting at 8 p.m., I'm taking those at like 5:30. Like
well, your tolerance, even you just jumping back into it recently, like it takes a lot more eds to get you high than it does for me.
He has that THC muscle memory.
Yeah.
Like
I just took 75 milligrams of it. Maybe I'll take another 25 one later if I want to get silly.
Good God, really?
Yeah,
75.
Yeah,
It's not as
but no,
potent.
it's Delta 8, and so like
it's a
Delta
quarter
8 does
strong.
get you to where weed will get you with edibles, at least. With the smoking, it's a little more different, but you need like 3 to 4 times as much to get it. And so basically, what I just took was like 20 milligrams of THC.
So
Which
I
is
was
still a
eating
fucking lot.
Yeah,
So I gave up on edibles or Delta 8 edibles at like having any sort of potency for me because I was eating like I think around 1,500 milligrams at a time and just
1,500.
All right,
dude,
all right.
I might have a fucking heart attack or like a pain. I would absolutely
eating
have a panic attack if I took that much.
like I was eating whatever comes in a bottle. Like I would get a $50 bottle. And I want to say they were like 60 milligrams each, and there was like 75
sugar high, that's
in
it.
there. I don't know. It was
Jesus
a bunch.
fucking Christ,
It's like
dude.
roughly 1,500 milligrams.
Dude, I took this past weekend. I took. We weren't doing anything, and I was just going to play Magic all night and hang out. I think I took over the course of hours like 250 milligrams of Delta 8, and I was like, I remember getting up to go get another Zevia from the fridge, another cream soda, and like feeling like I was the first person player in a video game, like even reaching into the fridge. Like it was a weird reach. I'm like, is that my arm? Oh, it just felt foreign and weird.
So
but I felt great.
I think I was eating 3Chi, that brand's edibles. I just don't find them to be potent at all. Maybe I may look at something else, but I gave up on edibles to even work. That shit I ate
Edibles
in Colorado,
are the way to go, man. It feels so much better than smoking it.
Yeah.
that it's a completely different feeling. I'd rather smoke it. I like that feeling more. That 1,000 milligrams
like
I
the
ate on the show, like
burning.
Filthy, did you see that nonsense, or have we talked about me eating that edible? We did, right? We talked about that.
I haven't heard that.
I promised that I would eat this ungodly edible on the show, and so I did. When I was in Colorado, we made brownies, and like you can like do the math. If you want like 1,000 milligram edible, you can do the math. Once you've got the potency of the marijuana and and the weight and everything. So we did the math and made 1,000 milligrams of brownies, and I ate 1,000 milligrams of brownies
over the course of 8 cupcakes.
Yeah, like I made them.
Another
I made
sugar
them as
high.
potent as I could, but like when you're trying to eat 1,000 milligrams, you're gonna have to eat a lot of shit unless you just want to be eating straight.
It was so funny, like seeing comments after that episode of people who like don't know you the way like Woody and I do. They'd be like, Kyle clearly faking, and I'm like, no, Kyle's one of my closest friends. He was not faking. He was having he was trying to mitigate a full-on panic at one point.
I've not seen the episode, and I haven't heard about this. So give me the 2-second TLDR.
Oh, it was just it. You know, I got them all eaten about 2 hours into the show, and just slowly had a meltdown. I was like this, and I think someone asked me why I was doing this, and I was like, I'm holding on. like I felt like I was vibrating, like throughout my whole body. And like I would have these long periods of like time dilation where I couldn't tell if a moment had passed or 3 seconds or 10. And it was really like discombobulating.
Was
like
your voice coming out warbled to where like you would say something and then a half second later in your memory, the way you said it was goofy and weird?
It was hard to like. It felt like my voice was doing stuff. It was really awful. Like we were talking about it in a call the other day, and somebody was like, "That was wild," and Dirty was like, "You should have been in the other room. He had to walk past us to get to the bathroom every time." Dirty's like, "He was hanging on the wall getting to the bathroom." I was like, I could barely walk. That was silly. That was awful. I'll never do that much again.
That feels like super high dose of THC. That's what it does to me too. I did a trip up to Colorado with my brother. We met him out there. My wife and I and my brother's wife and him, and we met out and hung out there and did a lot of that, and then went out and saw a concert. And I just tried to keep up with him. I'm not super experienced with that. Try to keep up with him, and he's a big guy. A and B is much more experienced in that than I am. And it was just like by the end of that concert, I was just like sitting there. I'm like huddled, like trying not to fall over backwards. I'm not hating it, but like it's too much, right? Like you're just like overwhelmed by the experience of being there. So that resonates with me.
There were people like who responded to that episode where Kyle did it, where they're like, "This isn't even a punishment. He likes weed." It's like, okay, well,
first of all, it wasn't
like,
supposed to be a punishment.
Let's say,
yeah, right.
I know. That it wasn't supposed to be
a
a punishment, but people perceived it to be kind of like the drinking episodes. But it was like, yeah, Kyle loves weed. Let's imagine for a minute that Kyle loved alcohol.
Yeah,
and we said over the course of an episode, he had to drink a handle of vodka. Like, yeah, he might, well, first of all, he'd be dead. I don't think you can drink that much in that amount of time and not die.
So.
But like, yeah, even if he was the biggest like connoisseur of vodka, if he had to drink that much of it, he'd be vomiting and feel like dog shit. Like same thing with weed.
Yeah. No, that was awful. That was a real shitty because that was our last night there too, and I had to be at the airport at like, I don't know, like 11 hours after I started eating those things. I was so high on the way to the airport.
I love getting high. Like weed is my drug of choice, but I don't like waking up the next day still feeling high, because then it's like, even though it's not like a hangover where you're waking up like, oh my goodness, my head hurts and I'm dehydrated and I don't feel great, but it's still enough. Like that weed hangover, and it's only from edibles. I can smoke as much as I want the night before, and then you're fine by the morning. But if you take a bunch of edibles, like you wake up still tired. You could sleep for 10 hours.
I don't even remember if I did
keep
sleep.
sleeping.
Like I can't remember if I slept. I there wasn't a lot of time between like the end of the show and like when I had to be like up to get ready. So I don't remember if I slept or not. I just felt awful. The when it was over, like there was a little bit of a hangover the next day. I wasn't sober when I got in my car at the airport, like back in Atlanta. Like I had to sit in the car for a while. That
sucks to get home and then have to sit in your car and sober up, like listening to music or whatever.
Like I didn't feel necessarily high. I had been high for so long that I wasn't sure if I was still high or how high I was. Like it was almost like I didn't have a concept.
You know what a good test for that is?
That's what sobriety was.
Get on the highway and just gun it.
Dude, what I've found over time, and it was because a friend told me this when I was much younger, like where I was like, I don't know if I'm still high the next day if I take a bunch of edibles or whatever. He was like, if you wake up and you are thinking over and over about, am I high? Am I not high? You're high. Like the fact that you're having that little debate in your head means you're still fucking high.
I do that a lot. I do that with alcohol too.
Really? You wake up next morning wondering if you're still drunk?
The aspect of it where you're like wondering, like, am I drunk? Am I faking drunk?
Oh, I see.
Like, you know, like that. I do that a lot.
But I feel like that's almost foisted onto you by the fact that the only time you drink is when you're doing this show, right? Like if you and Jackie decided you wanted to watch a couple episodes of The Witcher and you both wanted to have some wine or something with it, like you wouldn't be thinking throughout the process, like, am I buzzed? Am I drunk? Am I feeling
also,
this?
like, there's something about like doing the show and kind of being like on and like doing our thing here that like you almost turn off like a little part of your brain that's even like keeping track of how you're doing. If I was just chilling on my couch, I'd be much more cognizant of how high I am right now. I'm pretty high right now though. Like this is, What I do is I mix the THC-O and the THCP, and well, that's
Combined OP.
It's two made up
OP.
things that are probably like all just some sort of Chinese goo that I'm smoking that has no anything in it. God knows what this is. We're all going to die of cancer if we keep smoking.
Dude, it's
this. We
just
gotta stop.
extracted from hemp.
Yeah, if you say so. I don't know how they got all that juice out of hemp.
I don't know about THC-O. That might be synthetic, but Delta 8 isn't.
I don't know what I'm smoking, but it works, I suppose. But yeah, I think there's different like tolerances and tolerance breaks or whatever for maybe like THC-O versus THCP versus like, when I go to a legal state now, like, am I going to have no tolerance? Like because I haven't been smoking weed.
You will have no. I can tell you this for a fact. Like for a long time now, I've just been doing Delta 8, not regular weed, because regular weed isn't legal here. So I was like, I just take more of this and it does the same thing. May as well do that. And so I'd been doing Delta 8 for months. And then I went to my brother's bachelor party in Florida, and a bunch of guys flew down there, and we were all having a great time. And I thought like, oh, Delta 8 tolerance will translate to Delta 9 tolerance. Like it's got to be some of those same receptors and shit, Delta 9 being normal weed. Mm-hmm. And I smoked a lot of regular weed that weekend, and I got unreal high off of no, I'm serious. Like a couple hits off of a blunt in a
Delta
circle
8 doesn't build a tolerance at all.
I thought it would. And then I smoked regular weed, and I got like borderline uncomfortably high off of like 4 hits off of a big blunt. Well, I guess 4 passes, so 8 hits off of it. But like, I was not expecting that. I remember I was sitting there. We were all at this area like by the water in this little like cabana, and everyone's passing it around. And I get it, and I hit it again and pass it, and it's all normal. And then I get it for probably the 3rd time, and I take my 5th and 6th hit. And then I like do that lean back thing when you're high in one of those like naturally lean back plastic chairs, and immediately realized like, oh, you're way too high right now. Like you are basically a virgin, tight butthole bitch right now when it comes to Delta 9. And so like I had to sit there, and I was like doing that, like almost crawling out of my skin, but we're all just hanging out talking. And so I was like, all right, I need to sit here for like 20 more minutes. And then I can get up and leave naturally. And like I even had that reminder voice in my head where it's like, Taylor, game time. You've been too high more times than you can count. You know how to handle this. And if anything,
this is what we trained for.
If anything, that little internal monologue gave me hope, where I was like, yeah, I've been way higher than this and handled it just fine. I'm good. I'm good. Like, and then I went. This was the last night of his bachelor party, so like we'd been drinking and getting fucked up for a while. That was at like 7:45 p.m. Took my 5th and 6th or 7th and 8th hit, handed it to the next guy, and was like, "I'm going to bed." And I stood up and did that like first-person shooter walk, like that, like that Doom walk where everything in Doom isn't quite moving at the right paces, like as you're walking. Oh, man.
I was flying in Mexico, and the weather got bad, and it knocked about 60% of my wing like out of the sky, and it's not flying, and it's wanting to turn and sort of spiral dive. I quickly got it to like 25% of my wing, where I can fly with 75% of a wing, and just sort of sort it out. And I thought to myself, like, because I'm on the acro progression, I'm really good at handling this kind of problem. And it was like, I'm glad that I'm the guy that this happened to, because this is my forte. That's Taylor with being too high. He's like, I am the person equipped to handle issues like this.
Oh, yeah.
God put me on earth to handle too much marijuana. And here I am.
I can handle it. I there's something in my brain. I'm too high, but someone says something and I still make a joke. And I'm like, all right, they don't think I'm too high. I just joked.
What's the most inappropriate? What's that most inappropriate and or scary place you've ever been too high?
Oh, I remember
work.
I don't even remember the situation it was, but I had to fly through O'Hare, and I was way too high to do like airport things, like even the thought of like I was high when I showed up at O'Hare. I think I was hanging out with friends in Chicago. This was like 10 years ago or something. And I went to O'Hare to fly back. That must have been it. And I was high out of my mind and going through was the most uncomfortable thing I ever did, because I know in my mind that everyone there, all those, because when you're stoned as shit going through TSA, those are no longer retards who couldn't get other jobs. They are CIA agents on the lookout for your malfeasance. They are on the lookout for your malfeasance. I remember walking through that and multiple airports where they have that area where you're in line for security, and the 2 lanes becomes one, and there's a big area where there's a guy with a dog and he walks back and forth. And I remember like being so high, being like, he's gonna smell my breath. And so I walked through that area. No, it's not a thing. And so I was like waiting at the area where he let you through, and I was like, he's like, all right, next person. And I'm like, and then I hold my breath through the whole thing, and I'm like, I'm glad we made it through that one. And then
couldn't have held on much longer. Glad that didn't take too long.
Yeah, that's what it was. Like, that was probably being high in the airport before security, horrible. Being high in the airport after security, great.
So remind me to tell you of the number 1 scariest after the show.
Okay.
But number 2 is the airport as well, I think. And I give myself a pep talk before something like that, because I need to talk to all of the me's.
Yeah,
you know, we need to all get on the same page on this.
Yeah.
We need
you're saying like we, referring like the royal we, referring to yourself.
Yeah, all of us in here. We need to know. Like there's like maybe there's like 3 Kyles. Like I need to talk to those other 2, and we need to be on the same page. And so I'm basically like, look, the average person is so fucking stupid that it's not going to matter that you're slow, you don't understand instructions, and they have to tell you 3 times, because they deal with this on the daily. No one will think you're high. They'll think you're stupid. You're stupid today. Be stupid. Don't be embarrassed. You're stupid. Oh, you didn't understand? You take the shoes off? Ask them why you take the shoes off. Quiz them about it. They'll know you're stupid. And so that's what I do. I just be stupid me. She's like ID, and I'm like, you're who? Your ID. No, I'm Kyle. we have a whole fucking thing of like she legitimately asked me to like show her my ID, and because I'm so high, this is after that edible, like I don't know what she wants. If she wants me to hand it to her, there's a bit of plexiglass between us. Do I mash it against it like you might at a club? Like, I don't know what she wants. And so I'm just like, I hold it up and smile. The whole thing. But like every step of the way, I was fucking up, right? Like I didn't grab my tray and like fast enough. I think I had put.
You were holding up people because you were like taking your shoes off.
No, it wasn't that busy, but like I was bad at getting to the airport, and I had this real awkward conversation with like a TSA guy, like where I thought I was like still playing stupid, but I need to play stupid because I am stupid. The quote unquote playing stupid is just me having an excuse for why I'm so high, really, and making and now that I have an excuse for being high, now I don't panic because I'm so high. And I remember not being sure if my mask was going to be like appropriate, like if they had like if they were going to allow my mask, because I've got one of those that it's like a neckerchief that you like pull up and it looks like a bandana, like a half mask type thing. Yeah, the gator thing. I like
that's a cool look. I like that.
Someone said that was the douchey look, and I just thought it was I just thought it was
a Kyle.
Look, I just think it's easy.
I mean,
to like hold everything up.
Would I lead you astray to make you look foolish? No.
Look, if that's the douchey mask, then the fucking left ear is the gay ear. Because I just picked the one that fucking fits well and like is easy to not lose. And now you've made me lose my train of thought because I'm stoned.
No,
you were playing stupid,
not sure. You were scared, and you're worried your mask wasn't appropriate because it's not.
See, the reason I was confused is because that even though I was wearing that like neck gator douchebag Kyle mask, they handed me this little like the cheapest temporary paper mask you've ever seen.
Throw that in the trash. Garbage.
We'll see what stoned me took. And keep in mind, you know, there's the chatter of the airport line part. I thought she was like, what it was is she wanted me to wear that one for the scanner for some reason. Like even like she didn't want me to wear mine to do this. Maybe it was bunched up. I think that is the case, but she didn't explain that, or I didn't hear that. So I kept wearing it, and I thought she was like, "Your mask is no good here. Don't wear your mask." That's what I heard. You've got an
Oh.
illegal mask, and now I'm thinking like, if I were to wear this mask any deeper in the airport, I might be subject to further questioning, and I will not stand up to such a questioning. So I like walk up to this TSA guy, and I'm like, "Is my mask okay? Am I wearing the wrong mask?" And he's like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like,
You think
"My
that
mask."
guy gives a fuck?
I had the most awkward conversation with him ever. He was like, "We don't have-"
Is this mask okay?
pretty
You know what
Yeah,
would
much.
be fun?
man, whatever. Yeah.
We should sell something like a hoodie that you wear backwards. So you just walk around with like a little hoodie in front, and then when you need your mask, you can go to the
And it's
Quickie Mart.
got a cutout band.
Yeah,
for
it's
your
like a
eyes.
balaclava type thing. You
Yeah,
pull it
like
in.
you're
And
a
maybe it has a
Ninja
cool
Turtle.
face. Makes you look something, I don't know,
Okay,
like the Joker.
I like this.
I didn't know where we were going for a brief moment.
It gives you like one of those Mexican death masks. Ooh, one of
Oh,
those.
yeah,
Those
yeah,
are cool.
yeah. Right? Or I'm not opposed to the Joker. We could do a couple different ones. But the idea that it's like a backwards hoodie and then you and your mask ready, I like it.
Thieves love them.
Wait, so they
Like, what if we
they
came
were
with the backwards hoodie to like for COVID, but criminals in like South America just
Just
gross.
yeah.
They're like,
Oh, I
"We
mean,
know-"
that shit's already happening. Have you seen all the videos in like South America where it's like subject breaks into a convenience store and robs it, but was wearing a mask, so we don't know who it is.
when I go to the pharmacy to pick up like drugs for Kitty, I wear my mask. Which is it really a douchey mask? Am I not supposed to wear that one? Did someone
But
decide that
I
mask
don't
is
even
lame?
know. I don't even know what the fuck
Yes.
you're talking about. Okay, this is.
This is what we should sell.
I don't see the joke. This is cool.
How
This is
terrifying
true.
would that be to see it on
I just
video?
want to go through the airport like
And they're like you give them your ID and you just refuse to zip it down.
No. The ID is
that.
that.
Yeah.
The ID is a picture of that, and you're like, I'm so sorry. Let me fix this. Zip it
I
up.
take it off and reveal myself to be pushing 50 in that fucking thing.
I didn't know. Kyle, are there like that? They were saying there were masks that you're not supposed to wear anymore.
No, he was high.
He was worried about that. He was worried because he knows.
Oh,
his
so
mask
you
is
you
really
just
a-
so that was whole cloth invented by you in
Yep.
Well,
the
like I
moment.
said, it was a misunderstanding. But like now, the sober me in retrospect believes that as I went through the scanner, they wanted me to put on that little thin papery thing, so the scanner could scan better. And they fully
you're not
intended me to.
hiding a blade in your crazy mask.
Yeah, but what I heard was like, you can't wear that here. What she meant was like, take it off because the scanner, blah blah blah. But I heard like, don't wear that in the airport or we'll interrogate you, druggie. So I was like having a whispered conversation with some random TSA guy about, is my mask okay? She said my mask wasn't okay. I don't know if my mask is okay. And he's like, we do not have a mask policy. I don't know where he was from, but he said
I do not care what you do. What do you think I care where you wear a mask from?
That's basically what I got from him. He was like, I just do not care if you wear a mask. Any mask we do. And that's why I put my
That's how I would be if I was an airline employee.
no.
Just fucking put a sock in front of your mouth. I don't give a shit. Just something so I don't have to get involved.
But like I'm afraid of like getting into an instance where I have to explain myself because I know I'm going to be bad at doing that.
You're allowed to be dumb. Like
That's-
I've taken that same strategy, right? It's not illegal to be stupid. I got pulled over for driving too fast. All right, here's what I did. Keep in mind, I'm like 21, so it's not current me. That was some other guy. Don't hold me responsible for what 21-year-old me did. I'm not
Yeah,
that
that was
guy.
almost a Taylor
The
lifetime.
law
ago.
doesn't. Why would we?
Anyway, there was a person driving too slowly in the passing lane. So I passed him on the right and I gave him a dirty ass look. To my surprise, he turned on his police lights and pulled me over. Anyway,
Oh no.
yeah, I was mean mugging him on the way by. So he pulls me over and he's like, you passed me on the right, and you were looking at me, and I'm like, looking at you, like I don't. I'm very confused. Why you like? Was I looking at you when I went by?
Was it because of this finger? No, that's how I point to other motorists.
He's like, do you know how fast you were going? And I'm like, no, I don't recall. Too fast, I'm sure. And he's like, well, I was going the speed limit. Therefore, you must have been speeding and passing on the right. And I don't even understand this concept. And he's like, well, if I'm going the speed limit and you pass me, then you're going too fast. And I'm not getting it. So he eventually just sort of scared me and let me go.
I did something stupid like that when I was like 16 driving. I was flying down the left lane of Highway 64 and I saw like a cop in the far right lane and I was going past him, but in my head I was like, being 16, I'm like thinking it's more complex than it is. So I'm like, oh, I need to slow down slowly so he doesn't think I'm slowing down because of him. I need to convince him that I'm a good motorist. And so like I went past him still speeding and got pulled over, obviously right away. Got a ticket. Nothing else to the story there, but it was just me being a fucking retard thinking like, oh, if I pass this cop, I need to slowly decelerate as opposed to now where it'd be like, oh, cop, ride behind him.
I had the opposite philosophy. If I saw a cop, I would hit the brakes hard to let him know that I acknowledge his authority. Probably overthinking it too, but that was my headspace.
You're so funny in the ways that like you think something is like mild rebellion and it's actually saying fuck you to the police. Like I'm gonna slow down a little bit and then reassume my acceleration. I'm not, I need to keep going fast.
I don't know. I still don't think it's that crazy. Like hit the brakes nice and hard and let the cop know. Like I see you. My bad.
You spooked me. You did
spook me.
Yeah.
I do hate cops. They spook me all the time. No, is that
you
bad
might be breaking a lot of laws.
I feel like to say that you hate cops for spooking you. No, I just feel like cops are like in this shitty position. It's like 99% of the time your interactions with them are shitty until you have the interaction where it's good, right? Like it's like, okay, you're a kid, you're drinking. For me, it was drinking before 21, right? And I had a bunch of run-ins with cops for that, right? So that was always like fucking cops. And then I had something where I had some guy sucker punch me in the head and break my jaw. And the cops were just like about like trying to like get this guy's information and figure out what happened and make sure everything got taken care of. I'm like, oh, that's not so bad. So I feel like it's the same thing. It's like you're speeding by and you're like, why the fuck do I give a shit if the speed limit's 70 and I'm doing 75? Is that a big deal? No, you're like, fuck that guy. And then your house gets robbed and you're like, I need the cops for this.
I mean, the problem with this is that you're approaching it from a reasonable adult and I'm being an edgy bitch.
No. Were you sucker punched for any reason? Are you 100% innocent?
Yeah. At the end of that, it turns out this guy was like, it was a team in high school. It was a team we had a football rivalry with, but I wasn't a football player and I wasn't at all interested in football whatsoever. And it was something like, this guy was probably looking for a fight. Is what it probably boiled down to. And I literally got tapped on the shoulder, turned around, punched in the side of the jaw and had my jaw broken.
Oh, fuck.
That sucks.
So some cunt suckered you.
Yes.
Basically. Yeah.
I remember I was talking to a guy in high school and he got sucker punched in a similar way. And he's like, my whole life, whenever somebody told me, his whole life, he's like 17. When someone told me that they didn't do anything, I assumed they did a little something. That they mouthed off. He's like, I didn't do anything. And I don't even know how to tell the truth of it without sounding like an asshole. But what would happen is we would go to these like sand lots by the bay or ocean or something, and people would drink. And then sometimes a group of like 12 black people would just come and beat up white people. And that's what
they just would like show up and attack white people.
Yeah. And
what the fuck?
Everyone would split and run. And he got hit for being white.
That's pretty fucked up. For a bunch of people to just show up and start fights.
Really? You think that's fucked up? I think that's adolescent fucking men, right? Like that is.
No,
that is,
but I mean
that shit
that
happens.
behavior.
I had my job broken for
behavior in
exactly
and
You
of-
the same
remember
reason.
when we were kids, Taylor? We'd hunt the Mexicans down and beat them. You remember?
We'd bring them down and we'd fuck them up. Yes, we would.
Yeah, it got to be
Yeah.
a thing. Like I remember the football team and wrestlers were like, you know what? Let's hang out together, and next time they come, we're not running. And like, they were better.
Damn.
You should have got the
That's-
archery team on board for that.
Yeah, right.
Your rich ass
The marksman team.
fucking blot out the sun.
Yeah, the swim team wasn't involved in that coalition.
Dude, they
Turns
should
out
have
dance and
could've-
swim
we
team
can't
were off
throw a
that night.
punch, let
See,
alone
if
throw
you
a
coulda
ball.
lured these men into water.
No,
Then
you know,
the swim team emerges.
They don't even do it themselves. They're
When
like
they
talking to
saw
the
my
dolphins.
shaven legs, they ran
Yeah.
for the hills.
No,
the
this-
the idea of a white group of children being like, hold, hold, as like a group of black miscreants come up to fight them in this situation. That's hilarious. Just them, just no. Don't fire until you see the whites of their eyes.
Jesus Christ, I knew where that was going. But all I see is the white.
Well, that's what you isn't that why? Wasn't that the whole thing? You see the
Yeah.
whites of their eyes, and then
Yeah.
Yeah.
That way you know they were within range that they couldn't turn around and get away from your firing.
which, like, thinking about Revolutionary War shit, that sucks. Like, imagine being that guy charging in, and then they just unload on you
How do
because
you
they
get
haven't
people-
established rules of war again yet.
How do you get people to be in the front? It seems like
Especially running at things, right?
yeah, like so
I'm
he's
always
talking
like,
about
yeah,
Revolutionary
I'm real
War.
fast, but that guy's a little slower. I'm gonna stick behind him.
Mhm.
Taylor's talking about the Revolutionary War,
I
and he's right. But back up a little more. Now we have short swords and shields, or spears, or something like that. Who wants to be in the front of this collision? Who?
Or like
And-
up a
and that's
siege
where-
ladder onto a fucking like fortress. You kidding me? I'm going like 10th.
I think that the answer to that question is why, like, when there were instances of professional armies versus like the come on everybody get together we gotta fight armies, like it was so obvious. Like I think there was a
Of
lot of
course.
pub stomping back in the day when the Spartans, or specifically, or like the Romans like came on the scene like later on. Like when you had well organized armies that were trained, like you know, there's that say what you want about 300, but one of the cooler scenes is like when Leonidas is asking the Athenian or whoever, like his
Yeah.
soldiers, like
What do
they
you
brought
do?
so many, like, what is your profession? I'm a potter. And it's just like, what about you? Sculptor. And like, Spartans, what is your profession? And they just go, Haru, Haru, Haru. I don't know
Dude,
what
that
means,
that
but it was
scene
super
is
hardcore.
so fucking cool.
And then with his fucking Scottish accent, he's like, you
It's not the
see,
coolest scene.
I brought more soldiers than you did. And it's just
No,
like,
yeah, literally like Sean Connery. I brought more soldiers than you did. It's
The
not
coolest
very
scene in
well.
that movie.
Scottish in that moment.
They're establishing the bond between Leonidas and his wife, and because later his wife is gonna have to be anyway, he's fucking her, but from behind. And I was just like, oh, this is a better marriage than a regular one. Like I don't
Oh
know.
yeah, he
I-
was
I like the-
absolutely pillaging that pussy.
I just felt like they did a cinematic greatness by showing him taking her in like 3 positions in a session. It wasn't lame. They were made for each other.
It's a damn good movie. It's a damn good movie. I'm going to tell
It's
you
a
right
great
now.
movie, dude. The scene, like, I remember this is probably on 4chan, like 14 years ago when I read it, but they were like, you know, the way that like it accelerates between levels of difficulty for the Spartan soldiers.
Yeah.
It's literally like a video game.
Yeah.
It
really
is like it's like, oh, they have to overtake the charging rhino class right now. Okay, what are they gonna do there? Oh, they have to overtake the elephant class. What are they gonna do there? Like, it was great.
Yeah. That's what it is. They keep coming with bigger and bigger waves, but it's like full of one-liners and cool moments, and like makeup and the effects and the CGI, like whatever they're doing with that
Yeah,
whole
The
background.
makeup gave Leonidas a 6-pack. That's what
Yeah.
was the makeup.
Fuck yeah, spray that bitch on. You can't just
I-
make Gerard Butler.
And do you know
I fell for it hook, line, and sinker. I'm like, this guy turned himself in from dad bod to Spartan soldier.
All right, first of all, he did bulk up pretty good. Like he gained some.
I
he was
looked at him
absolutely
more
jacked.
recent.
during 300.
Look at him more critically again, and you will see that he had painted on muscles.
I saw the painted on muscles. I know. I saw it fairly recently.
But all the other guys,
some of those other guys are
all the other guys were shredded. They were
It
so
depends on how
sexually
big a
attractive
role
to
they
me.
had.
The
if
smaller
they're
the role, the more jacked they were.
Yeah. 'cause
Yes,
you hire
that's
them
exactly
hire
it.
them for the
Yeah, yeah.
muscles As opposed to the talking.
the bigger the,
Come
I
on.
wish-
Well, come on now.
he looks really good in
Get
there.
this fucking propaganda off the screen. Get this out of here.
He looked a little worse than some of the other scenes are in my memory. I feel like I was disproven right there. But the bigger actors were chosen for their ability to act. The smaller the role, though, they got to be
Yeah.
fitness models.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
No, the second one really blew though. The sequel, and I was excited. I was like,
The sequel was horrible.
yeah,
There's
but
a sequel?
yeah, yeah,
302 or whatever the fuck it was called. It was-
301. We're
no,
doing it
was-
again.
It was genuinely very bad. Yeah.
I liked it a little more than you, but yeah.
I like the sex scene with Eva Green, another doggy style scene. I'm sure Woody appreciated. He's a big fan.
You got to do it.
Eva Green might be the most beautiful woman who's ever lived. I'm a big fan of her.
Who is that?
She's an actress. She does a lot of nude scenes. Look up Eva Green. The movie is called The Dreamers. If you want to see her vagina.
Oh,
I'm
2003.
thinking it.
They also have I haven't seen Casino Royale either, but she's in that.
Yeah, that might be my. That's not Prime Eva Green. Prime Eva Green is The Dreamers.
There's a movie he's in or she's in called Miss Peregrine's Home for Peculiar Children. Have you seen?
Oh,
that?
that's a porno.
Is that for kids with like two pussies?
Yeah. Yeah, it is. That's exactly what it is.
Just thinking about there being a movie called Miss Peregrine's Home for Peculiar Children, and it's about girls' pussies. so funny to me.
Well, Filthy, we always love having you
Yeah,
here.
love having you on.
Look,
I've
you
learned- I've
folks
learned a
over at
secret here.
Magic the Gathering corporate, Big Magic, as it's known on the streets.
Big magic. Yep.
Mhm.
This guy
BM.
is one of your top 10 streamers, and you just been just treating him like a
What's up with
second
that?
class citizen. It's-
Treating him like a slave.
it saddens us here. It saddens us all. It makes me want to tear my Magic cards up and burn them in the streets, just like they did in the good old days back in the
Mhm.
fatherland.
Praise
when
Christ.
something's
I want to ask Filthy something. I'm
different
sorry.
fatherland.
Filthy, I told my friend that I knew the best Civilizations player on the planet.
Okay.
Do you think you might have been?
Yeah.
All right.
I fucking love that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do. I mean, it's
No, I agree
You
because
can,
I
never,
watched,
you can never nail that down, right? You can't.
Sure.
Like there's like one or two tournaments. I played in one and won it.
3 shitty players could team up on you and make you look like you're not the best.
But like we looked at, there was a guy. He did it for he probably did it for fun, but he did it as part of his grad school stuff. He did an analysis of like he broke down all my games and then broke them down by like win rate, and like I had some stupid percentage win rate. Like if you think about this, you're playing 6-way free for alls, which was the primary thing I did with this. I had some stupid win rate for this, like way above what you would expect from, like I was in like the 60%, like 60th, like how do I say this, winning 60% of my games in a 6-way free for all or something like that, right?
okay, so
equal chances,
four-
like insane that, right?
So,
Like
so over 4 times what you should be doing.
right, and then like
Seems
the only
calculated.
tournaments we played, like I won the tournaments I played in, and then like the other players I'm playing against, there's some really good players there, and I can't say that I was better than them because there's no way to prove that necessarily. All you can do is look back. My win ratios versus those players, I've also looked at that. Like I had winning ratios versus all the people I would have considered good players in this game. Like my primary opponents, I would have said, yeah, you know, like my win ratios and versus them in free for alls in games that we played together, I have the highest win ratio from those. Does that make me the a good player then? Probably. It certainly makes me a good player, but does it make me the best? I don't know.
Yeah,
I can't
of
say
course.
that. And whenever I got asked out of stream, I would always say that there's, I'm definitely in the top tier of players. There's a number of top players for that. And that's all I can. Go ahead.
I've watched and played an embarrassingly enormous amount of content of that game. Like if you took the amount I've played and the amount that I've watched, it's a shocking amount, and it's an embarrassing amount. It's a shameful amount, and you have done so much more than I have.
And I couldn't say that now. There's definitely players still playing who've been playing this past when I
Dude,
played
there
this.
are. Dude, I was playing recently. Like I got back into it like maybe 8 months ago, call it. I think maybe like there was a new Lek mod or something. Like they came up with a new thing.
Yeah.
And we all got into it, installed all our mods, like got familiar with it, learned the meta. There is a current meta. And had a blast with it. But the same old problems were cropping up. We get disconnects and all the resets and try. Oh no, you leave. You have to leave, and then the whole all of that bullshit again. And we would play 12-hour games, and you get to the end of a 12-hour game.
2 seconds. Old World. Check this game out. It's a new 4X. I'll send it to you after because I want some kettlebell shit from you that we're not going to get to on this show. And I'll send you a link to Old World, which is my 4X right now. But probably. Okay. So I don't I know we're at the end of the show here, so I don't want to drag this on forever.
Yeah, no.
Where are you going with that, Woody? So I think probably, but I can't prove that, and I don't want to claim that, but I think probably.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't think I followed the super scene as much as you did, but like I don't know, Tank and who were all those guys?
RBS Baba was up there. RBS was up there.
Yeah.
Yoris was a very good player. There's just a number of players.
A lot of those guys still play.
I
was watching a lot of streams recently. But in any case, you were. I think you were the best player. It was you were more analytical, and I think that gave you a really big edge.
Filthy's a very analytical guy. That's how he makes his
really
bones
smart,
on different
analytical
games.
guy with a psychology degree.
Like a serial killer.
Like a successful rapist.
I wish you guys had told me the key to this. Here I am.
Do you know how intelligent, educated, suave, manipulative you have to be a successful rapist in the 21st century?
It's a coincidence he's never ever been caught for pedophilia?
The only organization on the planet who has ever had a whiff of the evil that lurks in this man. Magic.
That sounds right.
Magic. They were able to
nailed it.
Look into that crystal ball, and they saw
that, man.
They saw.
Look, but before you leave, even tonight, Filthy, I got to get your fucking magic name so we can play some games, even offline. Offline.
I'm totally
play some historic games. I would love
Rape
to.
Taylor,
Daddy 69 420.
Oh, I know I can hang. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he's totally not a pedo 69. Good luck.
Yeah.
All right.
I didn't realize the trick to this. I've been doing this for years. I don't know how many. I think this is my 28th or 30th occurrence on the show. It's something
something ridiculous.
It is ridiculous, like the number for that. I didn't realize the trick was just to get high midway through the fucking show. Like you should have told me. I've been drinking this entire time, and sometimes I make it through the end of the show, and sometimes I don't. Sometimes it's like not quite on kilter. You should have just told me. All I needed to do was take an edible midway through.
Oh yeah, just take.
I wish you
the
just been
edibles.
upfront about that.
I'm starting to feel. I did eat 2 more of these, so I'm at 125 milligrams today. I'm feeling pretty.
See what I'm talking about?
I'm feeling pretty fucking high right now. So we should wrap it.
125?
Yeah, but the last
25 was a dose.
Well,
So
but that's
Woody,
Delta 8.
Please finish the story. You were telling some person.
Oh, not that. I just wanted to know if I was being accurate. I thought you were the best in the world, or at least
probably.
It's hard to say whether
At one
it's
point
Wilt
I probably
Chamberlain,
was.
Michael Jordan, or LeBron James, or there's probably more.
Yep.
You're one of those. Okay, that's all.
It's a weird flex, right? Because what is that worth in the greater scheme of things? Nothing. Exactly.
Zeros.
But at the same time, I did that thing. That was
Dude, I'll tell you though, I was watching your videos 8 months ago, literally pen and pad.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. Because a lot of it still plays. Yeah. It's literally just build orders and remembering when to do what, little things, like calculating overflow and stuff.
I love to hear it. I see it all the time. I get people in my Twitch stream all the time saying, "Count your shit on YouTube." Love to hear it. So, cheers.
Yeah, and I was watching one of your games and I was like, Man, that guy he's playing with doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. It was me. It was me.
Dude, you know what's funny is I remember I was watching one of your streams once, and the only thing I had was like he played that board wipe too early, and then you lost, and I was like, yeah, I'm a genius. yeah, I'm a genius. You should have waited one turn for the board wipe. Yeah.
And I'll pay you one more compliment before we wrap up. But like every time I tune into your Twitch a good bit, and
everyone should. Filthy Robot on Twitch. Check him out. Follow him.
And back into it. I had a long break. I've had a rough fucking year, mate, guys. And this has been streaming for me has been real hard recently. And nothing. There's no sob story about it. Like it's just been this shit has been mentally fucking with me recently. So I'm just getting back into it. So appreciate the
well, every time I come on there, you're on a different.
Filthy some positive support then.
Yeah, head on over to Filthy's Twitch. Every time I go over there, you're on a different game. Then you know the last time I was there, and you're already so deep into it. You're explaining to someone's asked you a real question. You're just like, well, see, what you got to understand is when you're playing Excelsior, you're at a third health all the time, essentially, because of the shield regen. And we're playing on a map that has electric storms. So you got to take that into effect. So we're at 50-50 shields all the time. So we're going to run a black pawn. Okay. Everyone understand? Are we keeping up, class? Jesus.
And let's put that in perspective, because this is not a valuable attribute by and large. It isn't. This doesn't translate outside of this, but that's what I love to do. What you just described.
No, I disagree. I think
comedy of that. I love that shit. I want a game that grabs me so deeply that I'm sitting there going, I want to wake up each morning going, this is, and I do this sometimes with games. Like I'll wake up in the morning or be in the shower thinking about this shit. And this is like what I want from a gaming experience. And I want a community, and I have a community by and large that likes this. The diehards who follow me for this, who follow me game to game as we deep dive this shit. That's what I'm passionate about with this stuff. That's what grabs me. It's like, and I love multiplayer competitive. I can do that where I'm playing against other people, because the problem with AI in any game where you're just playing against a computer is it does a thing always, and it does that same thing by and large.
Do you ever wish that instead of playing video games, that you were in some sort of a CIA think tank figuring out how to break a Russian code or figuring out
I think it would trigger some of the same joy. Exactly.
Yeah.
Because it's like the competition against other minds and just trying to break the other mind. Absolutely. Yeah.
So. All right. Well, go check out Filthy on Twitch.
Cheers.
Check out our cum pills. Welcome Woody back. Be nice to him. Let him know how happy you are he has returned, and his powerful greatness, veins bulging on every inch of him. That's it. Hope you guys enjoyed.
PKA 580.